a cultivator at the tribulation transcendent stage, who was also a renowned medical cultivator, had his soul transported to earth after failing his tribulation, subsequently possessing the body of a student named Lang Van. The previous Lang Van was a talentless and useless student, with a full combo of being both ugly and fat, always bullied by his classmates and ignored by his teachers. However, now that his soul has been replaced by that of a high-level expert from the cultivation world, it's a completely different story. Can Lang Van adapt to this world that is so lacking in spiritual energy, cultivate back to his peak, and regain his six-pack body and handsome looks, or not? Read good stories at Bemusin. Come, late at night, a slightly chubby young man dejectedly left an internet cafe. He sped along on his steed, wanted to hurry home to copy his homework to avoid getting a lecture from his teacher the next morning. Just then, a truck suddenly sped over, giving the young man a very passionate and fatal kiss. The collision was not accidental at all, but someone had intentionally caused it, wanting to drive that chubby young man to his DHSC. A person with the surname Lang had paid people to commit the crime, wanting to take the chubby teenager's life. After the perpetrators had all fled from the scene, a dazzling ray of light suddenly shot straight into the teenager's forehead. The teenager then slowly regained consciousness, feeling dazed, wondering who he was, where he was, and all that. The memories in this teenager's body suddenly flashed through his mind, clearly showing that he was always bullied by his classmates and never dared to fight back even once. This teenager's name was Lang Van, and the soul that had just entered his body also shared that name. But unlike the Lang Van, who was the owner of this chubby, cowardly body, the other Lang Van soul belonged to a medical cultivator who had reached the tribulation transcendent stage. The tribulation process of the handsome medical cultivator Lang Van went awry, causing his soul to be transported to earth, entering the teenager's body. Lang Van could feel that this body was severely injured, and he hurriedly mobilized what little spiritual energy he had left to perform some preliminary healing. During the healing process, Lang Van discovered that this body's yang Chao meridian was crippled. If left as it was, he wouldn't live past 20. Lang Van figured that since this body would be his from now on, he might as well mobilize his spiritual energy to reconstruct it. Lang Van sat down on the spot and began to cross his legs, mobilizing spiritual energy to heal. But after half an hour, Lang Van yelled out and cursed, "Fuck, why the hell is the spiritual energy here as weak as a snail?" Lang Van could already picture the bleak and dark future where a domineering cultivator like himself would have to live in that crappy body. But he quickly calmed himself down. At worst, he would just have to cultivate again from the beginning, so there was nothing to get worked up about. Lang Van fumbled his way to the riverbank. Feeling that being covered in blood looked pathetic as hell, he didn't think twice, immediately stripping and jumping into the river to wash up. While Lang Van was chilling by the river, on the opposite side, a luxury car drove by and screeched to a halt right on the other bank. From inside the car, a stunningly beautiful girl hurriedly got out and rushed to the riverbank, making Lang Van stare, unable to take his eyes off her. But her next action made Lang Van want to reevaluate his entire outlook on life. Who would have thought the girl would puke right there on the riverbank? It was obvious she was completely drunk. After she finished puking, she staggered about and looked like she was about to fall straight into the river, startling Lang Van, who was hiding from a distance. The girl really did fall into the river with a splash, and to make matters worse, she couldn't even swim. Just as the girl was flailing and about to go down to play with the fishes, Lang Van managed to swim over and pull her up in time. Having been saved, the girl wanted to thank him, but when she saw Lang Van's fat, clumsy body pressed against hers, she started to struggle violently. She was certain that Lang Van was a pervert taking advantage of the situation to grope her and all that. Seeing that the girl was struggling too much, Lang Van immediately moved behind her, locking her arms and covering her mouth at the same time. Clearly, Lang Van only intended to save the girl's life, but their current position was far too compromising. If anyone passed by, the accusation of being a molesting pervert would undoubtedly be pinned on him, without question. Lang Van compromised, asking the girl to stop struggling and then let her go. The girl just wanted to get on shore first before talking about anything else. Lang Van agreed immediately, so he carried her princess style to the shore. After setting her down on the bank, Lang Van didn't get out but instead swam back to the middle of the river. Lang Van explained that it was late at night, and with just a man and a woman alone in such a private situation, he was afraid she would be scared if he came ashore. He told her that his clothes were on the bank, and she could wear them as long as she left his pants for him. The girl didn't stand on ceremony and put on Lang Van's jacket. Afterwards, she began to find Lang Van a bit interesting and wanted to ask for his name, but Lang Van adamantly refused to say. Seeing this, she didn't press the issue, simply introducing herself as Lam Mong Han before leaving. First, after Lam Mong Han left, Lang Van climbed ashore to put his clothes back on, idly thinking that she was quite an interesting girl. Just as he was standing in the breeze to dry off, Lang Van caught a faint fragrance in the air. He searched around for a while and, sure enough, discovered a stalk of 7 luminaries grass growing by the riverbank. This thing was a spiritual herb, and after maturing, it could even be refined into a 7 luminaries pill. A mature 7 luminaries grass only has a lifespan of 7 days, but luckily, this one still needed another 2 months to fully mature, so Lang Van still had time. The 7 luminaries grass also emitted spiritual energy into its surroundings, and as it happened, Lang Van had the innate talent to absorb the spiritual energy of all things. It was like finding a pillow just when you're sleepy. Lang Van absorbed the spiritual energy radiating from the 7 luminaries grass to nourish his body. And after a short while, he could leap around like a bird and execute punches and kicks like a martial arts master. Lang Van's current goal was to cultivate to the chi refining stage before the 7 luminaries grass matured. Only then could he use the 7 luminaries grass to restore his yang, Chao meridian. And one more thing, for all the people who had harmed Lang Van, he would definitely teach them a lesson in manners. Lang Van fumbled his way back to the dormitory, but he didn't dare use the front door as the security guard might take down his name. So climbing the wall was the only safe option. If it were the old Lang Van, he would have certainly tripped and fallen flat on his face every time he tried to climb the fence. But the current Lang Van was no longer the same. With just a light leap, he flew perfectly over the fence without any difficulty. Afterwards, Lang Van used his memory to find his dorm room. But the room door was locked from the inside. Lang Van started banging on the door, yelling for someone to open it. And inside, a classmate wanted to run and let Lang Van in. However, this classmate, Sai-Han Lam, was threatened by his other roommates to stay put. The one named Vi Tien threatened that if Sai-Han Lam dared to open the door, he would beat him up every day, just like he did to Lang Van. 2 others, Kok Nguyen Long and Jia Man, also chimed in, saying that Lang Van deserved to be locked out. Who asked him to dare pursue the campus beauty, Tao San San. With his buddies backing him up, Vi Tien immediately yelled out, cursing Lang Van for being some troublemaker, disturbing people's sleep in the middle of the night. Fine, if they wouldn't open the door, Lang Van would just kick in himself. Next, he fiercely yelled, asking which bastard had locked the door. This startled Vi Tien Can's group, who never expected Lang Van would dare to be so aggressive today. Sai-Han Lam gently asked Lang Van why he was back so late, and he just said he went to the river for a swim to cool off. Seeing this, Vi Tien mocked Lang Van, then arrogantly declared that he was the one who had locked the door. Before he could even finish his sentence, taunting Lang Van to hit him, he was grabbed by the collar and slammed to the ground by him. Lang Van didn't punch Vi Tien Can, but instead stomped on him to vent his frustration. Jia Man launched a sneak attack from behind, punching Lang Van in the back. He thought this one punch would be enough to knock Lang Van to the ground. However, the punch wasn't even enough to scratch an itch for Lang Van, while Jia Man's hand was already red and swollen, hurting as if he had punched a rock. Lang Van also took good care of this Jia Man guy now. Less than Vi Tien Can. He delivered an uppercut that knocked his teeth out and sent him reeling backwards. The students in the neighboring dorm rooms, unable to sleep due to the commotion from Lang Van's room, came over together to complain. They assumed that Vi Tien Can's group was giving Lang Van a beating and wondered why they had to do it at night instead of during the day. But when they arrived at the room, they saw an unbelievable sight. Vi Tien was being stomped on the floor by Lang Van, unable to move. Seeing Lang Van acting so unusually aggressive and strong today, the other students didn't dare to utter a single word of complaint. On the contrary, they even praised him for doing the right thing. After scaring the other students into scurrying away, Lang Van turned his focus to dealing with Vi Tien Can. This guy was self-aware enough to know he was a villain, and he immediately and hurriedly apologized to Lang Van. Lang Van didn't intend to beat Vi Tien Can into remembering this day forever, nor did he plan on bringing up past incidents. However, Lang Van warned them that he wasn't a pushover they could mess with. If Vi Tien Can's group caused trouble again, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. After scaring his roommates half to death, Lang Van took his toiletries and left. Go ahead. At the same time, he subtly reminded his friends not to forget to fix the room door, or they would have to answer to him tonight. When he was alone in the bathroom, Ling Yun thought to himself that those brats probably wouldn't dare to cause trouble for him anymore, which meant he could focus his energy on dealing with the next problem. And what could Ling Yun's most pressing problem be right now, other than the fat on his body? But Ling Yun had underestimated Wei Tiangon's pettiness. That guy still couldn't give up on the idea of revenge. The next day, a tabloid-like rumor spread like wildfire through the school that Ling Yun had trashed the entire men's dormitory the previous night. The rumor was that Ling Yun, having recklessly humiliated Chao Shanshan, knew he wouldn't be able to live in peace anymore, so he decided to just go all out and wreck everything. Just then, Chao Shanshan arrived at class, also getting a headache from those rumors. She insisted that she hadn't seen Ling Yun at all last night, and that the ridiculous rumor was completely false. However, the rumor had already spread throughout the school, and everyone had accepted it as fact, making Chao Shanshan fume and want to deal with Ling Yun right then and there. It didn't take a genius to figure out that someone was playing dirty, spreading false rumors to suppress Ling Yun. Chao Shanshan flew into a rage and wanted to find Ling Yun immediately to settle the score, but she quickly stopped herself. She figured that if she went looking for Ling Yun now, it would only lend more credibility to the rumor, and at that point, no explanation would be enough to clear her name. Chao Shanshan decided to keep quiet, letting the rumor gradually fade into oblivion as people realized it wasn't true. But her friend, Zhang Ling, had quite the vivid imagination. She even suggested that Ling Yun had started the rumor himself to get Chao Shanshan's attention. Just then, the students in the school gathered around in amazement, as if they had seen a strange phenomenon. They saw Ling Yun jogging, and what's more, he was carrying a large sandbag. They assumed that Ling Yun was trying to train to lose weight. But his so-called jogging was very strange. It would be more accurate to say he was walking with a sandbag. From a high floor, the third school beauty, Zhuang Meina, and one of the four great profligates, Xie Junyan, saw Ling Yun crawling on the sports field below and made mocking remarks. In their eyes, Ling Yun was and always would be nothing more than a clown. However, not everyone looked down on Ling Yun. Who would have thought that someone like him would be fervently cheered on and watched over by the school's second beauty, Ning Lingyu? Zhuang Meina even tried to get Xie Junyan to join her in mocking Ning Lingyu for considering Ling Yun her big brother. Who would have guessed that the profligate young master would be instantly captivated by Ning Lingyu, leaving Zhuang Meina fuming but helpless. Zhuang Meina was determined not to miss this opportunity for ridicule, continuously bad-mouthing Ling Yun as talentless, useless, and so on. Yet, Xie Junyan stepped in to advise Zhuang Meina to stop arguing, then turned to apologize very politely to Ning Lingyu. This wasn't making peace, it was adding fuel to the fire. This Xie Junyan had no good intentions. He secretly thought that as soon as he successfully wooed Ning Lingyu, he would immediately dump Zhuang Meina to get some peace and quiet. At this moment, some students nearby started a bet on how many laps Ling Yun could manage. Seeing this, Zhuang Meina found another opportunity to attack Ning Lingyu, wanting to start a betting war to put her down. From their classroom, Shan Shan and Zhang Ling also saw Ling Yun training diligently, wondering to themselves why Ling Yun had changed into such a different person. Zhang Ling then noticed Tang Meng was taking bets and wanted to go over and check it out. Who would have thought that Shan Shan was even more curious than her, hastily dashing off like the wind, pulling Zhang Ling towards where the betting was taking place. That Tang Meng was no small fry either. He was known as one of the four young masters of evil in the school. Meina was the first to join, betting that Ling Yun could only run one lap before being out of breath. Zhenyan bet that Ling Yun could run 4 laps, while Shan Shan bet that Ling Yun could manage 5 to 10 laps. Clearly, The latter two still had a lot of faith in Ling Yun. Zhang Ling even reminded her that Ling Yun was carrying a 25-kilogram sandbag. So how could he possibly manage 5 laps for Shanshan to bet so confidently? Meanwhile, Meina was secretly fuming at her boyfriend, Junyun, for not siding with her. This was clearly a slap in the face to Meina. When it was Ling Yu's turn, she had immense faith in her big brother Ling Yun, betting that he could manage more than 10 laps. Meina wanted to scorn Ling Yu for being blind, but it remained to be seen who was truly the blind one. After taking everyone's bets, Tang Ming announced that he would go down to monitor Ling Yun directly to provide the most accurate results. Down on the field, Ling Yun was exhausted, with sweat streaming down his face, yet he was determined not to give up. Compared to the brutal hardships of cultivation, this bit of physical training was simply not worth mentioning. Tang Ming went down to the sports field and found out that Ling Yun had already run 2 laps. And according to the assessment of a sports major student, Ling Yun would collapse in just a few more breaths. Next, Ling Yun suddenly increased his speed, causing the observing students around him to gasp in disbelief. However, that so-called burst of speed only lasted for a few breaths. Ling Yun was deemed a spent force, and sure enough, after just a few more steps, he coughed up blood. But this was all part of Ling Yun's plan. By reaching this limit, the spiritual energy in his body was finally activated. What followed was a scene that made all the students' jaws drop. Ling Yun picked up the sandbag with one hand and then dashed off like the wind, without any difficulty at all. When he coughed up blood earlier, Ling Yun had expelled the stagnant blood, allowing the spiritual power from the 7 luminaries' grass to finally flood into his meridians. Watching from above, Junyun took out his phone and sent a text message. He didn't want Ling Yun to be able to reach the 5th lap. Down on the field, the students enthusiastically cheered for Ling Yun to at least finish the 5th lap so they could cash in. As Ling Yun ran, he felt deeply underestimated. What was the big deal about just 5 laps? In this world with almost no spiritual energy, Ling Yun could only break through his own shackles via extreme training. After his body reached its limit, he could activate the spiritual power of the 7 luminaries' grass to gain brand new strength. He planned to continuously train and absorb the spiritual energy of the 7 luminaries' grass to get rid of his belly fat and quickly reach the peak of the body tempering stage. On the sidelines, as Tang Ming and the other students were buzzing in amazement about Ling Yun, someone suddenly appeared on the track, intending to block his path. Tang Ming was startled, thinking it was all over. Fortunately, Ling Yun, with his extraordinary skills, was able to easily dodge that game wrecker, causing him to miss and tumble to the ground. Unlike the other students who only saw Ling Yun as incredibly cool and domineering, Tang Ming and the young man Cheng Jie, who were observing closely, saw something even more unbelievable. Just now, when Li Lei lunged at him, Ling Yun had suddenly accelerated to dodge him in a completely illogical way. But it wasn't over yet. After missing once, that guy Li Lei immediately got up, determined to chase Ling Yun down no matter what. This guy thought Ling Yun had just played him for a fool, so he was determined to take Ling Yun down. Standing on the sidelines, Tang Ming was fuming. This was clearly ruining his bet. This Tang Ming was also one of the 4 young masters of evil, not some gentle soul. Even if that Li Lei guy was Junyun's underling, he was ready to beat them all up. But by now, Li Lei had already caught up to Ling Yun. It was too late for Tang Ming to intervene. He could only shout a warning for Ling Yun to be careful. Seeing the fly that kept pestering him from behind, Ling Yun also got annoyed and began to gather spiritual energy into his hands. Just as that guy Li Lei leaped up to grab Ling Yun, he immediately swung the sandbag from his back and smashed it straight into Li Lei's face, sending him flying. Then perfectly shouldered the sandbag again and continued running. At this point, Tang Ming was speechless. Nothing that happened next would surprise him. Just like that, Ling Yun kept running steadily like a bulldozer. He only stopped after completing 11 laps. At this point, it was a no-brainer. Only Ling Yu had won the bet. Zhuang Meina's face was murderous, like a shrew who couldn't believe this reality. As for Junyun, he contacted Li Lei, wanted to meet him privately to hold him accountable. Shan Shan, however, understood very clearly that Ling Yun was trying to unlock his own potential, and he had obviously succeeded. As for the crowd of students on the field, it goes without saying, they all looked at Ling Yun with a completely different kind of respect than before. Ling Yun was clearly bursting with pride, but he still pretended to think, it's just a few more laps. Why are you all admiring me so much? And so on. While Ling Yun sat down to rest, preparing to go home and take a shower, Ling Yu hurriedly ran over to check on him. She looked extremely worried as she asked about Ling Yun, having seen the bloodstain on his shirt. But at this moment, Ling Yun had no mind to pay attention to what Ling Yu was saying, because in his eyes, Ling Yu was revealed to be an innate spiritual body. In the cultivation world, an innate spiritual body is an undeniably rare physique. Their cultivation speed could only be described as advancing a rocket. And there was another special point. The spiritual energy that Ling Yu automatically released could be absorbed by Ling Yun. However, from an outsider's perspective, the way Ling Yun absorbed spiritual energy from Ling Yu was a bit sensitive. Why was he suddenly pressing his nose close to a girl and sniffing her? Even if Ling Yu was Ling Yun's sister, that action was still a bit awkward. Ling Yun was startled, feeling that his action had been a bit cringy, but who would have thought that Ling Yu wasn't repulsed at all? On the contrary, she even took the initiative to hug Ling Yun. Heavens, was this a pie falling from the sky? Ling Yun was accidentally found at a temple gate by Ling Yu's mother and brought home. Ling Yu had known since she was little that she and Ling Yun were not blood siblings, but their relationship was still very close. It was only much later that Ling Yun learned this truth and became increasingly insecure, avoiding and ignoring Ling Yu. Seeing his heartbroken little sister wailing, Ling Yun's heart ached as he silently promised that from now on, he would never let her suffer any grievances again. Clearly, such an innate spirit body should be well protected, not left to be foolish. Ling Yun wiped away Ling Yu's tears, then told her to wait for him to take a shower before taking her out to eat. But his shower was very strange. When they arrived at the cafeteria, he was still wearing the same outfit from his run earlier, with the bloodstain on his shirt still there. Ling Yun was very confident, declaring that his sister could order whatever she liked, but he didn't expect that. The food in this restaurant was freaking expensive, and Ling Yun at this moment was a genuinely broke dude. A genuinely broke dude. The broke Ling Yun calculated back and forth, feeling that for now, he could only temporarily borrow money from Ling Yu to treat her to a meal. It would still count as him treating her. Ling Yun forced a smile and asked if Ling Yu had any money on her, meaning for him to borrow. Who would have thought that Ling Yu was afraid Ling Yun would find out she had bet all her money? So she lied, saying she had lent it all to a friend, and that it was a good thing Ling Yun was treating her. Hearing this, Ling Yun knew this was not good. Neither of them had any money, so their only option was to dine and dash. Having no money was clearly a pressing problem, but Ling Yun didn't know what to do to earn some. Just then, Tang Mai found them, saying he had been looking for the two of them until his legs ached. Ling Yu said cautiously that she and her brother were eating and didn't want to be disturbed by Tang Mai. Tang Mai didn't care. He acted like he just wanted to eat too and promised not to do anything. Ling Yun, however, wasn't afraid of a confrontation. Hearing that his sister didn't want to eat with this Tang Mai guy, he directly threatened him. Tang Mai was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Ling Yun to be so tough this time. He didn't want to cause trouble either. If he wasn't allowed to eat with them, so be it. Tang Mai gave the money to Ling Yu and then bounced. Ling Yu hurriedly denied knowing what the money was for, but Tang Mai didn't cooperate at all, still loudly announcing that she had won a bet of 10,000 yuan. Suddenly, Ling Yun reached out and grabbed Tang Mai's wrist, but not to start a fight. Instead, the young man's attitude flipped like a pancake, and he became quite friendly with Tang Mai. Tang Mai also honestly confessed to Ling Yun how Ling Yu got the money, making Ling Yu both embarrassed and afraid of being scolded by her brother. Ling Yun even regretted that his sister had bet too little. Next time, she should go all in and take all of Tang Mai's money. Tang Mai felt incredibly wronged being pushed around like this. He was one of the 4 great young scoundrels, yet Ling Yun showed him no respect at all. At this moment, San San also secretly contacted her brother, who was a member of the Special Forces. She informed him that his previous record for the weighted bag run had been broken, and by a chubby teenager no less. San San's brother immediately understood that the person his sister mentioned must have broken his own limits, and he reminded San San to pay more attention to Ling Yun. After the call, Zhang Ling appeared and pulled San San to the second floor of the cafeteria to eat. And you know who they would run into up there? It was Ling Yun's group sitting right there. San San ditched Zhang Ling and walked quickly towards Ling Yun, who was collecting money from Tang Mai. Then, by some mysterious and incomprehensible force, Tang Mai, San San, and Zhang Ling all ended up sitting at the same table, dining with Ling Yun and his sister. Ling Yun treated the others like thin air, focusing only on putting food on his sister's plate for her to enjoy. The three of them, San San, sat on one side, just staring wide-eyed. They were probably full from watching the public display of affection and didn't need to eat anything else. Tang Mai even got a bonus dessert in the form of a death glare from San San, which made him wonder how he had offended her. Sansan didn't start a fight. She just placed 1,000 yuan on the table to pay Tang Mai back for the lost bet, giving him a good scare. But before Tang Mai could even touch the stack of money, Ling Yun had already snatched it, leisurely counting it and thanking Tang Mai for giving him this sum. When did he give it? Tang Mai didn't understand what trick Ling Yun was playing, so he explained that this was his fee. And what fee could it be? Ling Yun said that since Tang Mai had used his run as the subject of a bet, he had to pay Ling Yun a commission, of course. When Tang Mai tried to argue and take the money back, Ling Yun declared that if Tang Mai could run 10 laps with the bag, he would return the money. Being pushed around by Ling Yun like this, Tang Mai was both angry and bewildered, not understanding why Ling Yun was so cocky this time. Beside them, Zhang Ling also whispered to San San that Ling Yun hadn't even glanced at San once from the beginning. San, for some unknown reason, got worked up, slammed the table, and called Ling Yun out by name, asking what he meant by acting like he didn't know her. It's unclear if Ling Yun was playing dumb or was genuinely dumb, but he acted as if he didn't know San at all, and even asked if she was Tang Mai's girlfriend, which made him turn pale. Tang Mai quietly informed Ling Yun of San's identity, but he remained indifferent, as if he had never met this girl before. San was so provoked, she could spit blood. She challenged Ling Yun to a private meeting on another night, vowing to teach him a lesson. Ling Yu showed a bit of concern for her brother, but when she heard Ling Yun promise not to accept the invitation, she went back to chirping like a happy little bird. Outside, San was fuming. She couldn't believe that Ling Yun dared to say he wasn't interested in her at all, but her words made Zhang Ling think otherwise. She believed that San must have some feelings for Ling Yun to be paying so much attention to him. The more San tried to be evasive, the more she revealed that her mood was not normal. In the afternoon, Ling Yun showed up in the classroom, which became another highlight in everyone's eyes. The king of laziness was actually attending class early. As he was flipping through a book, Ling Yun accidentally saw something that completely captured his attention. In the classroom, after all the students had gathered, it was time for the teacher to begin the lesson. As soon as they saw the teacher enter, the whole class immediately stood up to greet him, with one exception, of course. And that exception was none other than Ling Yun, who was still focused on figuring something out in his book. The classmate next to him even had to reach out and pull Ling Yun up. Meanwhile, his head was still immersed in historical information about past eras and various schools of thought like Taoism, Confucianism, and so on and so forth. Then there was something about 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things, fallen flowers at the temple gate, 1 strike 500 something. In short, Ling Yun felt that the history textbook was transmitting a supreme cultivation method, and he absolutely had to study this book carefully. But Ling Yun's difficult problem was that Earth had almost no spiritual energy. Having the method was as good as useless if it couldn't be used. But he quickly realized something. In the cultivation world, ordinary people basically didn't know what cultivators were. It was likely the same in this place. Just because cultivation hadn't been discovered didn't mean it didn't exist. Ling Yun became silently vigilant. He had been a bit too wild recently, and he was afraid that if the person who had once crippled this body's meridians noticed him, he'd be screwed. But putting that aside for now, Ling Yun needed to deal with the problem right in front of him. First, because he was so lost in his own thoughts, he ended up looking completely dazed in class. And the result was predictable. The teacher found Ling Yun an eyesore, pointed straight at him, and declared he was kicking him out of class to get him out of his sight. This teacher already disliked Ling Yun, so as soon as he got the chance, he cracked down on him. Ling Yun denied the charge of disrupting the class that the teacher had framed him with, clarifying that he was just engrossed in studying and had reacted slowly. The teacher certainly didn't believe Ling Yun's excuse and immediately got in his face, wanting to know what he was studying. Ling Yun was very confident, declaring that he had already memorized all of history. In the eyes of his classmates and the teacher, it was clear that Ling Yun was walking right into a trap. The teacher put on a face that showed he was sure he could handle Ling Yun, wanted to hear him recite history from beginning to end to see how much he remembered. Ling Yun put on a thoughtful and contemplative expression, which made the classmates who always tried to frame him think that Ling Yun was stalling for time. They added fuel to the fire, urging Ling Yun to hurry up and recite his lesson. What Ling Yun was worried about wasn't that he couldn't answer, but that he wouldn't have enough time to present. This sentence made the teacher, who was drinking water, almost choke. He then put on an enthusiastic act, saying there was plenty of time and Ling Yun should feel free to show off. This teacher even pushed Ling Yun to the limit, telling him to come up to the podium to speak with the purpose of preventing anyone from being able to prompt him. Seeing this, Sanson wanted to stand up and object, but luckily Zhang Ling managed to pull her back down in time. Seeing that Sanson clearly intended to speak up for Ling Yun, Zhang Ling wore an expression that clearly said she had caught her in the act. Why would San, who had hated Ling Yun to the bone, suddenly change her attitude and speak up for him like this? San was embarrassed at being exposed. She had to use the excuse that as the class monitor, she didn't want Ling Yun to waste the other students' time to defend herself. But it was clear that San's worries were unnecessary. Seeing Ling Yun's bright as a flower expression, he surely had a way to deal with this. Ling Yun, calm as a cucumber, took a sip of water to wet his throat, then began to turn on his loudspeaker in front of the whole class. The truth was a slap in the face to the entire class. For the next 40 minutes, Ling Yun fluently recited every single word about history from the textbook without a single mistake. The teacher, after cleaning his glasses, suddenly exclaimed that Ling Yun had an incredible memory, making the whole class want to collapse on the floor. Everyone knew how this teacher used to pick on Ling Yun. As soon as the bell signaling the end of the period rang, the teacher let San manage the class for the next period, while he himself called Ling Yun to the office for a private talk. It was only at this moment that Ling Yun even bothered to notice that San was indeed his classmate. After Ling Yun left with the teacher, the whole class erupted into a commotion about how Ling Yun could memorize half the history book. Of course, these classmates didn't think Ling Yun was exceptionally intelligent, but rather that he had given up everything just to spend his time memorizing the history book. Only Ling Yun's desk mate knew the truth that Ling Yun had only skimmed the book once and hadn't prepared beforehand at all. Over in the office, that teacher pulled out a thick stack of materials, all of which were materials he had compiled himself, and now handed them all to Ling Yun to use as review materials. This teacher even tearfully embraced Ling Yun, feeling remorseful for having wasted such a talent all this time. If he had known Ling Yun was so gifted, he certainly wouldn't have picked on him. After seeing Ling Yun off with the materials to study on his own, this teacher still felt regretful for discovering Ling Yun's talent so late. Otherwise, he could have taken him to compete in all sorts of competitions up north and down south, winning countless achievements. Little did he know that if he had dragged Ling Yun to history competitions earlier, he would have only collected a book full of goose eggs. When Ling Yun returned to the classroom, school was already over, and his friends were shouting and planning to play a few ranked matches. Seeing Ling Yun return with a thick stack of materials, his desk mate was a little curious about what the teacher had talked to Ling Yun about. So he got to puff out his chest, smugly boasting that the teacher had praised him profusely and even gave him a large stack of materials to study on his own. The next class was geography, and luckily the teacher didn't give Ling Yun a hard time, but he felt that someone was always secretly watching him. It was clear that his classmates wanted to witness a scene like the one in history class, but that certainly wasn't going to happen. Soon it was time for school to end. A classmate wanted to walk home with Ling Yun, but Ling Yun refused, saying he wanted to stay and study more. According to Ling Yun, history could help him understand the development process of this world, while geography could help him grasp the structural layout of each region. There was one thing that greatly captured Ling Yun's attention, and that was the Great Wall. He looked at it from every angle, studying it over and over, and saw that it resembled a dragon vein. As for the legend of Qin Shi Huang building stone statues, Ling Yun reasoned that it could have been him borrowing an army of the underworld to cultivate the great path of immortality. Combined with the legends of countless other deities, Ling Yun became even more certain that cultivators existed in this world. Ling Yun felt that if he had the chance, he must go and search for them. He might even reap a great reward. If it were the Ling Yun of his past life, he could have just flown wherever he wanted to go, but the current Ling Yun couldn't even guarantee his own safety. So what could he possibly do? Zhang Ling and San also stayed back very late, finding it strange that Ling Yun was studying so seriously. That girl Zhang Ling, it's hard to say if she was mischievous or just a troublemaker, actually wanted to go over and ask why Ling Yun was so suddenly diligent. Zhang Ling approached Ling Yun's desk and greeted him by demanding that he treat her to a meal. The reason was quite legitimate, as she was the top student in history for the entire grade, so the teacher had assigned her to help Ling Yun with his studies. Ling Yun found this reason to be legitimate, so he agreed right away. Zhang Ling also suggested bringing San along, but Ling Yun was against it. He found San's personality to be too much of a princess. Dealing with her too much was a damn headache. Fortunately, those words weren't too loud, so San didn't hear them. Otherwise, it would be a wonder if she didn't fly into a rage. Indeed, Zhang Ling suddenly noticed that Ling Yun was very interested in a few places, and San had been all of them. This girl then had a mischievous idea, suggesting that if Ling Yun wanted a first-hand description of those places, he could ask San. The moment he heard something useful, Ling Yun changed his tune immediately, agreeing to let San come along for the meal. Zhang Ling was just waiting for Ling Yun to say that. She immediately sealed the deal and even specified the restaurant to book a table in advance. Poor San, seeing Zhang Ling talk to Ling Yun for so long, she was obviously extremely curious, but was just too shy to go over and listen in. As Zhang Ling was going outside to call and book a table, she accidentally bumped into someone. This guy was clearly here for San. One look at her annoyed expression was enough to know how persistent this guy was. That young man wasn't a nobody. He was Qiu Junfa, one of the school's infamous 4 great young scoundrels. Qiu Junfa's father is a real estate tycoon. That's why this guy rampaged so arrogantly in school, but no one dared to say a word about him. That Qiu Junfa guy definitely didn't come to the classroom with good intentions. He headed straight for where Ling Yun was sitting. San saw that Qiu Junfa wanted to cause trouble for Ling Yun and was about to stand up to stop him, but he cut her off. Junfa slammed Ling Yun's desk, acting all domineering, but unfortunately, Ling Yun paid him no mind. He didn't even bother to look, still focused on reading his book while having a few questions to ask the culprit Junfa. Being treated with such contempt by Ling Yun, Junfa was damn pissed. He reached out to grab Ling Yun's collar, looking ready to punch him at any moment. Ling Yun's question was very simple, just a matter of statistics. He wanted Junfa to tally up how many times he had punched Ling Yun over the past 3 years, and how much money he had robbed from him. Junfa thought it was a joke, arrogantly saying he'd beat Ling Yun up whenever he felt like it, and as for the money, he'd only robbed a few thousand. This guy showed up today because he heard a rumor that Ling Yun had just won 10,000 from a bet, plus the fact that Ling Yun took another 1,000 from Tang Ming. So this Junfa guy wanted to come over and extort some money. San couldn't stand the injustice and loudly scolded Junfa in the middle of the class, saying he was nothing but a common thief. Ling Yun spoke up, telling San there was no need for her to step in. He then asked how much money Junfa had on him at the moment. There was a reason for asking how much money this guy had. Ling Yun was afraid that if he hit him too hard, it would be embarrassing if he didn't have enough to pay for his medical bills later. The words had just left his mouth when Ling Yun's fist landed right on Junfa's face, sending him flying. Ling Yun flashed after him, grabbing Junfa's tie, then landed another punch to his stomach, sending the Playboy Scion flying into the teacher's podium, coughing up blood. The entire classroom fell dead silent. No one expected Ling Yun to beat up Junfa so ruthlessly. Junfa wanted to call his underlings over to help him, but those wannabe gangsters were scared off when they saw how violent Ling Yun was, seeing that Junfa's underlings didn't dare to. move, Ling Yun decided to help Junfa get back to his brothers with a flying kick. That Junfa guy was acting all tough and mighty when he entered the classroom, but on his way out, he was kicked ass over head. Just as Junfa came to his senses, Ling Yun stomped his foot right on his chest, then humiliated him so much he didn't know where to hide his face. The students in the class were vicious too, laughing mockingly at Qiu Junfa. Ling Yun gently asked again how much money Qiu Junfa had taken from him over the years. Next, Ling Yun turned to ask Zhang Ling how much interest that amount of money would have earned if deposited in a bank. Ling Yun was generous, deciding not to nitpick over the small change. He said that as long as Junfa obediently handed over 8,000, he would let him go. After taking a beating, this Junfa guy sobered up quickly. He had 10,000 on him and offered it all to Ling Yun without daring to say a word. But Ling Yun was a man of principle. He said 8,000, so it was 8,000. He wasn't greedy enough to take everything like Junfa. Just a sentence after acting so fair and square, Ling Yun went back on his word. He used the excuse that giving Junfa a massage took a lot of energy, so it was only reasonable that he needed some nourishment. See, Ling Yun's face was still as shameless as ever. Junfa hurriedly gathered all the scattered bills on the floor and gave them to Ling Yun. Being humiliated like that, it would be strange if Junfa didn't hold a grudge. He was already secretly thinking of calling people to make mincemeat of Ling Yun after he got back. But Junfa didn't expect that as he was trying to get up, Ling Yun would kick him straight in the face. Losing so much face, he couldn't even remember how many times it had been. Ling Yun had no intention of letting Junfa go yet. Who would let him leave when the alibi hadn't been agreed upon? At the very least, they had to agree on why he was so bruised and battered. This was just karma. No one else could be blamed. In the past, Junfa would always beat Ling Yun up and then force him to admit that he was injured due to his own carelessness before letting him go. Junfa felt damn humiliated, but he still had to grit his teeth and admit that he had carelessly walked into a wall, which was why he looked like this. Ling Yun immediately called out loudly for the student onlookers to bear witness with him. That was clear Junfa had admitted to tripping himself, and it had absolutely nothing to do with Ling Yun or his class. The young onlookers around them chimed in, without question, immediately shouting their confirmation that they could testify that Junfa had run his head into the wall. Ling Yun removed his foot to let Junfa stand up, not forgetting to subtly remind him that if he ever dared to appear in front of him again, he would get a massage every single time. He should know what's good for him. Watching Junfa scurry away, the classmates were delighted. Junfa had always been the one bullying others. He had never been pinned down and beaten like this before. San was more perceptive than the others. She seemed to know more, and secretly noticed that the rhythm of Ling Yun's punches carried some kind of energy and wasn't just random brawling. This made San feel that Ling Yun was becoming more and more mysterious. As for Ling Yun, he had just stretched his muscles a bit and already earned a stack of money, but that didn't make him any happier. Ling Yun still wanted to buy many things, a few things for himself, a few for Ling Yu, and also things for his mother. In short, the money Ling Yun had on hand was not enough. Now he was just wishing a few more punks would show up to cause trouble so he could rake in some more cash. Just then, someone shouted Ling Yun's name from outside the classroom, making him think another fat sheep had wandered over waiting to be fleeced. But the person who appeared was Tang Meng. He had rushed over after hearing that Ling Yun had just given Tuan Fa a thorough beating. Ling Yun couldn't just punch this guy. Although he was a bit of a playboy, he was a man of his word and had never given Ling Yun any trouble. Ling Yun walked over and slung an arm around Tang Meng's shoulder as if they were best buddies, bullshitting that if Tang Meng had arrived a little earlier, they could have teamed up to beat up Tuan Fa. This Tang Meng guy was quick to switch tunes too, immediately playing along and wishing he could have landed a few punches on Tuan Fa to vent his own dislike. Just as the two were laughing heartily with their arms around each other, Ling Yun's roommate, Han Lin, burst into the room. He was also worried sick after hearing that Ling Yun had just given Tuan Fa a beatdown. But being worried was one thing. Why did he have to slam right into Tang Meng, nearly twisting his spine? After these two arrived, it was Ling Yu's turn to run over and check on him. What was there to check on? Ling Yun was the one dishing out the beating, not the one taking it, so there was nothing to fear. He asked Ling Yu to go eat with him, not forgetting to turn and invite Tang Ming and Han Lin as well. Ling Yun was the one with money today. He promised to treat everyone, and it would be their loss if they didn't come. Ling Yun's group went to Zhuang Yuan Lu, the restaurant where Zhang Ling had previously booked a table. Ling Yun felt a bit awkward. They were just a bunch of students, so it wasn't a bit too extravagant to be eating at such a high-end restaurant. Luckily, Ling Yun had 20,000 on him, which gave him some confidence. Otherwise, this would have been incredibly embarrassing. Once they were seated, Tang Ming could only be jealous without being able to do anything about it. Was Ling Yun's irresistible charm starting to show? He had two of the school's beauties sitting on either side of him, a privilege no one else in the school had ever enjoyed. Zhang Ling, as innocent as a fairy, immediately called the waiter and ordered a whole pile of food, scaring Ling Yun into a cold sweat. During the meal, Tang Ming kindly reminded Ling Yun that since he had made Tuan Fa completely lose face today, that persistent pest would surely be thinking of a way to get revenge. What was there to think about? Tuan Fa had never lost face like this before. He would definitely contact some gangsters from outside the school to deal with Ling Yun. Hearing this, Ling Yu got all flustered, afraid something would happen to Ling Yun, and hastily asked Tang Ming for help. Tang Ming took the opportunity to look smug, asserting that as long as he was always with Ling Yun, Tuan Fa definitely wouldn't dare to do anything reckless. San San felt it was only natural for Ling Yun to need allies. After all, he couldn't possibly not have enemies. Ling Yun also secretly felt that after this incident, he needed to create his own power base. And as luck would have it, right next to him was Tang Ming, an extremely suitable candidate. Tang Ming suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He could picture the very covetous look Ling Yun was casting on him. During the meal, Zhang Ling suddenly had a stomach issue, and the kind-hearted Ling Yu went with her to see if anything was wrong, which in turn created a good opportunity for Ling Yun to try and ask San San about a few things. Ling Yun wanted to ask about the Great Wall, but before San San could answer, Han Lin chimed in, mentioning he had been there before. Ling Yun asked, half-jokingly, if such a magnificent structure could have been built by magic. These words made San San jump in surprise. She definitely knew something. Just then, something else happened. As bad luck would have it, when Zhang Ling and Ling Yu went outside, they were blocked by a group of punks who wanted to drag them back to drink with their gang. Ling Yun's group heard Zhang Ling and Ling Yu's voices from a distance, and immediately knew there was trouble. Without another word, the whole group dashed out to protect the two girls right away. Tang Ming stepped forward first, grabbing one of the hooligans by the wrist and demanding they apologize, saying he would spare them if they did. But those guys weren't scared at all. They were confident that as university students, a few years older than Ling Yun and Tang Ming's group, they surely had the upper hand. When those punks tried to force Tang Ming to kneel, he saw red. Without another word, he delivered a knee strike to the one closest to him, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing their buddy get hit, the other two accomplices planned to gang up on Tang Ming for revenge. But Ling Yun had already flashed lightly behind one of them. That punk hadn't even processed how Ling Yun had suddenly appeared behind him, when he was sent flying forward by a kick from Ling Yun. Even Han Ling got bold and made a move. He took advantage of the remaining punk's distraction to lightly trip him, causing him to fall sprawling to the ground, just as Ling Yun's group was mocking that the punks from the Industrial University were nothing special. A challenging voice echoed out. This time, it was more troublesome. A whole group of nearly 10 punks approached where Ling Yun's group was standing. Seeing the situation, San San immediately told Zhang Ling and Ling Yu to stay back a bit. It was clear that San San also wanted to join the brawl, but Ling Yun immediately grabbed her hand to stop her. He wanted her to take care of Ling Yu and Zhang Ling, and not to get involved in the main fight. Not only did he stop San San from participating in the fight, but he also told Tang Ming and Han Lin to stay back. Tang Ming was worried when he saw Ling Yun intended to take on 7 of them alone. Just hearing it sounded like a bad idea. But it was a bad idea for them, not for Ling Yun. To him, this was just the equivalent of bullying. Kids. The leader of the student group found Ling Yun's arrogance an eyesore and conveniently grabbed a glass bottle to whack him with. But the problem was, he had to actually hit Ling Yun first. What good was it if the hooligan just kept swinging at thin air? Watching the scene of the punk leader helplessly swinging the bottle, trying to hit Ling Yun, while he just glided like a willow leaf, dodging everything, the other university students standing by even thought their boss was just playing around. After letting the thug swing until he was tired, Ling Yun gently slipped behind him, and then locked him in a hold, pinning him to the ground like grabbing a chicken by the neck. When the thug came to his senses from the shock, he saw the broken glass bottle pressed right against his face. How could he still be as aggressive as before? He immediately started crying and begging Ling Yun to spare his life. The remaining hooligans also backed down right away, hastily kneeling and crying a river, begging Ling Yun to go easy on them. Ling Yun didn't need these thugs to apologize to him. They should go apologize to his friends and his little sister over there. The thugs were surprisingly cooperative, immediately running over to apologize profusely to Ling Yu and the others. It's just that their apologies didn't sound the least bit sincere at all. At this moment, another young man approached. At least this guy looked educated, not like the other bums, hoping Ling Yun could end the matter here. But Ling Yun didn't want things to end so simply. It was time for him to bring out his roguish side. He had to demand some compensation fees before letting this go. Ling Yun's sharp words were oppressive, giving the university students no chance to argue back. In short, if they didn't cough up the money, it wouldn't end well with him. Ling Yun was very modest, certainly not demanding too much. He just needed the student group to pay for his group's meal and also compensate the beautiful ladies with a little money for their emotional distress. And this was non-negotiable. 1. They compensate. 2. Ling Yun would continue to give the whole group of students a beatdown. To be honest, Ling Yun's scammer-like demeanor was getting more and more professional. Looking at the broken glass bottle Ling Yun was holding, how could the educated student dare to object? He had to go along with Ling Yun's words to get it over with. 1 second, Zhang Ling was showing a judgmental attitude towards Ling Yun for beating someone up and then demanding they pay compensation. The next second, her eyes were shining like stars as she screamed about how incredibly cool Ling Yun was. Ling Yun collected the money from the students and felt that there was nothing wrong with it at all. In fact, he even felt they were lucky. If this group hadn't been living in such a peaceful world, getting themselves killed would have been a given. After a satisfying meal, Zhang Ling started pestering Ling Yun again. She used the excuse that since Ling Yun hadn't spent any of his own money today, it didn't count as treating them, and they had to have a round 2 before she'd be satisfied. However, Zhang Ling slyly proposed a condition. If Ling Yun accepted it, she would let him off the hook for the rest of the day. Zhang Ling's condition was quite opportunistic. She demanded that once Ling Yun successfully lost weight, he had to become her boyfriend. The whole group around them couldn't believe what they were hearing. Who would have thought that after a full dinner, they would be served aside a public display of affection for dessert like this? Ling Yun tried to change the subject to deal with it later, but Zhang Ling held on tight and wouldn't let go, insisting that he had a promise before she would. Let go. Just then, San Sin spoke up, telling Zhang Ling to hurry back and study with her. The words sounded well-intentioned, but her attitude was clearly one of jealousy. Poor Ling Yun, suddenly caught in the vortex of the girls' rivalry, and he didn't even have the right to voice an opinion. After San San and Zhang Ling left, Ling Yu ran over again, wanting to pull Ling Yun back to the dormitory, because it was time for evening self-study, but Ling Yun still had some things to take care of, so he refused to go back with Ling Yu at that moment. Tang Meng even spoke up to comfort Ling Yu, saying that he would go with Ling Yun, so there would be no problem. But when did Ling Yun agree to let Tang Meng follow him? But just as that guy Tang Meng asserted that he was the local expert of this land and could go anywhere he wanted, Ling Yun changed his mind and let him tag along. Although Ling Yun was clearly skipping class, which made Ling Yu unhappy, she also had to admit that her brother had changed a lot from before. And she could even affirm that Ling Yun would become even more formidable in the future. Just as long as Ling Yun kept getting better, it was enough to make Ling Yu feel happy. Ling Yu returned to the classroom alone. She waited for a long time, but still didn't see her brother Ling Yun come back. The good thing is Ling Yun is super sharp. Think of him, and he appears. He had returned with Tang Meng. Ling Yu hurriedly ran over to hug her brother tightly. They had only been apart for a little while, but she acted as if she hadn't seen him for months. It was just pitiful for Tang Meng. He was completely treated as if he were invisible air. Ling Yun had been out for so long precisely to shop for Ling Yu. A phone, headphones, a camera, he got everything. The surrounding classmates looked at the pile of brand new things Ling Yun bought for his sister and marveled. As far as they knew, Ling Yun's family wasn't well off. So the news that Ling Yun had just swindled a large sum of money from Tuan Fat must be true. Ling Yu was so pampered by Ling Yun that her eyes welled up with tears. Ling Yu said that Ling Yun didn't need to give her so many things. She couldn't use them all. Who would have thought that just as Ling Yu said that, Mei Na would pop up from some random random corner to throw shade. She sneered that the Ling siblings' family was dirt poor. Who knew where Ling Yun got all those things? Tang Ming was already fed up with Mei Na, and this time she even jumped out to mock his friend, making him so furious he wanted to give her a beating. But before he could do anything, Ling Yun had already stopped him, then shot Mei Na a dangerous glare, making all the hair on her neck stand up. Luckily, in this moment when Mei Na was threatened, Tuan Nan still knew to step forward and protect his girlfriend. Seeing Ling Yun and Tuan Nan drawing their bows and unsheathing their swords, Ling Yu hurriedly stepped forward to persuade her brother. He had already fought so many times today, maybe he should just stop fighting. Ling Yun had no choice but to indulge his little sister. However, he still threatened Tuan Nan and Mei Na, saying that if those two ever provoked Ling Yu again, he wouldn't mind stirring up a huge mess to teach them a lesson. After leaving, Tang Ming wondered why Ling Yun didn't punch Tuan Nan earlier, and not only did he not fight, he also stopped Tang Ming from fighting. This was because Ling Yun felt that Tang Ming couldn't beat Tuan Nan. Rushing him would only get him beaten up. Earlier when Ling Yun threatened Tuan Nan, that guy not only wasn't scared, but also assumed a ready-to-attack stance. This made Ling Yun certain that Tuan Nan knew martial arts, and his skills were not low either. Ling Yun told Tang Ming to go back first, as he wanted to go practice a bit more. Ling Yun found his way back to the riverbank, sitting down to cultivate in front of the seven luminaries herb. He originally thought that no one in this world could match him, which made cultivation a bit boring. But now that he knew this world wasn't as simple as he had thought, Ling Yun felt a surge of excitement. Ling Yun sat cross-legged before the seven luminaries herb, executing the great divination star gathering. Precious art. Cultivating the first level of this art could absorb the essence of heaven and earth to strengthen the body, and if cultivated to the extreme, one could even perceive the entire heaven and earth. While he was concentrating on his cultivation, Ling Yun was suddenly interrupted. He suddenly remembered that his meridians had not yet been perfectly repaired. But this small problem was not enough to trouble Ling Yun. He could completely endure the aching pain to continue absorbing spiritual energy into his body. After a while of drawing spiritual energy from the seven luminaries herb, Ling Yun could confirm that his body had made progress. Not only had the speed of absorbing essence increased, but the amount of spiritual energy he could handle had also doubled compared to the last time. After such a long period of diligent practice, Ling Yun had finally entered the first level of body tempering. He threw the sandbag he was carrying on his back high into the air, then waited for it to fall before launching a powerful kick that sent the sandbag flying far away. Ling Yun's current strength was now somewhat acceptable. Next, he had to research and find a suitable weapon. At the same time, in Yin capital, a rich young master was throwing money around, enjoying the services of the girls he had hired. Just then, the young master's phone received a message. Someone had sent a picture of Ling Yun to this young master. The young master then suddenly flew into a rage, chased away all the scantily clad girls, and called a man named Chun Sun, cursing him out because Ling Yun was still alive and kicking out there. Hearing the young master yelling and screaming, Chun's son was startled because he himself had witnessed Ling Yun take a fatal hit from a truck. That young master Ling was pissed as hell. Chun's son had taken his money, yet he couldn't even handle the simple matter of dealing with Ling Yun properly. On the other end of the line, Chun's son swore that he had confirmed Ling Yun was dead. If he was still alive, it could only be that someone had saved him. Chun's son mentioned a person, a man who is said to have the ability to bring the dead back to life, and who was also living in seclusion in Qingshui City, where Ling Yun lived. The young master Ling immediately dismissed this possibility. He knew of that divine doctor with the surname Shui, but he could confirm that he couldn't bring the dead back to life, as rumored. Chun's son thought of another possibility. He thought of certain people, and it seemed they were the cultivators from legends. The Ling family and the Chun family were two of the top families in this country, so they knew much more than ordinary people. For example, they knew that cultivators truly existed. Some of these cultivators were hidden within ancient martial arts families, while others were members of reclusive sects in the Deep mountains. The young master Ling knew of those people. Even his grandfather had to be respectful when meeting a cultivator. Chinsen thought that they had accidentally bumped into Ling Yun and provoked a powerful cultivator. They were definitely screwed this time. But the young master Ling felt there was nothing to worry about. He didn't believe those cultivators would save a good-for-nothing like Ling Yun. Young master Ling told Chin Sun not to act again. He would handle the rest himself to be sure. After the young master Ling hung up, he remembered his father's words that although he was the direct grandson, it didn't mean the position of the next family head was definitely his. This Ling Hao's third uncle also chimed in, pretending to share Ling Hao's burden, saying that he had to compete for the position with too many brothers, even having to compete with his own younger brother. Ling Hao was confident that his third uncle only had one daughter, so he believed he would always support him. But guess what? On one occasion, Ling Hao accidentally found out that his third uncle had an illegitimate child. That third uncle was slapped by Ling Hao's grandfather, and he clarified that he didn't raise that child, but had abandoned the child in a desolate area as soon as it was born. But there was no way the old man would agree to this. He insisted on finding his lost grandson, and that grandson was none other than Ling Yun. From then on, Ling Hao knew about Ling Yun and found someone to have him killed. Ling Hao picked up the phone again, requesting the person on the other end to send an assassin to Qingshui City to find and finish off Ling Yun right away. Ling Hao even specifically instructed them to bring Ling Yun's body back for him to confirm. At the same time, Ling Yun was holding a fountain pen, trying to recall his flying needle technique. At his current realm, pinning a flying butterfly within a 10-meter range with a flying needle was as easy as turning his hand over. Moreover, with Ling Yun's medical skills, he could also use silver needles to save people. Ling Yun knew that right now, only silver needles were the most suitable weapon for him, but he couldn't find a set of flying needles to his liking. If he couldn't, but why on earth was Ling Yun taking out his school supplies in the middle of the night and sticking them all over the wall? Sometime after that, Ling Yun suddenly realized that mortals in this world also had a limited level of acceptance, so he could no longer blatantly train his physique in broad daylight. But it was hard not to attract attention, as Ling Yun had now successfully completed his weight loss campaign, revealing the good looks that had been sealed behind a layer of fat. So he was very attractive to girls. As Ling Yun was strolling across the sports field, for some goddamn reason, some idiot whose name he couldn't remember ran out to pick a fight. Ling Yun didn't say much, grabbed the arm that was about to punch him, then swung his hand and slapped him so hard it was almost enlightening. It was clear that someone who was no match for him had jumped out, asking for a beating, so Ling Yun couldn't be blamed for shoving a lesson down his throat. Ling Yun didn't use any special moves, simply a series of slaps that made the guy's head spin. With one final slap, Ling Yun sent that Li Lei guy spitting blood and tumbling to the ground, then issued him a holy decree of one. Word, scram. Being beaten dizzy by Ling Yun made Li Lei even more furious. Instead of leaving, he recklessly charged towards Ling Yun. Ling Yun reached out and grabbed one of Li Lei's arms, then with a standard judo-like spin, threw the disrespectful Li Lei to the ground. Ling Yun left a threat that it's best not to touch him, and he would never look for trouble with anyone. But once someone actively asks for a beating, they can't blame him for being vicious. From up high, a purple-haired girl observed Ling Yun and found him extremely interesting. In the evening after class let out, Ling Yun remembered passing by a pharmacy, and today he wanted to go there to see if he could buy some silver needles. Just then, the girl who had been observing Ling Yun that morning suddenly called for him to stop. Ling Yun's first impression of this girl was truly huge. What exactly was huge? We don't know. Her appearance was undeniably beautiful, and with those endlessly long legs, she was simply perfect. The girl had to speak up and ask if Ling Yun had stared enough, and only then did Ling Yun snap out of it. She introduced herself as Shui Mining, then asked where Ling Yun wanted to go. Seeing Ling Yun say he wanted to buy some things, Mining immediately offered to go with him. This girl seemed anything but ordinary, and she was also extremely proactive in trying to seduce Ling Yun. Ling Yun, finding her a bit too bold, got a little nervous and quickly confessed that he was going to buy silver needles. He thought Mining wouldn't be interested in such things and would stop insisting on following him. Who would have thought Mining would still cling to him, refusing to let go? Ling Yun put on an expression that was hard to tell if it was dangerous or lecherous, saying he used the silver needles to poke many places. Wherever it hurt, he had to insert a needle. Yet, Mining invited him to her house, saying she had many such toys at home. Ling Yun knew well that good things don't just fall from the sky. Mining definitely had an ulterior motive for approaching him. Mining had to confess that her grandfather saw the video of Ling Yun running with a sandbag and was a little interested, so he wanted to meet him. As long as he could make the old man happy, Ling Yun could have anything he wanted. Mining explained that her grandfather was a doctor, so he would have any kind of silver needle he wanted. Therefore, Ling Yun should stop complaining and just go with Mining right away. In the taxi on the way to Mining's house, this girl constantly leaned against Ling Yun and continuously flirted with him. Then, she pretended to see something interesting on the side of the road. So she leaned over towards Ling Yun's window to look and, as if by accident, sat on his lap. Ling Yun didn't expect Mining to use such a cunning move. In such a sensitive position, how could he dare to move around recklessly? The car drove straight to the Qingxi Villa area and stopped. Before Ling Yun could figure out what was going on, Mining announced that they had arrived. It wasn't that Ling Yun was reluctant to part with the feeling of Mining sitting on his lap, but he told her to pay the taxi fare before getting out. But Mining got out of the car in a huff, slammed the door, declared she had no money, and told Ling Yun to pay for it himself. So that was that. Ling Yun had to pay up. What else could he do? It's not like he could use his kung fu to skip the fare. Ling Yun noticed that the spiritual energy around Mining's house was much denser than in other places. Moreover, the scent of precious medicinal herbs wafted through the air. This made Ling Yun even more curious about Mining's grandfather. Before entering the house, Mining didn't forget to remind Ling Yun not to cause any trouble and anger her grandfather. Ling Yun confidently asserted that he had never made anyone angry before. He probably forgot about Mining's attitude just now, and all the people he had thoroughly thrashed. Mining led Ling Yun to meet her grandfather. Although the old man's hair was completely white, his skin was still quite smooth. The old man invited Ling Yun to sit down, then had Mining go make tea for the guest while he talked with Ling Yun. Ling Yun secretly assessed Elder Shui before him. On the outside, the old man had a strong body and excellent spirits, but on the inside, it seemed there was something wrong with Elder Shui's lungs. Ling Yun asked Elder Shui with concern. He saw the old man just had a bout of dry coughing, which suggested his lungs weren't in good shape. Elder Shui didn't want to talk much about it. He had called Ling Yun over today because he wanted to meet and talk with him. Elder Shui had heard a rumor that when Ling Yun was running with a large sandbag on the school grounds, after coughing up a mouthful of blood, it was as if he was blessed by a deity, and his strength suddenly became as great as an elephant's. Elder Shui was extremely curious about this, so he hoped Ling Yun could explain it to him. A little. Elder Shui asked for permission to take Ling Yun's pulse. Afterwards, he was startled to find that his pulse was several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. Furthermore, he also saw a problem with Ling Yun's Yang Qiao meridian. This made him feel just as strange because theoretically, Ling Yun should have been weakened. This time, it was Ling Yun's turn to be surprised. He didn't expect that Elder Shui could diagnose his body after just a brief observation. Ling Yun thought to himself, if just an old physician was this formidable, then wouldn't the top masters of this world be comparable to Ling Yun in his previous life? Elder Shui began to probe. He asked if Ling Yun had met any strange people or eaten anything strange, but Ling Yun had only met friends and eaten canteen food. In the end, Elder Shui didn't find anything unusual that Ling Yun had done. So, to sum it up, the issue could only be with the mouthful of blood he coughed up. Ling Yun didn't know how to properly explain it to the old man. If he said that he had used spiritual energy for marrow washing and meridian cleansing, he was afraid he would scare the old man to death. At this moment, Mining returned with the tea. She asked what Ling Yun's problem was and whether the medicine Elder Shui had prepared could treat it. But Elder Shui felt, what was there to treat? Ling Yun's body was as strong as an elephant. The remedy he had originally prepared would be useless. It was unknown why Elder Shui paid special attention to Ling Yun and even wanted to concoct a prescription to treat some illness of his, but it was no longer useful now. This Ling Yun was quite easygoing. He didn't bother to wonder why a stranger like Elder Shui was paying such close attention to him, and even felt that this old Chinese doctor was very kind-hearted. Ling Yun stated that he came here today to ask for something from Elder Shui. Specifically, he wanted to ask for some silver needles. Ling Yun asked for a total of 9 needles, describing their specific names and lengths in great detail. Ling Yun had only described half of them when both Elder Shui and Mining were startled, because what Ling Yun wanted was a set of the spiritual pivot 9 needles. Mining and Elder Shui couldn't believe it, and had to confirm once more if Ling Yun really wanted the spiritual pivot 9 needles set. Seeing Ling Yun affirm that he knew what he wanted, Elder Shui became even more excited that the young man before him could grasp the essence of the spiritual pivot 9 needles theory. In a Huangdi Neijing that Elder Shui had read, it mentioned that the human body has 9 great spiritual pivots, which help the 8 extraordinary meridians to function. And the spiritual pivot 9 needles involved inserting needles into those important acupoints, which could save a life no matter how severe the injuries were. In Ling Yun's mind, the spiritual pivot 9 needles was just an ordinary acupuncture technique. How could he know that this technique had been lost to the world for several hundred years? Mining absolutely refused to believe it. She grabbed Ling Yun by the collar and called him a liar. She didn't believe that someone who was only in his teens could possibly master a high-level technique like the spiritual pivot 9 needles. Seeing Mining like this, Ling Yun wasn't annoyed, but simply said he could prove to her that he wasn't lying. Ling Yun got straight to the point. He deduced that Elder Shui's constant dry cough looked like a respiratory problem, but the issue actually lay with his heart. Elder Shui was extremely surprised. Ling Yun hadn't even taken his pulse, yet he was able to diagnose his condition. How talented! Ling Yun declared that he came to this conclusion by observing Elder Shui's tongue. Elder Shui's heart was a bit overstimulated, which in turn put pressure on his lungs, causing him to cough frequently. As for why his heart was overstimulated, that was easy to explain. It was because he ate too many nourishing supplements. This made Mining curious. She didn't understand why her grandfather would eat so many supplements that he made himself sick. After asking for Elder Shui's permission, Ling Yun revealed to Mining that there was another living thing inside Elder Shui's body. This truth made Mining even more flustered. How could there be another living thing inside Elder Shui? Could it be that her grandfather didn't deworm regularly? Elder Shui recounted that 40 years ago, in his search for the supreme medical path, he had ventured into the Miao territory and accidentally saved a young Miao maiden. The maiden Elder Shui saved was no ordinary person. She was a holy maiden of the Miao tribe, well-versed in the medical arts, and also a master of profound Gu techniques. At that time, Elder Shui stayed at the girl's place for a while to study medicine, until he felt his medical skills could no longer improve and decided to leave. The problem was during this intimate time together, the holy maiden developed feelings for Elder Shui. But Elder Shui certainly couldn't stay, because at that time, he already had Mining's grandmother, and Mining's father had already been born. That being said, it would be unbelievable if Elder Shui didn't develop any feelings while living with the Miao Holy Maiden. Unable to persuade Elder Shui to stay with words, the Miao Holy Maiden decided to drug him. After that, the inevitable happened. Elder Shui couldn't resist, so he had no choice but to lie back and enjoy it. Seeing the way Elder Shui shyly recounted this part to his granddaughter, Ling Yun felt that he probably wished he could be forced like that a few more times. But it wasn't like Elder Shui got away scot-free after taking advantage of the Miao Holy Maiden. He had the heart-devouring forget-love Gu planted in him. Once afflicted with this toy, the two people could never forget their love for each other in their entire lives. Hearing this, Mining became curious. The Miao Holy Maiden must have been very beautiful. So why didn't her grandfather just bring her home to make things simple? Simple, my ass. Elder Shui had surely thought about it, but he was definitely too scared of Mining's grandmother to have the guts to do it. Elder Shui took the opportunity when the Holy Maiden let her guard down to sneak away from the Miao territory. Because Elder Shui had no way to completely eliminate the Gu worm in his body, he could only continuously consume nourishing herbs to suppress it. Of course, the Miao Holy Maiden did go looking for Elder Shui, but she ran into Mining's grandmother. Elder Shue didn't know what his wife and the Miao Holy Maiden talked about, only that the Holy Maiden returned to the Miao territory afterwards and never appeared again. As for breaking the goo worm curse in Old Man Shue, his wife said that this was the debt he had to pay for his philandering past, so she completely ignored him. That's basically the history of Old Man Shue's illness, and now he has to rely on Ling Yun to showcase his skills and help him. Old Man Shue took out a wooden chest and placed it in front of Ling Yun, then opened it to reveal another layer, a spirit jade box. The silver needles were stored inside it. Before Ling Yun could even begin the acupuncture, Mainyang hugged his waist and softly pleaded for him to help with her grandfather's condition, causing the young man to blush in embarrassment. One moment she was asking sweetly. The next Mainyang was threatening that if Ling Yun wasn't careful, he would have to face the consequences. Old Man Shue was a bit intimidated. He asked Ling Yun if he needed to move to another place for the acupuncture, but he declined. It was fine for Old Man Shue to just take off his shirt right here in the garden. Ling Yun felt that this was not difficult at all. Next, he just needed to channel spiritual energy into the needle and insert it into the correct acupoints for Old Man Shue. But an unexpected problem arose. For some reason, Ling Yun couldn't mobilize the spiritual energy in his body. He had even tried all sorts of incantations, but there was no sign of anything. This was getting a bit tense. Ling Yun had boasted too much earlier, and it would be very embarrassing to fail now. Ling Yun looked around for a moment and came up with a solution. He could draw spiritual energy from the needle box into his body. From there, he could stimulate the flow of his internal spiritual energy for use. This method indeed worked. Ling Yun planned to perform acupuncture on the meridians to temporarily suppress the goo worm for 2 months, then use that time to treat Old Man Shue's lungs to alleviate his chronic cough. Ling Yun continuously inserted several needles into the acupoints on his back. The last needle even made Old Man Shue jolt up in pain, after which he coughed violently and vomited a mouthful of blood. Seeing her grandfather cough up blood, Mainyang hurriedly ran over to check on his condition. Although Old Man Shue had just coughed up blood, his spirits were extremely high. He had just experienced the legendary spiritual pivot 9 needles. After feeling his body was clearly much healthier, Old Man Shue told Ling Yun that once he removed the needles, he could take the entire set for himself. At this point, Old Man Shue believed that only Ling Yun was skilled enough to use that set of needles. If he didn't give it to him, was he supposed to keep it at home as a decoration or something? Ling Yun was overjoyed at this. Just by performing a little acupuncture on Old Man Shue, he had obtained a whole set of needles to his liking. It was more than a bargain. Mainyang put on a sulky face, pointing out that Ling Yun had received a gift but hadn't said a word of thanks. But she had just walked right into a trap because Ling Yun had just treated her grandfather, and he hadn't heard Mainyang say thank you either. Being called out, Mainyang was embarrassed and mumbled her thanks. Ling Yun wanted to tease her a bit more, but Mainyang suddenly went into roaring lioness mode, twisting Ling Yun's ear so he didn't dare to resist. Ling Yun decided not to bother with Mainyang anymore and instead turned to Old Man Shue, saying he had another favor to ask. That girl, Mainyang, was very keen on picking a fight with Ling Yun, again mocking him for being given an inch and wanted to take a yard, and so on. Ling Yun wanted to ask Old Man Shue for a normal set of silver needles to use to save him the trouble of buying them outside. If it were something valuable, it might be difficult, but Old Man Shue had plenty of normal silver needles. He generously said Ling Yun could have 10 sets if he wanted. That's for sure. Old Man Shue took out a super large and complete set of silver needles to give to Ling Yun. This was the set that Old Man Shue normally used in his practice. Ling Yun tried to refuse, saying he only needed a normal set of silver needles. But Old Man Shue insisted that this set of silver needles would only show 100% of its power in Ling Yun's hands, so he felt it was very worthy. Ling Yun felt a bit embarrassed seeing Old Man Shue place so much faith in him. He didn't intend to use the silver needles to practice medicine and save people, but for self-defense. Mainyang suddenly changed the subject, wanted to ask Ling Yun when he could help force the goo worm out of Old Man Shue. Ling Yun promised that could be done in about 2 months. At the same time in the Miao territory, the Holy Maiden of the Miao tribe unexpectedly coughed up blood on the spot. She immediately guessed that someone must have tampered with the heart-devouring, love-forgetting goo, but she didn't believe anyone could do it. And even if someone could help Old Man Shue suppress the goo worm, the Holy Maiden of the Miao tribe had no intention of letting go. She immediately sat cross-legged on the spot and formed a strange hand seal, probably preparing to make old man Shui suffer greatly from afar. By a stream, a few sisters were surrounding a girl named Xiao Miao, wanting her to educate them on what the outside world was really like. And most importantly, were the men outside handsome, and could they compare to the guys in their village? Xiao Miao seemed to have had many opportunities to go out for work, so she told her sisters many interesting things about modern society. Just then, Xiao Miao sensed her grandmother calling her. She needed to return immediately for orders. It turned out that Xiao Miao's grandmother was none other than Miao Feng Wang, the one who went mad for love and placed the goo on old man Shui. When Xiao Miao returned, she saw Granny Miao coughing up blood from her mouth and ran over to ask if she was all right. Granny Miao didn't hide it, frankly saying it was a backlash from her life-bound goo worm being controlled. Xiao Miao felt her grandmother's stubbornness wasn't worth it. After all, several decades had passed, and it would be better for Granny Miao to retrieve the goo worm. Granny Miao immediately snapped at her granddaughter. She stubbornly insisted that since the life-bound goo worm was placed on old man Shui, it meant she would only love old man Shui for her entire life and would never change her heart, regardless of the methods. Xiao Miao had to quickly admit her mistake to calm her grandmother down. Granny Miao felt that the person who could suppress her goo worm must be a big shot. From such a distance, Granny Miao couldn't win against them. But Granny Miao had already locked onto the opponent's aura. She wanted Xiao Miao to go and deal with the opponent for her. Xiao Miao didn't think it was a good idea, since even her grandmother couldn't do anything to the opponent. Granny Miao asserted that there was no need to worry. The opponent only had advanced techniques, but their cultivation level was mediocre. Xiao Miao just needed to use goo arts to set an ambush for a sure win. And to ensure her granddaughter wouldn't be bewitched by men from the outside, Granny Miao warned her to use her as an example and not to trust any man. Xiao Miao obediently agreed, promising not to fall in love, but whether she could keep that promise remained to be seen. Elsewhere, a very stylish car screeched to a halt in front of a luxurious restaurant. From the car, Xuanning and Ling Yun stepped out, making the valet at the door feel as if a jasmine flower had been stuck in a pile of buffalo dung. Xuanning brought Ling Yun here on her grandfather's instruction to treat Ling Yun to a meal. And being treated to a meal, Ling Yun let himself go completely. He tossed all etiquette and manners aside and ate like a starving tiger. Xuanning was a bit curious why Ling Yun only took a set of silver needles as a reward after saving her grandfather. Xuanning was well aware that Ling Yun was the greedy type. There was no way he would be satisfied with just a set of silver needles. Xuanning couldn't help but provoke him, suggesting that Ling Yun probably didn't ask for anything because he didn't know who her grandfather was. Of course, Ling Yun knew. Old man Shui was surely a traditional Chinese medicine doctor with pretty good skills, and also an old man who abandoned his lover. This statement from Ling Yun was a bit of a sore spot regarding Xuanning's grandfather. Xuanning had a short fuse. Hearing Ling Yun's comment about her grandfather, she couldn't hold back and threw a punch, wanting to hit his mouth. But she stood no chance of hitting Ling Yun. He accurately caught Xuanning's hand and pulled her towards him. Ling Yun felt a playful urge to tease her and wanted Xuanning to pay up on the bet between them. Xuanning wanted to play dumb and pretend she didn't remember, so Ling Yun would have to remind her. You see, when Ling Yun had insisted that he could treat old man Shui, Xuanning didn't believe him at all. She threatened that if he couldn't do it, she would strip him naked and throw him into the water as fish bait. Ling Yun wasn't dissatisfied with Xuanning's aggressive attitude. He just asked in return what he would get if he succeeded. For some reason, Xuanning bet that if Ling Yun cured her grandfather, she would give Ling Yun a kiss. Xuanning was very cocky back then, so now Ling Yun was here to collect his debt. Ling Yun pulled Xuanning onto his lap and wanted his kiss right now. But just then, Xuanning found an excuse to postpone it. She demanded that they wait until Ling Yun completely cured her grandfather before settling it. Ling Yun saw no problem with that. It was just a 2-month delay, and he could wait. But Xuanning was in a real bind, about to lose her first kiss. In reality, Ling Yun pulled this move just to divert Xuanning's attention. He knew very well that old man Shui was no ordinary person. Otherwise, how could he own such a huge villa in a prime real estate area, and also have such a naturally imposing aura? If Ling Yun had demanded a large reward, then their connection would have been severed. By doing it this way, Old Man Shui would always remember the life-saving favor from Ling Yun. When he needed a favor, Old Man Shui wouldn't hesitate to help, thus maximizing the benefits. Just then, Xuanning suddenly tried to coax Ling Yun into teaching her the spiritual pivot 9 needles, making him unable to keep up with her rapid topic changes. Ling Yun had to use the excuse that the spiritual pivot 9 needles is a secret technique that cannot be passed on casually. In reality, there is no spiritual energy in this world, so Xuanning couldn't use it even if she learned it. But Xuanning absolutely refused to give up, whining that she must learn it no matter what. Ling Yun had no choice but to agree to Xuanning's request, but on the condition that he must assess her abilities for about 2 years. Seeing Xuanning complain that it was too long, Ling Yun bluffed that he himself had to go through 9 years of all sorts of arduous tests to learn the spiritual pivot 9 needles. Hearing that, Teet and Gung felt much more relieved. At least she wouldn't have to spend 9 years like Lang Van. Lang Van had wanted to use the excuse that one shouldn't force things to make Teet and Gung give up, but who would have thought she would become determined to pass Lang Van's assessment at all costs? After that, they had eaten their fill. Next, Teet and Gung wanted to take Lang Van on a shopping trip. Hearing this, Lang Van had to warn her beforehand that he didn't have any money. This wasn't a problem. Teet and Gung had already swiped her grandfather's black card, so she could just swipe for whatever she wanted without even looking at the price. Lang Van's eyes were opened. Teet and Gung's style was surprisingly similar to his. However, the journey wasn't smooth. They got stuck on the highway due to an accident up ahead. Lang Van observed that the situation looked very serious, and the traffic jam would probably last for a long time. Hearing this, Teet and Gung's inner doctor flared up, and she hurriedly pulled Lang Van over to check the situation, forgetting that they were just students, not doctors of any sort. When the two arrived at the scene, they heard people around them pointing at a car, saying it had run a red light, hit 3 people, and then crashed into another car before finally stopping. Among the victims was an old man who had been thrown a great distance, and it was unknown if he was still okay. As Teet and Gung called for Lang Van to hurry up and check on the victim, Lang Van suddenly felt that someone was watching him. That feeling of being watched only appeared for a moment, and right after, Lang Van couldn't sense anything anymore, making him question his own sanity and wonder if he had just imagined it. At the scene, someone was telling Teet and Gung not to mess things up. It was noted that Teet and Gung really wanted to save people, but her efforts were insignificant, as she had only finished an introductory course on simple pulse-taking and acupuncture. The old man lying on the ground was clearly very seriously injured. Teet and Gung's skill level was not yet enough to intervene. Just then, a young man approached, announcing that he was a surgeon and asked to examine the old man's condition. A quick check revealed that the old man was critically injured. If he didn't receive timely medical attention, it was feared he wouldn't make it. The problem, however, was that many streets were gridlocked, making it impossible for an ambulance to weave through and arrive quickly. The guy felt the situation was getting tense. If the old man didn't get surgery immediately, he likely wouldn't survive, but how could they perform surgery in the middle of the road like this? Teet and Gung was in a panic. She quickly turned around and begged Lang Van to hurry and save the man. Oh, this was simple. With a master-level divine doctor like Lang Van here, the old man wouldn't die. However, as Lang Van was about to check the old man's condition before starting, that surgeon grabbed his arm. He felt that Lang Van and Teet and Gung were just a couple of kids with no professional knowledge or experience, and if they touched the man, they might just make things worse, which would be a disaster. Hearing what that guy said, Teet and Gung knew this was not good. The real disaster would be if Lang Van got offended and refused to save the man. Sure enough, Lang Van immediately stood up and said petulantly that if he wasn't allowed to help, then the doctor should go save the man himself. Seeing Lang Van about to turn away, Teet and Gung quickly grabbed him and used her pleading tactic. Was Lang Van really going to watch someone die without helping? Lang Van then advised Teet and Gung to calm down, saying the old man wasn't in critical danger just yet, and that he would first go save the other injured people. First, Teet and Gung obediently followed Lang Van, first helping another girl who had a leg injury. Seeing the bloody scene all around made Teet and Gung feel queasy and uncomfortable, but Lang Van was cold and indifferent, completely unfazed. This was only natural. Back when Lang Van was in the cultivation world, he saw scenes of heads rolling and blood flowing as a daily occurrence. If he were still afraid of blood, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate to a pro level. After giving first aid to the injured girl on the road, Lang Van moved on to check the condition of another girl who had fainted in the driver's seat of a car. Lang Van used acupuncture on her acupoints to clear her qi and blood circulation, then left Teet and Gung to watch over her until she woke up. Over on the side, the surgeon saw that Lang Van could handle so many injuries in such a short time and immediately changed his attitude. At this point, you'd have to be a fool not to realize Lang Van had pro-level traditional medicine skills. After having sufficiently flexed his skills, Lang Van once again returned to the most seriously injured old man and offered to help. This time, that surgeon no longer had any objections about Lang Van's professional qualifications and even proactively offered to assist him. Lang Van didn't need much, only for the surgeon to make sure no one interrupted his first aid process. Lang Van took out the set of needles he had just been given by Elder Teet and began his work right away. Although the lack of spiritual energy support felt like something was missing, Lang Van thought that just by applying his acupuncture skills, he still had more than enough ability to save the man. Lang Van's hands didn't tremble or waver in the slightest, continuously applying needles to various points on the old man's body. This made the surgeon watching from behind even more startled. He couldn't believe that a kid who looked to be only in his teens like Lang Van could have such masterful acupuncture skills. Just then, the crowd of onlookers cried out in alarm when they saw Lang Van place a needle directly on the crown of the old man's head. They were afraid Lang Van would harm the old man's life and kill him. But Lang Van knew exactly what he was doing. The old man had a severe brain injury. If it didn't immediately apply acupuncture to the acupoint on his head, he feared the old man might suffer permanent damage, lose the ability to walk, or even never wake up again. The surgeon beside him was truly in awe. He had heard that even the nation's top divine doctors wouldn't dare to needle that acupoint on the crown of the head carelessly. Yet Lang Van had needled that very point without a hint of hesitation. And the truth proved that Lang Van's skill level was simply supreme. The old man hadn't woken up yet, but his finger had already twitched, which made all the witnesses incredibly impressed. After completing the rescue work, Lang Van was also completely drained. Using his ultimate technique without the support of spiritual energy was too exhausting. Just then, a young man with a flushed, angry face got out of the car that had caused the accident. Ignoring the female police officer who was telling him to stay put, he arrogantly declared that even if he had caused a death, he could pay for it. The female officer had no choice but to give up on this rich second-generation brat, who knew what these arrogant, privileged youths like him were capable of doing. What indeed? That young man walked up to the car of the girl who had been hit and repeatedly kicked the car's body to wake her up, all while yelling something about how no matter where she hid, he would hunt her down. It seemed the girl's family wanted to arrange a marriage with the young master's family, but the girl resisted and decided to run away. The young master felt that being unable to control this girl was too humiliating, so he had acted recklessly and caused this accident to block her path. At this moment, Teet and Gung stepped forward to stop the young master. The girl who was hit hadn't even recovered yet, and this guy was still causing trouble. The young master saw that Teet and Gung was beautiful and immediately had lecherous thoughts of forcing himself on her. But this guy had picked the wrong person. Messing with Lang Van's beauty meant he wouldn't be living peacefully anymore. Seeing Lang Van suddenly appear and ruin his mood, the young master got aggressive, throwing a punch at Lang Van while constantly screaming about teaching him a lesson and all that. The young master's fist came right up to Lang Van, who then, without a worry, dodged it with a slight lean, then reached out and tightly gripped his opponent's fist. Lang Van only squeezed his hand a little tighter and bent the young master's arm upwards, but the opponent was already screaming his head off. He followed up with another punch to the guy's face, shutting him up completely. The young master couldn't believe Lang Van actually dared to punch him. He threatened that his family would not let this matter go. Oh, Lang Van was so scared. He just had to kick this young master in the mouth one more time to feel less scared. At this moment, the female police officer finally ran over, intending to intervene and make Lang Van stop. However, before she even reached them, her body involuntarily froze in place. Lang Van had only given the policewoman a slight glare, but that was enough to make her tremble and not dare to take another step forward. The policewoman herself couldn't understand why she could be so frightened by the teenager in front of her. The girl driving the car that was hit also widened her eyes in disbelief that Lang Van dared to strike a member of the Sun family. That young master's family must be quite influential. In contrast, the people watching from the sidelines were extremely excited to see Lang Van giving the young master a beating. Normally, they were oppressed by powerful families and didn't dare to do anything. Now that someone dared to hit the scion of a major family, they were of course very happy and wanted to see more of it. And as it happened, Lang Van had just found a punching bag to relieve his stress, so he wasn't done hitting yet. He had to throw a few more punches to be satisfied. Just then, Teet Ngung shouted loudly at Lang Van, making him think Teet Ngung was having a saintly moment and wanted to ask for mercy for the guy who had just hit on her. But who would have thought that Teet Ngung was telling Lang Van to pause so that she could take a turn beating up the young master. Teet Ngung was still furious that the young master had dared to harass and try to have his way with her just now. Since that was the case, he couldn't blame her for beating him to a pulp, so he couldn't function anymore. The young master had just regained a bit of his senses when he saw Teet Ngung's fist coming right at his face. What followed was a flurry of punches and kicks. Teet Ngung beat him until his face was swollen all over. This fight made Lang Van genuinely scared. He told himself that in the future, it would be best not to provoke Teet Ngung into a rage, or he wouldn't be able to handle it. Just then, the girl sitting in the car called Lang Van's name and asked him to come over to her for a moment. Lang Van walked over to the girl sitting in the car as requested, taking the opportunity to ask if she had regained consciousness. This girl looked much better now. In that case, Lang Van could retrieve his needles. All right, but Ling Yun's posture was a bit sensitive, you know. He clung to the car and swung himself inside, just to reach his arm over to the side and pull the needle from the girl's neck. The distance between them was too close, making her heart pound like a running deer. Like a running deer. Looking back at Ling Yun, his expression was extremely serious. One might even say indifferent and cold, which greatly surprised her. In the past, without exception, all the men she had met would display a face and gaze full of desire to possess her. But Ling Yun was an exception. And just like that, by leaving such a deep impression, it would be hard for Ling Yun to escape this young lady. After retrieving the needle from the girl's neck, Ling Yun didn't linger and immediately wanted to go to the other injured people to collect all his silver needles. The girl had no idea that while Ling Yun appeared cold on the outside, he was actually burning up inside. There was no way Ling Yun wouldn't react to being in close contact with a beautiful woman. It was just that he was able to control himself. Just then, Ling Yun's hand was grabbed, making him wonder if his charismatic personality was so strong that it had completely captivated the young lady. The girl introduced herself as Zhuang Meifong and wanted to ask for Ling Yun's phone number. This was tricky, as Ling Yun didn't even have a phone yet. But when he said this, it made Meifong feel sad, thinking that Ling Yun didn't want anything to do with her. But right after, Ling Yun introduced the school he was attending and told Meifong she could find him there. Hearing this, Meifong was stunned to learn that Ling Yun was still just a student, yet his medical skills were so superb. Meifong thought it over and decided not to reveal her connection to Mei Na, because she had run away from her wedding today and feared the Zhuang family would no longer take her in. Meifong wrote her phone number on Ling Yun's hand, telling him that the young master of the Sun family would surely cause more trouble, and when that happened, he should call her for help. Ling Yun was surprised at how forward modern beauties were, hugging at the slightest opportunity. Ling Yun acknowledged Meifong's kind intentions, but she should worry about herself first. As for Ling Yun, he didn't fight that young master alone. Xuanning had also joined in the fun, so there was nothing to worry about. Speaking of Xuanning, the girl was getting annoyed watching Ling Yun and Meifong flirt, so she ran over, grabbed Ling Yun's arm, and announced that the ambulance had arrived. Ling Yun didn't pay much mind. Since the ambulance was here, they would just retrieve the silver needles and leave. But what the hell? At this moment, the female police officer from before jumped out and declared that no one was allowed to leave the scene. The policewoman used the excuse that Ling Yun and Xuanning had just assaulted someone, so they had to be taken to the station to resolve the matter. Xuanning found this unbearable. Just a moment ago, when that young master was rampaging wildly, she didn't go manage him, but now she jumps out to block the two of them. What was her deal? The doctor also stood up to defend them, saying that although it was wrong for Ling Yun to hit someone, he had also saved everyone here. He was willing to go to the station to report everything and that there was no need to detain Ling Yun. Seeing several people ganging up to pressure her, the female officer was choked up and couldn't say anything. Her colleague also came forward and advised her to let them go, since the young master only suffered some scrapes and bruises from the beating. However, the female officer whispered back that the young master had very powerful backing. If the police team didn't arrest Ling Yun, they would be the ones in trouble. So the female officer insisted on arresting Ling Yun no matter what. Seeing the other party being so stubborn, Xuanning was getting really annoyed, wanting to rush in and use her fist to knock some sense into the policewoman. While everyone was arguing loudly, Ling Yun acted like an outsider who didn't care at all. He walked over to the old man to check on his condition. By now, the old man had regained consciousness, and Ling Yun explained to him that because he received first aid in time, he would be fine. The people standing around saw that the old man had actually woken up and admired Ling Yun's abilities even more. They all spoke up for him, while also taking the opportunity to condemn the police for their biased practices, protecting the upper class who bully commoners, and so on. Ling Yun no longer cared about what was happening here. He took Xuanning's hand and pulled her away from this troublesome place. Even at this point, that female police officer still couldn't get it through her head and insisted on detaining Ling Yun. Ling Yun's patience also had its limits. Without saying a word, he simply pressed an acupoint on the female officer's leg. Immediately, she lost all her strength and was about to collapse, lucky that her colleague was beside her to catch her. But just a moment later, the female officer's soul nearly left her body. Why were Xuanning and Ling Yun getting into such a high-end, expensive car? This meant their family backgrounds were also not ordinary. The short-sighted female officer had just offended another powerful family. A long while later, Ling Yun was sitting in the car, out of breath, with a small mountain of newly bought items piled up in the back. Xuanning, however, thought nothing of it. A shopping trip like this wasn't even satisfying enough. Besides, she bought all these things for Ling Yun, so what was he complaining about being tired for? Moreover, Xuanning felt the most time-consuming part of shopping was because Ling Yun's physique was a bit plus-sized. It was difficult to pick out clothes for him. Ling Yun felt that was an easy problem to solve. Just wait a couple more months for him to lose weight, and once he had a chiseled body, they could go shopping again. What's the big deal? Xuanning didn't believe Ling Yun could transform his body in just 2 short months. Besides, she didn't mind Ling Yun's current figure at all. Being chubby was warm to hug. But Ling Yun felt he was being challenged. He would definitely lose the weight and blow Xuanning's mind. Just then, someone called Xuanning's phone. The person on the other end was Li Qingchuan, and Xuanning seemed to really dislike this name. That young master called Xuanning just to ask what birthday gift she wanted him to get for her. But Xuanning was dismissive. Whatever Li Qingchuan bought, she would dislike it. That was her attitude, but it couldn't affect Li Qingchuan's determination. He felt it was fine if Xuanning couldn't choose. He would just buy everything and give it all to Xuanning on the day. Xuanning was helpless. She wanted to know what he liked about her, so she could change it, which made Ling Yun unable to hold back his laughter. But the sound of Ling Yun's voice also carried through the phone for Li Qingchuan to hear. Seeing this, Xuanning took the opportunity to strike at him, saying that she and that person had been out eating and shopping all evening. Li Qingchuan's jealousy flared, wanting to know what relationship the person with Xuanning had with her, to which Xuanning replied that he was her boyfriend, leaving Li Qingchuan stunned. Afterwards, Li Qingchuan kept trying to figure out who had captured Xuanning's heart, but he couldn't think of anyone. This guy called Tang Man wanted to ask him to find out who had gotten close to Xuanning. But this Tang Man had no idea he was being asked to investigate Ling Yun, so he took on the big task of solving this for Li Qingchuan. Good job, kiddo. This is basically serving up a punching bag for Ling Yun to practice on. After provoking Li Qingchuan, Xuanning turned to plead with Ling Yun, asking him to pretend to be her boyfriend, but Ling Yun refused flat out without a second thought. Ling Yun knew Xuanning's family background was anything but ordinary. For that Li Qingchuan guy to be so persistent and clingy, it could only mean that his family was no slouch either. If Ling Yun agreed to be her fake boyfriend, Xuanning would surely be harassed by a bunch of troubles. But Ling Yun had underestimated Xuanning's level of charm. She used her ultimate pouting technique, listing how many things she had bought for Ling Yun, and that she intended to buy even more. It must be said that Xuanning had a perfect grasp of Ling Yun's greedy psychology. Just a few sweet words, and Ling Yun's heart softened immediately. Despite this, Ling Yun still wanted to set a specific time limit for this arrangement. Xuanning promised it definitely wouldn't take long, just until that Li Qingchuan guy got tired and gave up. Ling Yun thought to himself that Li Qingchuan was as persistent as a leech. There was no way he would give up so easily. Hey, wait a minute. Ling Yun discovered the key problem. If Li Qingchuan didn't give up, then he would have to continue playing the role of Xuanning's boyfriend. Suddenly, Ling Yun had a feeling that he had been tricked onto a pirate ship. What's up with that? Back at Qingshui High School, the evening classes had just ended. Sansan felt worried that Ling Yun didn't attend class, thinking he might be trying to avoid her or something. Just then, a classmate ran up to Sansan and announced that Ling Yun was back. Ling Yun went straight back to the dormitory, but the most important thing was that he returned carrying a pile of expensive luxury goods, and he was also seen getting out of an Audi R8 car. When Sansan heard this bad news, she immediately jumped up. Right away, Sansan went to the male dormitory area to find Ling Yun, just in time to see Ling Yu also waiting there. As soon as they finished greeting each other, Ling Yun also walked out of the dormitory, greeted Ling Yu, and treated Sansan as if she were air. Ling Yu felt something wasn't quite right, and subtly reminded Ling Yun that Sansan was there. But before Ling Yu could finish his sentence, Sansan flew into a rage, grabbed Ling Yun's hand, and pulled him to a corner to talk. Sansan dragged Ling Yun to the sports field, then began to question him about skipping evening class and going shopping. Ling Yun paid no mind to Sansan's attitude, and also felt that he had indeed bought a bit too much stuff. But what could he do when the other person insisted he take it? Sansan still wanted to cling to a sliver of hope, asking if the person who took Ling Yun out was a man. But how could it be a man? If he said it was a man, Xuanning would probably pluck him clean. For sure. Sansan flew into a rage, grilling Ling Yun on whether he still wanted to take the college entrance exam or not, telling him to focus on his studies. Well, it was true that Ling Yun had no intention of skipping the college entrance exam. However, he also didn't understand what his relationship with Sansan was, that she kept trying to control him like this. Sansan couldn't take it anymore and threw a kick, wanting to beat Ling Yun up. But how could she possibly hit Ling Yun? He reached out and grabbed Sansan's leg, telling her to talk things out properly. The current pose between Ling Yun and San was extremely suggestive, you know. Not only were their bodies pressed closely together, but Ling Yun's hand was also grabbing one of Sansan's legs and lifting it high up while she was still wearing a short skirt. Forced into such an embarrassing position, Sansan's face turned beet red, and she hurriedly demanded Ling Yun let her go. But she wasn't ready to give in yet, so Ling Yun was determined not to let go. After all, he was the one with the advantage, and he was even getting to take advantage of her. By now, a large crowd of students from the school had gathered to watch the drama. They thought Ling Yun was pretty cool. Sansan had martial arts training, yet she still couldn't do anything to Ling Yun. Tang Ming appeared out of nowhere, clicking his tongue in praise of his boss's might, shamelessly bullying Sansan right in front of everyone. Although Tang Ming said he was there to watch the drama, he was actually calculating, looking for an opportunity to show his support for Ling Yun and leave a good impression while he was at it. The surrounding students didn't care what had happened. Just seeing the current pose of Ling Yun and Sansan was enough to make them eagerly wait for the drama before them to unfold. Sansan was extremely embarrassed by now. Gone was her previous aggressive demeanor. She softly pleaded with Ling Yun to put her leg down. She even told Ling Yun to lean in a little closer, saying she had a secret she only wanted Ling Yun to hear. Ling Yun actually believed her, and as he was leaning in, Sansan suddenly turned on him. She bit Ling Yun's hand hard, making him yelp in pain. Then, with a slight twist, she escaped from Ling Yun's control. After getting free, Sansan only threatened Ling Yun that if he skipped class again, she would bite him again, then called her friend to leave with her. At this moment, Ling Yu gently ran over to ask if her brother was okay. He wasn't really hurt, but having Ling Yu this close made Ling Yun quite happy. Ling Yun had consumed a lot of spiritual energy today, and it was a perfect opportunity to recover by relying on the spiritual energy automatically radiating from Ling Yu's body. Now it was Tang Ming's turn to enthusiastically run over and ask, but Ling Yun immediately told him to stay 3 meters away. Tang Ming wasn't offended and asked if Ling Yun and his sister needed a ride home, since Ling Yun's house was quite far from the school. Hey, someone was volunteering himself as a driver, so why would Ling Yun hesitate to accept? Tang Ming drove a luxury car, taking the two siblings to an old residential area. According to Ling Yun's directions, this was his neighborhood. This place was too dilapidated and old. Ling Yun felt that his house, compared to Shui Lao's, was like the difference between heaven and earth. Ling Yun silently vowed that very soon he would move his mother to a luxurious place like Shui Lao's. For now, setting such a goal was enough. Next, the two siblings went inside the house first, leaving Tang Ming to unload things from the car. The debaucherous young master Tang Ming, by following Ling Yun, immediately got to experience the life of a manual laborer. Tang Ming originally wanted to yell out a complaint, but Ling Yun threatened to kick him out and not invite him in as a guest, so Tang Ming became much more obedient. At the same time, inside the old clinic, an old man named Tian Badeo was telling a pink-haired lady that this clinic didn't meet quality standards. He feared that in a few days, the inspection team would come and shut this clinic down. The old man was implying that if she just asked him for help, he would assist by talking to the inspection team for her. However, from beginning to end, the pink-haired lady only paid attention to the computer in front of her, not bothering to say a single word back to Tian Badeo. This made him so angry from being ignored he could spit blood. Tian Badeo didn't give up. He hinted that if the lady agreed to be his mistress, he would guarantee everything for her. Right at this moment, Ling Yu ran in from the door, calling a lady mom. The lady didn't seem surprised at all, because Ling Yu had called ahead to let her know. But when she ran into the room, she caught the attention of that man, Tian Badeo. Following her, Ling Yun also entered the room and greeted his mother. But Tian Badeo couldn't hold back anymore. He started asking Miss Qin if Ling Yu was her daughter. Tian Badeo's face clearly showed his lecherous intentions, and he even demanded Ling Yu come over so he could have a look. You want to look? Fine, but look at Ling Yun here. He stepped forward and declared that this Tian Badeo was definitely sick. Looking at the opponent's kidney-deficient appearance, Ling Yun guessed this guy's condition was due to excessive drinking and debauchery. Tian Badeo thought he was a big shot and arrogantly demanded an apology from Ling Yun, or else. But before he could say what or else would be, he got a fistful of Ling Yun right in the mouth. Just as Ling Yun was about to punch Tian Badeo a few more times, Tang Ming jumped out from nowhere, declaring he would do it for him. No sooner said than done. Tang Ming rushed in, punching and kicking continuously, not even giving Tian Badeo a chance to figure out the situation. Even Ling Yun didn't understand why Tang Ming was so aggressive. After being beaten up, it was as if Tian Badeo's brain still hadn't processed it, as he even asked Tang Ming back, "You dare to hit me?" Tang Ming didn't bother to waste time with this guy anymore, directly grabbing him by the collar and dragging him out of the house to get him out of sight. After returning, Ling Yun asked Tang Ming if he had some grudge against Tian Badeo, but there was nothing of the sort. It was just that Tang Ming saw Ling Yun take action and jumped in to join the fun. Ling Yun was speechless. Young people these days are way too aggressive. Ling Yun led Tang Ming over to introduce him to his mother as his classmate, who had also driven the two of them home. And Ling Yun's mother was very grateful that Tang Ming had just helped chase away that lecherous Tian Badeo. Seeing Tang Ming's completely smug expression, Ling Yun couldn't help but slap him across the face. Tang Ming also frankly commented that Ling Yun's mother was so beautiful that he was just a bit overwhelmed. Ling Yun's mother had to step in to mediate the atmosphere, inviting Tang Ming in for tea. This made Tang Ming feel like he had met a living saint. Ling Yun's mother was incredibly gentle, a world apart from her two children. And Ling Yu even smiled and invited Tang Ming in for tea, which made him want to cry with joy. Ling Yun wasn't so gentle, though. He ordered Tang Ming to go handle the lobster, or else he wouldn't be staying for dinner. But Tang Ming didn't care that Ling Yun was bullying him. He just felt that being able to stay for dinner with Ling Yun's family was the greatest happiness. While preparing dinner, Ling Yu was a little curious why their mother didn't intervene when Ling Yun hit someone earlier. But Ling Yun's mother didn't see anything wrong with it. That lecher deserved to be beaten. The mother also took the opportunity to advise Ling Yu that avoidance and tolerance wouldn't help her escape harm. If Ling Yu were ever bullied, she needed to learn to be fierce, first to protect herself, and then to teach the person who dared to bully her a lesson. Ling Yu took it all in, but she was also a bit curious. All this time, Ling Yun had always been bullied, yet their mother had never encouraged him to rise up and fight back. There was a reason for this. Ling Yun's mother felt that her son was intelligent, but held too many thoughts and worries inside, and it was better for him to experience things himself than to be reminded by others. She wanted to say more, but she trailed off, leaving her sentence unfinished, and told Ling Yu to go set the table. This made Ling Yu feel even more that something was not right with her mother today. Ling Yun's mother silently thought of a person named Tianya. Since that person disappeared, she hadn't eaten such expensive foods until now, when Ling Yun once again brought them home. Over with Ling Yun and Tang Ming. Tang Ming now understood why Ling Yun was always so greedy for money. It turned out his family was in dire financial straits. However, seeing Ling Yun's determined attitude about needing money made Tang Ming misunderstand that Ling Yun was subtly asking him to hand over money. Tang Ming's life had been extremely comfortable since birth. His family was wealthy, his clothes and lifestyle were all of the finest quality, and his pockets were always full, never knowing the feeling of lacking money. Tang Ming had always felt that what he had was a given, nothing special, until today when he learned about Ling Yun's family situation. Remembering how he had been constantly bragging about his billion-dollar car on the way, Tang Ming felt extremely ashamed for not considering others' feelings and only knowing how to show off himself. Although his heart ached as if it were being cut, and his eyes were filled with tears, Tang Ming convinced himself that taking out money to help a brother was a matter of course, especially since Ling Yun had actively asked for it. So, the young man declared with absolute certainty that when he got back, he would sell his car to give the money to Ling Yun. But Tang Ming was too naive and clueless. Ling Yun hadn't directly said he wanted to demand money from Tang Ming. He just wanted him to cooperate in making money. Tang Ming was overthinking it. Ling Yun wasn't that shameless yet. While it was true that Ling Yun had extorted money before, but those were just small, insignificant amounts. Ling Yun's plan was very simple: to use Tang Ming's reputation as a god of gamblers to set up a big game. This bet was aimed squarely at Ling Yun. He wanted Tang Ming to open a bet for everyone to see if he could get into university or not, and which one he could get into. Tang Ming felt there was no need for a bet. Ling Yun would obviously flunk. What else? Ling Yun couldn't help but smack Tang Ming on the head. He was aiming for Yinjing University. Tang Ming begged Ling Yun to wake up. Wanting to get into the top university in the country with Ling Yun's current academic rank of first or second from the bottom was like telling a joke. But might not be impossible, you know? Just recently, Ling Yun had stunned everyone with his burst of physical strength. Tang Ming suddenly felt that maybe Ling Yun could actually turn the tables. So he agreed to join this venture right away and was immediately pulled into a hushed conversation by Ling Yun about a plan. It's not clear how, but it'd be strange if Ling Yun's plan didn't end up getting someone in trouble. Just then, Ling Yu came over and told the two young men to stop thinking of mischievous schemes to harm people for now, and to go eat. During the meal, after just the first bite of food, Tang Ming was stunned on the spot. He couldn't believe this was a dish made by a doctor from a small clinic. With Tang Ming's status, it could be said that he had tasted no shortage of delicacies, so his culinary taste was not to be underestimated. Therefore, to evaluate Ling Yun's mother's cooking skills, one would have to bring a Michelin star here. Tang Ming didn't understand why such a talent wasn't being utilized and why Ling Yun's family accepted living in such an old place. Moreover, when facing Ling Yun's mother, Tang Ming felt he couldn't be the slightest bit flippant, even though he would normally still be carefree and casual even when facing his own grandfather. Tang Ming was certain that Ling Yun's mother's aura was anything but ordinary, making him become quite timid. Seeing Tang Ming sitting stiff as a log, Ling Yun didn't know what was wrong. His mother was even worried that the food didn't suit Tang Ming's taste. But not to mention Ling Yun's mother's cooking was incredibly delicious. Just seeing Ling Yun's glaring eyes was enough to make Tang Ming not dare to have any complaints. He had to praise it profusely. Ling Yun's mother also reminded him to eat a little more, saying he looked much thinner lately. That was a given, as Ling Yun was on a weight loss regimen. Ling Yun's mother, however, saw it as a matter of course, feeling that if Ling Yun lost weight, his clothes would also look better on him. Ling Yun thought he would have to go to great lengths to explain all the reasons, but unexpectedly, his mother accepted it so easily. Moreover, Today, Ling Yun came home with a pile of designer goods and had even gotten into a fight. Compared to the previous Ling Yun, he was a completely different person, yet his mother didn't seem to find anything unreasonable about it. However, Ling Yun wasn't suspicious either, figuring that since his mother raised 2 children alone, her ability to accept things was stronger than other mothers, which made sense. After the meal, Tang Ming left, even saying he wanted to come back to freeload another meal next time. Ling Yun didn't stop him. As long as Tang Ming worked for him, letting him freeload a few meals was not a problem. Right now, Ling Yun also had an urgent task for Tang Ming. He wanted to rent a house to live alone, as long as it was near the school, quiet, and with few people to disturb him. Ling Yun likely wanted this to have a private space to cultivate comfortably, but how could Tang Ming understand that? In his mind, he only thought that Ling Yun wanted to rent a private house to conveniently bring his girlfriend over to do things. Ling Yun was sure that this Tang Ming fellow was misunderstanding him, but he let it be. As long as the other party excellently completed the assigned task, it was fine. Night fell, and Ling Yun announced he wanted to go out for a run. His mother just told him to remember to come back early. Ling Yun wanted to go to the riverbank where the branch of the 7 Wonders herb grew. It would take 50 minutes to get there by car, but now he was just running, and he also wanted to return early to avoid making his mother and sister worry. So he had to speed up. However, he overdid the speeding up a bit. Ling Yun's running even surpassed the speed of a car. The driver even thought his eyes were playing tricks on him when he saw a shadow flash past his car. It only took Ling Yun 40 minutes to reach the riverbank, and he still had energy to spare, so he stripped off all his clothes and jumped into the river to swim a few laps to warm up. After completely exhausting the remaining spiritual qi in his body, Ling Yun returned to the riverbank, went to the branch of the 7 Wonders herb, and sat cross-legged, down to prepare to advance to the 2nd level of the body-tempering realm. Once he entered the 2nd level of the body-tempering realm, Ling Yun's body would be greatly strengthened, and the amount of spiritual qi he could absorb into his body would also increase. Streams of spiritual qi poured out from the 7 Wonders herb as if they were alive, jostling to enter Ling Yun's body, assisting his breakthrough process. Everything went incredibly smoothly. It didn't take Ling Yun much time to reach the 2nd level of the body-tempering realm. Moreover, as soon as he successfully advanced, Ling Yun discovered that a portion of immortal spiritual qi had accumulated in his body, which was the thing that had protected his primordial spirit during the transmigration. Successfully, Ling Yun originally thought that the immortal spiritual qi had been completely consumed, but unexpectedly, a portion of it was still hidden within his body. Although Ling Yun couldn't control that immortal spiritual qi at the moment, it could still provide a lot of support when Ling Yun cultivated. But brimming with the will to cultivate, Ling Yun decided to continue studying his cultivation technique for a while. And once he entered a state of cultivation, he completely lost track of time. By the time Ling Yun came to his senses again, the sky was already bright. After regaining his composure, Ling Yun remembered that his mother and sister were waiting at home. If he didn't hurry back now, his whole family would be worried sick. At the same time, in a small alley, a pregnant woman was being blocked by a group of thugs. These guys were acting like hooligans, not allowing the woman, Lu Li, to be a street vendor here. And just at that moment, Ling Yun happened to run past this area and saw everything. The thugs were still unaware, continuing to pressure Lu Li, saying that if she wanted to stay and sell her wares, she had to pay them a protection fee. Lu Li had no money to give to those thugs. All the money she had was saved for her husband's medical expenses. The gangster didn't let it go, demanding that if she couldn't pay with money, she could pay with something else. He wanted Lu Li to go to a bar with him for an intimate chat, after which she could sell whatever she wanted and he wouldn't bother her. This guy was beyond saving, not even sparing a pregnant woman. Lu Li made the excuse that she had to go to the hospital at night to take care of her husband to get away. But who would have thought that the guy would come up with the idea of going to the hospital to mess with her in front of her husband? Lu Li couldn't take it anymore. She swung her hand to slap the thug, but he easily dodged it. The vicious thug was about to raise his hand to hit Lu Li. But that was enough. The hero Ling Yun made his entrance, and just in the nick of time. Seeing Ling Yun suddenly appear and grab his hand, the thug yelled at him to get lost, saying he was Tian Bo Tao's nephew. Oh, an acquaintance of that old lecher. In that case, Ling Yun didn't hold back anymore, applying a bit of force and twisting the opponent's arm. Seeing Ling Yun dare to act against the thugs, Lu Li was extremely worried and advised him to leave quickly, saying that getting involved with these crooks would be a lot of trouble. But Ling Yun felt it was no problem. As it happened, he had just finished cultivating and needed a few punching bags to practice on. Hearing Ling Yun refer to them as punching bags, the thug became furious and ordered his underlings to advance and gang up on Ling Yun. The underlings did have weapons on them, but they couldn't do anything to the bare-handed Ling Yun. He reached out and twisted the wrist of one who was charging with a dagger at him, then kicked him in the chest, sending him out of the fight. The leader, from who knows where, pulled out an iron rod and launched a sneak attack from behind Ling Yun. Seeing the iron rod, Ling Yun became even more excited. It was perfect. He needed to test how much his body had been improved after cultivating again. Ling Yun punched his fist straight into the iron bar, causing it to rebound and hit the lead thug straight on the head. Although Ling Yun's hand wasn't injured, it still felt a bit sore after the punch. He still needed a lot more practice. Lu Li worriedly came over to ask if Ling Yun was okay, but he was just playing around a bit, so how could anything be wrong? As for the young men who were playing with Ling Yun, they were all lying on the ground, unconscious. While Lu Li was still pondering something, a sudden dizziness overcame her. Ling Yun moved to support Lu Li and immediately asked if she had recently been feeling unwell, with headaches and a rapid heartbeat. If this condition continued, Ling Yun was worried the baby in Lu Li's womb would be in danger. Hearing this, Lu Li was so worried she started to cry, not knowing what to do. Ling Yun advised Lu Li to calm down and mentioned that his family runs a clinic, telling her to remember to come by in the evening so he could give her a thorough health checkup. Lu Li was extremely surprised. This meant Ling Yun was saying he would personally treat her. And that wasn't all. Ling Yun then pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and gave it to Lu Li. How could Lu Li accept this? She and Ling Yun were complete strangers. How could she let him help her so much? But Ling Yun insisted that Lu Li take the money to pay for her husband's hospital bills first, since she had no way of earning money at the moment. Lu Li understood this, so she accepted Ling Yun's kindness. Ling Yun advised Lu Li to take the opportunity to go home and rest well for her pregnancy. Doing a good deed made Ling Yun feel incredibly refreshed, but that was immediately followed by a sharp pain in his heart, because that was all the money he currently had. Ling Yun felt that the price for a kind heart was too high. Just then, Ling Yun heard the groans of the thugs waking up. He walked over and woke them up, telling them not to even think about faking unconsciousness in front of him. Ling Yun raised his fist, making the thug tremble, thinking he was about to get beaten again, but that wasn't it. It was just that Ling Yun's hand had become red and swollen from the impact, so he wanted some money for medical compensation. The thug was dumbfounded. To be precise, his side was the one that needed medical money. But seeing Ling Yun's fist ready to strike, what thug would dare to talk back? He obediently handed over the money to Ling Yun, of course. On Lu Li's side, after returning home, she felt extremely troubled in her heart for having been helped so wholeheartedly by Ling Yun. She recalled her husband once telling her that they had a family heirloom several hundred years old, and if things got too desperate, she could sell it to cover living expenses. Her husband had advised her not to feel too bad about the treasure. It was just something taken from an ancient tomb and couldn't be more important than family. After thinking it over, Lu Li decided to take out the treasure. It was an incredibly exquisite calligraphy brush. Lu Li planned to give it to Ling Yun as a gift, hoping he wouldn't dislike such an item. When Ling Yun arrived back at his front door, he saw Ling Yun had been waiting there for some time. She was extremely worried when her older brother didn't come home all night. Ling Yun had already thought of an excuse, explaining that he was too tired after jogging, so he just passed out and slept soundly on a patch of grass. The reason was a bit lame, but Ling Yun didn't see any problem with it. She hugged Ling Yun, begging him not to train so recklessly. After all, Ling Yun's current physique was already very nice. As Ling Yu pulled Ling Yun into the house, their mother happened to be sitting on the sofa. Ling Yun was still awkwardly wondering how to explain it to his mother, but she acted completely normal. She only told Ling Yun that next time he didn't come home, He should at least call Ling Yu so the girl wouldn't worry. Ling Yun felt that something wasn't right. His mother was too indifferent, not at all curious about what he had been doing all night. A while later, after Ling Yun had finished showering, Ling Yu brought new clothes into his room. Ling Yu suddenly grew curious. Her brother had brought home a wooden box yesterday, but she still didn't know what exactly it was. Just then, Ling Yun turned his head, and his gaze landed on the rolling mountains before him, causing him to blush beet red and choke on a cough. Violently, Ling Yun had to quickly change the subject, telling Ling Yu that if she was curious about the box, she could just open it and see. Ling Yun felt that his things were also Ling Yu's things. So, if his little sister was curious and wanted to see the box, she should just go ahead and look. Receiving her brother's permission made Ling Yu extremely excited, and she immediately took the box out to examine. Ling Yun's mind, however, was now wandering. He imagined that if Ling Yu were in the cultivation era, wearing cultivator's robes, she would surely look no different from a fairy. Then, Ling Yun thought about how Ling Yu would definitely have to pair up with some young man in the future, and just the thought of it made him feel upset. He didn't want to give his precious little sister to anyone else. At this moment, Ling Yu opened the wooden box, only to find a jade box inside. That was very eye-catching. Not only was it eye-catching, but Ling Yun also observed that the jade box was automatically absorbing the spiritual energy radiating from Ling Yu's body. Ling Yun immediately held Ling Yu's hand to continue observing, and then realized that the jade box was an item capable of containing spiritual energy. As for Ling Yu, she didn't understand what her brother was doing, grabbing her hand and insisting that she hold the jade box tightly. Ling Yu nervously asked Ling Yun, but at this moment, Ling Yun had focused all his attention on the jade box. He discovered that the closer Ling Yu got to the jade box, the faster its rate of absorbing spiritual energy became. This was an incredibly timely discovery, as Ling Yun had been worried that the spiritual energy of the 7 luminaries herb would dissipate into the surroundings. But now that he had this jade box, he could collect the spiritual energy inside and just take it out whenever he wanted to use it. To Ling Yun, this was no different from always carrying an infinite spirit-gathering talisman with him. Ling Yun was overjoyed and hugged Ling Yu tightly. It was thanks to her that he had discovered the function of the jade box. It was a good thing Ling Yu was curious to see that jade box. Otherwise, Ling Yun was planning to sell it for money. However, Ling Yun didn't notice at all that Ling Yu was experiencing a lot of strange emotions at that moment. A while later, while eating, Ling Yun was lost in thought. He felt he needed to explain some things to his mother and Ling Yu, at least how he had suddenly come into so much money. Ling Yun felt extremely guilty for lying about everything to his mother and sister. Ling Yun decided to ask his mother to let him look after the clinic in the afternoon, also asserting that he knew how to treat some common illnesses. His goal was to pique his mother's curiosity, so she would ask him in return how he knew how to treat diseases. Once she did, Ling Yun would use Old Master Shui as a cover, just blaming it all on the old man teaching him. However, Ling Yun couldn't have guessed that his mother wouldn't ask anything about it, only agreeing to his proposal and wanted to go out shopping with Ling Yu to buy Ling Yun a few sets of clothes. Things not going according to plan left Ling Yun speechless for a moment. He then declined, saying he had enough clothes for now, and that his mother should just buy things for herself and Ling Yu. Ling Yun's mother then said that she wasn't buying clothes for Ling Yun to wear now, but preparing in advance for him 2 months from now. Upon hearing this, Ling Yun choked on a cough. It was true that he was losing weight, but how could his mother possibly know that he had set a goal to achieve his best physique in 2 months? In the afternoon, Ling Yun saw his mother and sister off to go shopping, telling the two of them not to be frugal and that there was no need to hurry back early either. Returning to the clinic, Ling Yun took out his set of acupuncture needles, narcissistically wondering which lucky person would get to be treated by a medical immortal like him. However, Ling Yun waited for several hours straight, but the clinic remained as deserted as a ghost town. Not a single person came looking for him. Feeling embarrassed, Ling Yun had to find something else to do to relieve his boredom. It had been a long time since Ling Yun had played with his acupuncture needles, and he wondered if his proficiency had declined at all. He held several silver needles at once, then threw them to one side without even looking. The needles whizzed through the air, then accurately struck the acupuncture points on the diagram hanging on the wall. Seeing the needles embedded deep into the wall, Ling Yun felt quite satisfied with his current level of cultivation. It seemed he had recovered very well. Just at this moment, a stream of spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the top of Ling Yun's head, causing the spiritual energy in his dantian to stir up as well. Ling Yun couldn't understand what was happening. He hadn't done anything, yet the immortal spiritual energy was circulating automatically like this. He didn't understand what was going on, but the spiritual energy just kept circulating massively on its own within his body, and a small portion of it radiated outwards, creating a cool super scion effect. When the process of spiritual energy circulation passed, Ling Yun was overjoyed to find that he had broken through to the third level of body tempering. At the peak of his excitement, Ling Yun immediately thought of taking the opportunity to break through straight to the fourth level. However, he stood there circulating his energy for a long while until was sore, but still nothing happened. Ling Yun didn't quite understand that immortal spiritual energy had seemingly played hide and seek and disappeared somewhere, as he could no longer sense any spiritual energy at all. Ling Yun struck all sorts of wriggling poses like a worm and whatnot, but he still couldn't sense anything. Just at this moment, Luli arrived at the clinic right on schedule, startling Ling Yun, who was doing a handstand, causing him to fall flat on his face. Ling Yun was incredibly embarrassed and had to make the excuse that he was practicing a difficult move, and that's why he fell. Luli reminded him of how he had once told her that this clinic could treat her condition, which was why she had come to see. This was just too perfect. Just when Ling Yun had no patience to display his talents on, Luli's arrival truly helped alleviate Ling Yun's boredom a great deal. Ling Yun pointed towards the patient bed in the corner of the room, signaling for Lu Li to lie down on it. He was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. After all, the patient had to be settled on the bed to make acupuncture easier. Luli did as Ling Yun said and lay down on the bed, but she still couldn't suppress the nervous feeling that made her tremble all over. Ling Yun advised Lu Li that if she felt too tense, she should just close her eyes. If her eyes couldn't see, there would be nothing to be afraid of anymore. Besides, Lu Li also believed that Ling Yun was no ordinary person and that he surely had a way to treat her and make her healthy again. Lu Li had come at the perfect time. Ling Yun had just broken through to the third level of body tempering, which allowed his spiritual energy to easily adhere to the silver needles. With this slight boost, after Lu Li received acupuncture from Ling Yun, not only would her fetus be stabilized, but she would also basically no longer fall ill in the future. Half an hour later, the acupuncture procedure was complete. Lu Li could feel her body become exceptionally light. Ling Yun also confirmed that the fetus was healthy and there was nothing to worry about anymore. This was the best news Lu Li could have hoped to hear. To her, the baby in her womb was more important than anything. Lu Li took out a calligraphy brush she had prepared beforehand, wanting to gift it to Ling Yun as a token of her gratitude. Ling Yun had originally wanted to refuse, but when he came into close contact with the brush, he felt the immortal spiritual energy in his body begin to stir in motion. As soon as he held the calligraphy brush in his hand, Ling Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. The calligraphy brush was voraciously absorbing his immortal spiritual energy. Ling Yun was in a panic now. If he didn't handle this quickly, he would be sucked dry by that calligraphy brush. However, the problem was that even though he let go of his hand and struggled in every way possible, the brush was as if glued to his hand. There was no way to get it off. Seeing Ling Yun's strange actions, Luli was also bewildered, not understanding what was happening. A moment later, it seemed the calligraphy brush had absorbed its fill of immortal spiritual energy and no longer reacted. But it couldn't just end like that. Ling Yun began to torment the calligraphy brush in return, wanting to reclaim his portion of immortal spiritual energy. Luli, standing to one side, thought Ling Yun despised the brush and advised him to calm down, saying she would find another way to repay Ling Yun's kindness. However, Ling Yun adamantly insisted that he absolutely loved this calligraphy brush and that there was no need to take it back. Now the brush held Ling Yun's immortal spiritual energy. No one could even dream of snatching it from him. Next, Ling Yun saw Luli out, not forgetting to tell her to remember to find him for help if anything came up. After being left alone with the brush, brush. Ling Yun decided to take this little toy apart to see what the devil it was. He tried poking the palm of his hand with the tip of the brush and was surprised to feel a sharp sensation from the tip. He didn't know if this was a brush or a weapon anymore. As it happened, Ling Yun had some ink at home. He immediately took it out to see if this brush could be used or not. Very quickly, Ling Yun entered a completely different state, his spirit focused, his posture perfectly straight. The peculiar thing was that when the bristle tip of the brush touched the ink, it turned soft, making it extremely convenient for Ling Yun to flourish his calligraphy. Ling Yun then thought that in the future, he could use the brush to draw talismans. The brush was indeed a treasure, but Ling Yun still missed the immortal spiritual energy that had just been stolen from him, not knowing how to get it back. After a moment of dejection, Ling Yun came up with a countermeasure. He just needed to cultivate to the 4th level of body tempering, at which point he could actively control the spiritual energy in his body, and thus be able to retrieve the immortal spiritual energy. Just then, his phone rang incessantly, startling Ling Yun. He looked and saw that it was Xuanning calling. A moment later, Xuanning drove her Ferrari straight to the front of Ling Yun's house. But she would probably have to get the car's undercarriage serviced after this. The roads here were too dilapidated. Ling Yun came out to greet her, even teasing that if she was so worried about her car, Xuanning didn't have to come to his house. Just a moment ago, Xuanning had called Ling Yun to ask where he was, wanting to find him to hang out. Upon learning that Ling Yun was at home, Xuanning decided without a second thought to come over to his house right away, completely ignoring whether Ling Yun intended to refuse or not. Entering the house, Xuanning discovered that Ling Yun's family also ran a clinic, which meant their families were in the same profession. In the future, Xuanning could use the excuse of coming to the clinic to help in order to see Ling Yun. Ling Yun declined to comment, telling her that if she wanted to come to the clinic, she should go ask his mother for permission, as the clinic wasn't. Ling Yun's. Xuanning playfully asserted that Ling Yun's mother would surely agree, because she was Ling Yun's girlfriend, after all. At that, Xuanning pounced on and hugged Ling Yun, startling him. Ling Yun had to correct her immediately. They were only pretending. It wasn't a real romantic relationship, so why was Xuanning declaring it so boldly? But the more he protested, the more Xuanning used it as an excuse to say they had to act more convincingly, as that was the only way to make that guy, Li Qingchuan, give up on pursuing her. Taking advantage of Ling Yun's lack of resistance, Xuanning made an excuse that she had just noticed Ling Yun had dimples, and she had to touch them and take the chance to caress him a bit. Ling Yun tried to evade her and set a condition. If Xuanning wanted to touch him, she had to pay a fee, 10,000 per touch. Who would have thought that Xuanning would agree immediately without any hesitation? At the same time, a notification popped up on Ling Yun's phone. His account had received 10,000. This was no different from Xuanning buying Ling Yun's body, but a promise is a promise, and Ling Yun couldn't resist. Just as Xuanning was excitedly preparing to feel up Ling Yun's body, they heard Tang Meng coming in from outside. Tang Meng explained that he had run into Ling Yu and her mother at the shopping mall, so he gave them a ride home as well. Tang Meng and Ling Yu entered the room, just in time to see the very suggestive scene of Xuanning climbing on top of Ling Yun. Tang Meng was startled to see Xuanning there, while Ling Yun's mother just asked ambiguously what kind of game Ling Yun and Xuanning were playing. Xuanning immediately stood up properly, flashed a brilliant smile, and introduced herself as Ling Yun's girlfriend. Ling Yun couldn't even believe this was the same girl who, just seconds before, had the look of a rich madam wanting to claim his body. Ling Yun's mother welcomed Xuanning very warmly, even inviting her to stay for dinner. As for Tang Meng, he was completely frozen like a statue. He never imagined that Xuanning's mysterious boyfriend was actually Ling Yun. Thinking back, not long ago, Tang Meng had even promised Li Qingchuan that he would take care of Xuanning's boyfriend. But with that person being Ling Yun, how could Tang Meng possibly make a move? Besides, he didn't even have the guts to. Ling Yu was also stunned because she had no idea that Ling Yun had a girlfriend. At the hospital, the guy who had been thoroughly beaten by Ling Yun was lying on a hospital bed, covered in bandages. Beside him, a blonde-haired man was comforting him, saying he arrived late, causing his good brother to be beaten into such a state. He promised to find Ling Yun that very night to settle this score for his blood brother. The thug, though in immense pain, still managed to ask if Tion Badeo knew he had been beaten and why he hadn't come to visit yet. The blond man explained that Tion Badeo was busy and couldn't make it, and had left the matter for him to handle. After leaving the room of the thug, who was Tion Badeo's nephew, the blond man didn't leave the hospital immediately, but took the elevator to a higher floor and entered a room. The person lying in this room was none other than Tion Badeo. The last time, Tang Meng, assisting Ling Yun, had not gone easy on him at all. Tion Badeo heard that his nephew had also been given a beating by Ling Yun and would have to recuperate for a couple of months. He was so furious he was seeing red, wishing he could get revenge on Ling Yun immediately. The blond man hurriedly reported that he had already gathered their men and would go to Ling Yun's family clinic that very night to cause chaos, not stopping until they had broken Ling Yun's legs. However, Tion Badeo stopped this plan, as he knew Ling Yun was very difficult to deal with. Tion Badeo instructed the blond man to wait until Ling Yun returned to school before trashing the clinic, and to also capture his mother, Qin Shuyue, and bring her to him. Tion Badeo's plan was to use Qin Shuyue as a threat, so that Ling Yun wouldn't dare to resist anymore. Then, Tion Badeo could torture and humiliate Ling Yun to his heart's content to settle this grudge. At dinner time, Xuanning sat on one side, continuously putting food on Ling Yun's plate, while on the other side, an annoyed Ling Yu, not to be outdone, matched her piece for piece. The atmosphere during the meal was very strange. The air was thick with jealousy, along with glares that shot lightning bolts. The only victim here was Ling Yun. He felt like he was about to be assassinated by the two girls by being fed until his stomach burst. Tang Meng, sitting to one side, felt truly sorry for himself, as no beauty was putting food on his plate. In the end, it was Qin Shuyue who had to step in, putting a piece of food on her nephew's plate. After they finished eating, it was time for Ling Yun's group to head back to school. Xuanning stuck to Ling Yun like glue, not leaving his side for a moment, and assured Qin Shuyue that she would get Ling Yun back to school safely, adding that he had already experienced it a few times before. Ling Yu was annoyed by this, but she definitely didn't want to get into Xuanning's car, so she turned to Tang Meng and asked to ride with him. Just then, Ling Yun suddenly told everyone to stop, making Tang Meng want to cry his eyes out. His crush, Ling Yu, had only just agreed to ride with him after so much difficulty. But Ling Yun had no time to meddle in such childish matters. He could sense a killing intent in the air. Ling Yun urged Ling Yu to quickly get into Tang Meng's car and hide. Then, before Ling Yu could even ask what was happening, Ling Yun flashed and disappeared right before her eyes. Ling Yun appeared in front of his mother, telling her to hide for a moment because people were coming to cause trouble. Tang Meng, observing from the side, was shocked to see Ling Yun appearing and disappearing, wondering how Ling Yun could move at such a godlike speed. In Tang Meng's car, Ling Yu was extremely worried about Ling Yun and discussed with her mother that they couldn't leave her brother behind alone. However, Qin Shue asserted that Ling Yun would be fine, as if she knew a secret of her son's. Even Tang Meng was shooed into the car. Ling Yun didn't let him help fight because he wanted Tang Meng to properly protect his mother and sister. As for Xuanning, she had a ton of questions for Ling Yun, about him just flashing, how he would deal with the approaching enemies who sent those people, whether they had weapons, and so on. Ling Yun was at a loss with Xuanning. She didn't seem worried in the slightest, just asking all sorts of irrelevant questions, not wanting Xuanning to get involved. Ling Yun pushed her in her car and told her to also move a safe distance away. A few minutes later, a gang of several dozen thugs had gathered in front of Ling Yun's family clinic. They scouted the area and then reported to their blonde leader that although the door was unlocked and the lights inside were on, there was no one there. The blonde leader didn't see it as a problem, first ordering his men to go in and smash the clinic to bits, and they would look for the people later. The thugs immediately rushed into the house, smashing things and causing a total ruckus. The blonde man even thought that Ling Yun was unlucky for messing with someone he shouldn't have, which led to this situation. Just then, Ling Yun appeared out of nowhere among the thugs, saying he wanted to go into the clinic. When a thug tried to stop him, Ling Yun put on an incredibly innocent face and explained that he had never seen someone's house being trashed before, so he just wanted to watch for a bit. Just then, the blonde leader ordered them to let Ling Yun enter the clinic. He had received information that Ling Yun was a slightly chubby student, so he guessed that the person who just asked to enter the clinic must be Ling Yun. The leader wanted to let Ling Yun inside to see what tricks he could pull. In just a moment, the thugs had turned Ling Yun's family clinic into a war zone, with hardly anything left intact after being smashed. Just then, Ling Yun ran in with a panicked expression, telling the group to stop. A bald thug, not realizing the person who had just appeared was Ling Yun, was still looking around as he was told by him. Ling Yun pointed to the light bulb on the ceiling, suggesting that if they were going to smash things, they should be thorough. Why did they miss this one? This directly infuriated the thug. If they smashed the light bulb too, they wouldn't be able to see to do their job anymore. But the light bulb had to be smashed for Ling Yun to conveniently teach this group a lesson, right? He took out a silver needle. If this group didn't want to break the light bulb, then he would just do it himself. Ling Yun flicked the silver needle towards the light bulb, shattering it and plunging the entire room into darkness. The men waiting outside the door noticed the lights inside had suddenly gone out and hesitated, unsure if they should go in to check. However, the blonde thug in the lead decided to wait a little longer to see what would happen. The words had barely been spoken when a blood-curdling scream came from inside the clinic, followed by the bald-headed thug from earlier being sent flying out. Following him, one thug, after another, who seemed to have taken a short course in flying, flew out of the clinic in succession. These guys crashed into their comrades waiting outside, causing them to tumble to the ground as well. In just a moment, only the blonde-haired leader and a few men around him were still standing. The blonde-haired man hadn't even had time to process the situation when Lang Van also walked out from inside the clinic. Lang Van pointed directly at the blonde-haired man. He was quite sure this guy was the leader of this rowdy bunch and wondered what his name was. Before he could get an answer, another thug rushed forward, wanting to punch Lang Van in the face to quickly end things here. But was there any trace of fear on Lang Van's face? He was even wearing a murderous smile. The blonde-haired man wanted to call his men back, telling them not to be so reckless, but it was already too late. Lang Van threw a punch right into the man's chest, knocking him flat on the ground and even causing it to sink into the road's surface. Only then did the blonde-haired man realize he had picked on the wrong person. Seeing Lang Van continue to demand his name, the blonde-haired man hurriedly knelt, introduced himself as Dao Dung, apologized for messing with Lang Van, and begged him to let it slide this time, and so on. Lang Van slowly approached Dao Dung and asked him in return why he should spare this group of thugs. Dao Dung was now drenched in sweat. He thought to himself that he had to quickly find a way to appease Lang Van. Otherwise, the whole group would have no choice but to crawl out of here today. After that, the thugs had to do community service by cleaning up the clinic, which they had just wrecked beyond recognition a moment ago. As for Dao Dung, he begged Lang Van for his QR code, offering a respectful gift of 100,000 to soothe his spirits. 100,000 sounded acceptable, but only just. Lang Van was not yet satisfied. Dao Dung knew he had no room to negotiate and immediately revised the offer, raising the number to 300,000. Lang Van still didn't agree, just let out a yawn. Dao Dung was terrified and raised the price once more to 500,000. Seeing that the other party's offer was getting close, Lang Van finally gave the exact number. He wanted 600,000. 600,000 was equal to 2 months of Dao Dung's income. And although his heart ached as if it were being cut, when compared to his own life, money was not nearly as important. So he had no choice but to swallow his pain and transfer the money to Lang Van. After receiving the money, Lang Van said it still wasn't enough. He didn't give Dao Dung time to process the situation before reaching out and striking pressure points on his neck and hip in succession. Immediately, Dao Dung felt as if 1,000 knives were stabbing into his body. Lang Van assured him that Dao Dung wouldn't die, but from now on, every midnight, he would experience the same gut-wrenching pain for a full hour. Lang Van didn't care why Dao Dung's group dared to trash his home, but if anything else happened here in the next month, he would hold Dao Dung personally responsible and punish him. Once Dao Dung understood the situation, Lang Van gave him a deadline. Come find him again after 1 month, and he would save him then. That was enough for now. Lang Van gave Dao Dung a kick, telling him to take his men and get lost. Dao Dung didn't dare to object. He could only resolve to avoid the uncle and nephew duo, Dian Ba Dao, who had set him up this time. After he was alone, Lang Van felt that he had been too ruthless. Luckily, his family didn't see it. Just then, Lin Vu also rushed back, asking if Lang Van was okay. At the same time, Teet Ngung also darted out from nowhere and threw her arms around Lang Van, praising him for being so domineering. Duong Man, who was following behind, also praised Lang Van's martial arts display as totally awesome, saying he watched with wide-eyed amazement. Lang Van, out of habit, praised himself a little. Of course I'm domineering. But a second later, he was startled. How did these people know how he had beaten up the thugs? It made sense that Lin Vu and Duong Man's group knew everything, because Teet Ngung had secretly recorded the whole thing. Lang Van jumped when he heard that. He didn't know what to say to the vengeful Teet Ngung. Lin Vu just felt worried, not understanding when her brother had suddenly become so formidable. Teet Ngung didn't care about that. She was just curious, certain that Lang Van was hiding many secrets. Duong Man even chimed in, saying he believed Lang Van had to be at least a martial arts master, not just some ordinary person. Being questioned so intensely made Lang Van feel guilty. He didn't know how to explain it to everyone now. Could he possibly tell them the truth about being reincarnated into this body? Somehow, Lang Van decided to spin a tale about how not long ago he had unfortunately rolled down a mountain and accidentally found a secret martial arts manual and all that. Just then, Tan Thursday Noyet approached. She seemed to be chiding Lang Van for not listening to her. Hadn't she clearly told her son not to reveal that he had superhuman strength? These words from Tan Thursday Noyet immediately attracted the attention of the others, while Lang Van stood there stunned, not understanding what was going on. Tan Thursday Noyet continued with the story, saying that since he was a child, Lang Van could lift objects weighing 100 caddies. She had told Lang Van not to reveal this to avoid attracting trouble, but this time, Lang Van had forgotten. Although Lang Van didn't understand what was happening, he was quick to catch on and gave a sheepish smile, making the excuse that he couldn't keep his cool after seeing those thugs trashing the clinic. Tan Thursday Noyet acted as if she understood that her son just wanted to stand up for his family, but that he shouldn't do it again next time. Since things were settled here, Lang Van's mother advised Lang Van's group to return to school. Lang Van still felt uneasy. He wanted his mother to come to the city with him for her safety. However, Tan Thursday Noyet felt it wasn't necessary. After Lang Van had acted so fiercely just now, who would dare to cause trouble again? Lin Vu wanted to persuade her mother, but she still firmly refused to go. Lang Van knew he couldn't convince his mother, so he decided to listen to her and return to school for now. On the way, Lang Van silently wondered why his mother hadn't questioned anything earlier and had even helped him hide the truth. Even when the clinic was trashed, his mother remained unusually calm. Lang Van didn't understand. He could only assume that Duong Man's feeling was right. His mother was no ordinary person. Meanwhile, Teet Ngung also felt that Lang Van was no ordinary person. She was dead set on it. In another car, Duong Man was extremely nervous, riding in a private car with Lin Vu for the first time, but he didn't know what to say. Just then, Lin Vu started the conversation. She wanted to know how long her brother and Teet Ngung had known each other. As if Duong Man would know. He could only guess that they had just met in the last few days. Back at school, when Lin Vu learned that Lang Van had decided to move out of the dormitory, she just reminded her brother to be careful. Then, she went over to a flower bush by the dormitory. She picked a flower and gave it to Lang Van. Lang Van didn't think much of it, thanked Lin Vu, and took the flower back to Teet Ngung's car. When Teet Ngung saw Lang Van returning with that flower, she looked annoyed and asked Lang Van if he knew the meaning of that flower. Teet Ngung scowled, asking Lang Van if he really liked this type of flower. Did Lang Van look like he knew what kind of flower it was? He only knew it was a flower from his sister, and that made it worth cherishing. Hearing this, Teet Ngung huffily got out of the car, telling Lang Van to sit still and wait for her. She also went to the flower bush next to the building, and then went even bigger than Lin Vu, picking a whole large bouquet. Then, finding some wrapping paper from somewhere, she bundled them together and threw it at Lang Van, forcing him to take it. Before Lang Van could even understand what this meant, Teet Ngung threatened that this was a flower she was giving to Lang Van, and if he dared to throw it away, she would bite him to death. Lang Van didn't understand why Teet Ngung was suddenly so aggressive, but giving in right now was definitely not the wrong move. Besides, the flowers were very fragrant, and he promised to take good care of them. Only after hearing Lang Van say that did Teet Ngung's attitude soften. The most heartbroken person here was just Duong Man. He was like an invisible person here. No one gave Duong Man any flowers. If no one was going to give him any, then Duong Man would just pick them himself. No sooner said than done. Duong Man charged into the flower bush, plucking flowers without any hesitation. Then he even put on a voice to present the bouquet to himself, saying the bouquet's meaning was to express feelings of affection and so on. Then he hugged the bouquet to his chest, delusionally claiming it was a gift from Lin Vu, sniffing and cherishing the bouquet, blah blah. This left the nearby students who saw it completely speechless. A long while later, Lang Van finally returned to his rented room. It seemed this place was relatively quiet. Taking the opportunity to get down to business, Lang Van wanted to study the brush pen a bit. With his current physical strength, basic cold weapons could hardly harm Lang Van, and yet this brush pen could make him feel a sharp pain when he poked himself with it. This time, Lang Van decided to use a little more force. Immediately, the tip of the brush pen pierced through the skin of his hand, and moreover, it began to suck his blood. Lang Van wanted to pull the pen out, but no matter what he did, it was useless. Ling Yun could confirm that this brush was very peculiar. If the brush hadn't intended to stop sucking his blood, Ling Yun might have been sucked dry into a husk. If an ordinary person saw a writing brush sucking blood like this, they would surely be scared to death. But for a cultivator like Ling Yun, who had reached the tribulation transcendence realm, it was nothing unusual. Finally, Ling Yun was able to pull the brush out of the wound on his hand. He knew this was a blood sacrifice process for claiming a master, and figured the brush must have had its fill of blood. And indeed, the brush did not continue to suck Ling Yun's blood. At the same time, Ling Yun could feel a connection between himself and the brush, allowing him to actively control the hardness of the brush tip with his thoughts. With this, Ling Yun now had a multi-purpose item. Normally, he could use it to draw talismans and carve formations, and when facing an enemy, he could harden the brush to skewer his opponent. Ling Yun could affirm that this brush would not be at a disadvantage by following him in cultivation. The brush seemed to have a spirit, even moving on its own, hopping around as if it were overjoyed. After that, Ling Yun continued with his training routines. He went swimming and running all evening, then sat down to cultivate at night. Very quickly, he reached the peak of the 3rd level of body tempering. Taking advantage of the time before dawn, Ling Yun decided to test the results of his cultivation. Ling Yun walked to the water's edge, unleashed his spiritual energy, and with a slight exertion of force, he was able to flash across to the other side of the river. Besides that, Ling Yun's 5 senses and perception had also been greatly enhanced. Although Ling Yun couldn't advance his realm as quickly as he did in the cultivation world, in return, each realm was cultivated much more thoroughly and was much stronger than before. He was confident that during his next tribulation, he wouldn't let himself be broken like before. By now, it was almost dawn, and Ling Yun had to get ready for school. He had promised Ling Yu he wouldn't skip class. When he arrived at school, Ling Yun immediately sensed the students around him were gossiping about him. The young man even thought that because he had successfully cultivated to the 3rd level of body tempering, his aura had changed, causing his classmates to look at him differently. At this moment, everyone was buzzing about an incident on the school forum. Someone had posted a photo of Ling Yun and Sansan being close together at the sports field earlier. Sansan also knew about this. Her friend even got angry on her behalf, wanting to deal with the person who dared to post such a random article. However, Sansan had no intention of reacting at all, only commenting that the candid photos were quite beautiful. Just then, Ling Yun also entered the classroom. Sansan acted shy and didn't dare to face Ling Yun, while Ling Yun didn't think anything of it, just greeting her briefly, and that was all. Sansan's deskmate was very curious why Sansan was avoiding Ling Yun. Sansan asserted that there was no need to greet him, as there was no relationship between them, as if her deskmate would believe Sansan's words. If another girl came looking for Ling Yun now, let's see if Sansan could remain calm. Sansan was still very confident about this. Besides Ling Yu, who else would come looking for Ling Yun? Unexpectedly, as soon as she finished speaking, a beauty appeared at the door wanting to see Ling Yun. The whole class was in an uproar because the person who had just appeared looked just like a female celebrity. Sansan and her deskmate were speechless. She had just boasted so loudly and now someone really came looking for Ling Yun, and it definitely wasn't Ling Yu. Ling Yun followed Lin Meng Han outside to talk, leaving the students wide-eyed with surprise, secretly trying to eavesdrop to see what was going on. Lin Meng Han came just to return Ling Yun's jacket. Nothing more. She had been holding on to it for a long time. Taking this opportunity, Lin Meng Han observed Ling Yun's face closely, concluding that if Ling Yun lost a little more weight, he would be quite handsome. Just then, Ling Yun asked, "The jacket is returned, but where's the other thing?" which made Lin Meng Han confused. Ling Yun's meaning was that he was asking for money. The service of saving a life is surely worth money. But Lin Meng Han didn't understand at all, so she promised she would never forget Ling Yun's life-saving grace. Seeing this, Ling Yun had to give another hint. That day, Lin Meng Han had stepped on and shattered his glasses left on the shore, meaning, compensate me. To increase the value of the glasses, Ling Yun even said they were a gift from his mother with immeasurable value. So, Lin Meng Han should hurry up and compensate Ling Yun for the loss. Whether by bank transfer or cash, Ling Yun would accept it all. Lin Meng Han still refused to understand Ling Yun's hidden meaning, only suggesting they exchange contact information, and next time she would take him to buy a new pair of glasses. The classmates were openly envious. Ling Yun got the goddess's contact information, but right now, Ling Yun just wanted money. Couldn't he just get that? Returning to the classroom, San tried to act calm. After all, it was just one girl. What's so strange about Ling Yun randomly knowing someone? If one person wasn't enough, then another one arrived. This girl's beauty was in no way inferior to Lin Meng Han's. This time, San was about to lose her patience. Everyone was rumoring that Ling Yun was having a stroke of romantic luck. At this moment, Ling Yun also came in from outside. The girl introduced herself as the granddaughter of the old man Ling Yun had saved on the street earlier. Ling Yun thought to himself that Lin Meng Han's arrival was too sudden and he wasn't prepared. This time, he had to collect his full profit from this new girl. The classmates were dazzled by the new girl who came to see Ling Yun. Not only was she beautiful, but her family background was surely formidable too. They saw that she had arrived at school in a Maserati. Sincerely thank you to the classmates for the reminder. Thanks to that, Ling Yun could roughly guess the family background of the girl opposite him and set a price. Ling Yun spoke up, suggesting they talk in private as there were too many people here, but the girl felt it wasn't a problem. They could talk in her car. The girl led Ling Yun to a gleaming golden two-door Maserati, causing Ling Yun to be unable to resist looking the car over and over from the outside to the inside. The girl sitting to the side felt that Ling Yun was overdoing it a bit, but Ling Yun wasn't done looking yet. The girl didn't want to argue with Ling Yun. Her main purpose was still to repay him for saving her grandfather's life. Ling Yun took the opportunity to casually say that the old man was lucky to have met him just in time. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to save his life. Normally, the fee for his treatment services is not low. The girl understood that he wanted to be paid in money, so she told him to just name a number. She was willing to accommodate Ling Yun's wishes. Ling Yun vaguely started to say he wanted her. Before he could finish, the girl jumped up and declared it was impossible. Calm down. Why are you so agitated? You're making the whole car jump. Ling Yun only wanted to ask for a treatment fee of 1 million and almost forgot to add this car as a bonus. The girl was annoyed that Ling Yun asked for such a huge sum in one breath. But Ling Yun immediately retorted, sarcastically asking if her grandfather's life wasn't even worth as much as this car. Ling Yun played hard to get. Seeing that she hadn't sealed the deal, he acted as if he wanted to leave. Immediately, the girl grabbed Ling Yun's arm to hold him back, declaring that nothing was more precious than her grandfather's life. After that, Ling Yun was given a check for 1 million. At the same time, the girl also got out of the car, giving the car to Ling Yun as well. Seeing her angry look as she declared they owed each other nothing from now on, Ling Yun didn't care much. He wasn't lacking connections at the moment. Originally, Ling Yun was just joking, but who would have thought the girl would actually hand over both the money and the car? It was clear that Ling Yun had made a huge profit. Ling Yun planned to give this car to Ling Yu, but he suddenly remembered that he didn't know how to drive at all, so how was he supposed to get the car back? A long while later, the students at the school were all wide-eyed with shock when they saw Ling Yun dragging the Maserati back to the school's parking lot with one hand. On top of that, he even used his other hand to hold a cup and take a sip, not looking like it was strenuous at all. Ling Yun's class classmates couldn't process what had just happened. Where did Ling Yun get such incredible strength? More importantly, this car originally belonged to the girl who had just come to see Ling Yun, which meant she had given the entire car to Ling Yun. Although she was a bit startled, Sansan still tried to calm herself down once more, resolutely deciding not to care about this matter. Sansan's best friend advised her not to play hard to get anymore. Playing coy is for stir-frying beef. If she kept this up, Ling Yun would be snatched away. But Sansan still had a certain confidence. The people who had just come to see Ling Yun were all new acquaintances who basically didn't understand what kind of person Ling Yun was. Those people couldn't possibly be on the list of those who like Ling Yun. Sansan's best friend didn't bother to reply anymore. Just a moment ago, Sansan had asserted that no one would bother coming to find Ling Yun, but in the end, people came one after another. Just then, someone else came looking for him, but this time it wasn't a beauty, but a handsome man. Seeing Li Qingchuan coming here made Sansan suspicious. This guy was clearly studying in the capital. So how did he know Ling Yun, and why was he here? Coincidentally, Ling Yun also returned to the classroom just then. Ling Yun looked at Li Qingchuan's face and was sure he had never met this young man before. And just then, Xuanning also rushed over to intervene between Ling Yun and Li Qingchuan, questioning why Li Qingchuan had come here. Li Qingchuan, brimming with confidence, declared he came to see what kind of goods the guy who dared to compete with him for Xuanning was. This sentence directly made Xuanning furious. Li Qingchuan didn't understand why Xuanning always avoided him. He had given up all other girls just to pursue Xuanning. Indeed, at any given time, there was no shortage of girls swarming around Li Qingchuan, showing their admiration for him. Ling Yun now understood that this was the person Xuanning had mentioned, so he had to put on a bit of an act to fit the role. Ling Yun directly declared that Xuanning was his girlfriend, demanding that Li Qingchuan back off. These words were like a bolt from the blue. No one had thought that Ling Yun and Xuanning had been a couple all this time. As for Li Qingchuan, he absolutely refused to believe it. He thought Xuanning was just putting on an act to make him give up. Seeing this, Xuanning decided to go all out. In front of Li Qingchuan and everyone else, she leaned in to kiss Ling Yun. When a beauty takes the initiative like that, you can't blame Ling Yun for playing along. He put his arm around Xuanning's waist, preventing her from escaping, then directly kissed her on the lips. Xuanning was furious, but could do nothing. She had only meant to act a little, but who would have thought Ling Yun would take the opportunity to steal a passionate kiss? The surrounding classmates immediately erupted. Just a moment ago, Ling Yun was embracing San, and now he was locking lips with Xuanning in broad daylight. Everyone thought San had been cheated on. These young people were talking nonsense, completely unaware that San was like a volcano behind them. At this moment, she was just waiting for someone tired of living to provoke her, and that person would surely be torn to shreds by San. The people around hurriedly advised San to cool down, but the girl bearing the brunt of her anger even talked back. If San was bitter, she should go find Ling Yun to vent her anger. Why yell at her? Meanwhile, when Li Qingchuan saw the girl of his dreams locking lips with another man, blood rushed to his head, and he wanted to break Ling Yun in half. However, before the young man could do anything, he grimaced and clutched his chest. His heart felt like it was constricting. Then Li Qingchuan fell face first to the ground, unconscious. Ling Yun couldn't understand it. Li Qingchuan had just been acting all tough and threatening, yet he had already passed out. Xuanning explained that Li Qingchuan had a congenital heart defect, and she hadn't expected him to get so agitated that it would trigger an episode. At this moment, Tang Man also rushed over. Both he and Xuanning hoped that Ling Yun could step in and save Li Qingchuan this time. People were eagerly crowding around, and now a group of shady gangsters showed up. Tang Man warned Ling Yun to be careful, as this group hadn't learned their lesson after being beaten up once before. This was mainly because they had the Azure Dragon Gang backing them. It seemed like they had to be dealt with today, but it had to be done carefully since they were at school. Getting caught fighting would lead to expulsion. Ling Yun declared he would handle it alone. Seeing this, Tang Man became worried, because Li Qingchuan's condition also depended on Ling Yun. If he wasn't saved quickly, it would be all over. Ling Yun could handle everything and told him not to worry. Besides, Tang Man shouldn't act too friendly with Ling Yun, or else he wouldn't be able to scheme and extort money from others later. Tang Man was left speechless. No matter the situation, Ling Yun still prioritized fleecing money from others. Xuanning stepped forward and pulled Tang Man back. She had great faith that there was nothing nothing Ling Yun couldn't do. At this point, San Sen wanted to step forward again, but Tang Man firmly stopped her. Ling Yun needed to concentrate to carry the team. It was best to follow his instructions. Ignoring the crowd of thugs surrounding him, Ling Yun calmly inserted silver needles one by one into Li Qingchuan's acupoints. As for the thugs, they could try to rush him and see if they could even touch Ling Yun. In a flash, each thug was sent by Ling Yun to smash their heads into the wall, all while he never stopped performing acupuncture on Li Qingchuan. The lead thug fell to his bottom, unable to believe what had just happened. The classmates were even more bewildered. Ling Yun clearly hadn't made a move. People thought he even knew how to avoid injuring others and all sorts of things. At this moment, Ling Yun began the process of removing the needles, after which Li Qingchuan would be able to wake up. When Li Qingchuan woke up, he could only vaguely remember his heart condition relapsing and didn't know who had saved him. Seeing the Azure Dragon Gang thugs sprawled on the ground, Li Qingchuan thought these hired goons were too pathetic, unable to even handle a single Ling Yun. Tang Man hurriedly asked if Li Qingchuan was okay, and Xuanning also sincerely apologized for causing Li Qingchuan's episode. Li Qingchuan thought Xuanning had saved him, so he promised to repay her with his life and all that. But he had mistaken his benefactor, Buddy. The one who acted was Ling Yun. How did Li Qingchuan plan to repay that favor? Li Qingchuan shot up, refusing to believe he had been saved by his own love rival. Ling Yun didn't bother arguing with the patient, telling Tang Man to hold Li Qingchuan down to rest for another 20 minutes. Then, regardless of whether Li Qingchuan was shocked enough to cough up blood, Tang Man and Xuanning simultaneously pushed him down to rest. Li Qingchuan felt utterly humiliated, saved by his love rival. How could he have the face to compete for Xuanning's affection in the future? Just then, a remaining thug who had been lost somewhere finally showed up. Tang Man recognized this guy as Tai Xiaohu, one of the main fighters of the Azure Dragon Gang, with a body of iron and knowledge of martial arts. As Tang Man was in the middle of his introduction, Ling Yun quickly pushed him aside, dodging a punch from Tai Xiaohu. Tai Xiaohu realized Ling Yun was no pushover, and Ling Yun also acknowledged that his opponent was far superior to those other loudmouthed gangsters. Ling Yun immediately made a bet. Next, he would not actively attack, just to see what Tai Xiaohu could do to him. Hearing Ling Yun make such a bet, Tai Xiaohu felt he was being excessively looked down upon. However, Ling Yun continued to provoke him, causing Tai Xiaohu to lose his patience and resolve to give Ling Yun a beating. Tai Xiaohu threw a punch as before, but how could a repeated attack hit Ling Yun? He just needed a slight sway of his body to dodge to the side. Tai Xiaohu immediately changed his move, tucking his elbow to strike at the back of Ling Yun's neck. The blow was indeed dangerous, but Ling Yun still easily leaned back to avoid it. Tai Xiaohu attacked continuously, then switched to a knee strike to intercept. Ling Yun jumped up, using the force of Tai Xiaohu's knee strike to fly backward. Tai Xiaohu raised his knee a second time, but this time Ling Yun didn't dodge, but instead put out his hand and stopped Tai Xiaohu's knee. Everyone, including Tai Xiaohu, was frozen in shock. Ling Yun silently assessed that Tai Xiaohu's foundation was quite good. He could even cultivate. But first, he had to toss him out. Tai Xiaohu had probably had enough of attacking. Next, Ling Yun would only return a single punch. This one punch sent Tai Xiaohu flying backward, crashing into the thug behind him and causing that guy to cough up blood. Tai Xiaohu admitted that Ling Yun was very strong, but he refused to lose and wanted a rematch. Ling Yun agreed to play a little more. If he lost, the thugs could do whatever they wanted. But if Ling Yun won, Tai Xiaohu had to leave the Azure Dragon Gang and follow Ling Yun. Tai Xiaohu, in his hot-blooded state, agreed immediately. As long as Ling Yun could beat him into submission, he would become Ling Yun's underling. Ling Yun happily invited Tai Xiaohu to make the first move. The guy immediately charged forward like a bull, wrapping his arms around Ling Yun's waist, trying to ram him into the wall. Ling Yun delivered a blow to Tai Xiaohu's back, causing him to loosen his grip. Then he took the opportunity to jump up and escape from Tai Xiaohu's embrace. Just as Tai Xiaohu worried that this was it for him, it was true. Ling Yun landed a kick to the chin that sent Tai Xiaohu rolling on the ground. Tai Xiaohu sensed Ling Yun approaching and jumped up, wanting to launch a counterattack. Ling Yun was starting to get more serious now, no longer going easy on Tai Xiaohu. He threw a punch at Tai Xiaohu's face, knocking the guy down once again. At this point, Tai Xiaohu was running on pure adrenaline, so he absolutely refused to submit. Ling Yun then grabbed Tai Xiaohu by the collar, lifting the man's entire muscular body up high. He threw him with great force, sending him flying past all the onlookers, crashing with a loud bang at the end of the hallway. This final move left Tai Xiaohu seeing stars and knocked him unconscious. The surrounding students were also extremely surprised by the immense strength Ling Yun displayed. To say that this was enough to completely defeat Tai Xiaohu wasn't quite right, but Ling Yun had to deal with something else first. Ling Yun turned towards Li Qingchuan beside him and announced that it was time to remove the needles. Li Qingchuan was still scared out of his wits, afraid that Ling Yun would take the opportunity to do something to him, in which case crying wouldn't solve anything. Ling Yun also played a cruel joke, cracking his knuckles with a murderous look on his face, saying that this process might be very painful. Li Qingchuan instinctively jumped up and hugged Xuanning, crying for help. But no one was doing anything to you. Why are you being such a coward? Ling Yun removed the needles so gently that Li Qingchuan didn't even feel a thing. Tang Man hurriedly asked how Li Qingchuan was feeling inside. For the first time, Li Qingchuan felt his whole body so refreshed and light. Even a few times Elder Shui had performed acupuncture on him before, he had never achieved a feeling like the present. But the young man suddenly remembered that Xuanning was still beside him. So he quickly corrected himself, saying that Elder Shui's treatment was still the best and that he would still ask for Elder Shui's help in the future. However, Xuanning announced that Li Qingchuan no longer needed to ask Elder Shui for treatment because his heart condition had been completely cured by Ling Yun. Li Qingchuan couldn't believe what he was hearing. His congenital heart disease had been treated by Elder Shui since he was a child, yet it could never be completely cured. Because of this disease, Li Qingchuan couldn't withstand major shocks, nor could he engage in strenuous exercise. Previously, whenever there was a conflict, it was Tang Man who stepped up to fight on Li Qingchuan's behalf. Li Qingchuan had thought he would have to live with his heart condition for his entire life. Yet now he heard the news that his love rival had completely cured him. It's unclear whether this Li Qingchuan guy had his heart disease cured only to get a brain disease or what, but he actually asked Ling Yun to hit him, and hard. Ling Yun didn't understand why the other party wanted to get hit. But pleasing the customer is Ling Yun's consultation principle. Without hesitation, he threw a punch that sent Li Qingchuan's jaw askew as he flew backward. Seeing his sworn brother take such a heavy blow, Tang Man was also worried and rushed over to see if he was okay. But at this moment, Li Qingchuan couldn't care less that one of his cheeks was still red and swollen. He was busy tearing up as he clearly felt that his heart hadn't been stimulated or gone on strike after Ling Yun's recent punch. Li Qingchuan pushed Tang Meng away, sat up, and sincerely thanked Ling Yun for completely curing his heart disease. Only then did Tang Meng become completely convinced of Ling Yun's skills as a reincarnated divine doctor. Even a congenital heart disease could be completely cured with just a few needle pokes. This meant that as long as they could properly exploit Ling Yun's medical arts, they were about to strike it rich. Elsewhere, San San was extremely surprised by what Ling Yun had demonstrated today. She was certain that Ling Yun must have received teachings from some mysterious clan. Ling Yun's outward appearance showed that he had completely transformed into a different person, his future prospects now immeasurable. San San blamed herself for her poor judgment, for having thought that Ling Yun was not worthy of her. The more San San thought about it, the more foolish she felt, so shocked that she fainted right on the spot. At this moment, Tai Xiaohu had also regained some consciousness and tried to crawl up once more. However, when Ling Yun asked if this guy had submitted, the stubborn youth still adamantly refused. If Tai Xiaohu wouldn't submit, then he couldn't blame Ling Yun for continuing to give his opponent a beating. Ling Yun treated Tai Xiaohu like a training sandbag. As long as he heard the guy still hadn't submitted, he continued to throw, punch, and kick him without a shred of mercy. After a long while, even Ling Yun got bored. This Tai Xiaohu fellow was too stubborn, refusing to surrender at all. Ling Yun didn't have much time to pummel Tai Xiaohu like this. He had to switch to a slightly more exciting act. To do it, he hoisted Tai Xiaohu onto his shoulder, then opened a window and jumped from several stories down to the ground. Having been scared by Ling Yun like that, although Tai Xiaohu was on the verge of tears, he still tried to be tough and refused to submit. So Ling Yun carried Tai Xiaohu and took off like the wind. Upstairs, Li Qingchuan had accepted the fact that he couldn't fight Ling Yun and curiously asked Xuan Ning what her boyfriend was planning to do. To be honest, there was no way Xuan Ning could. No either. While carrying Tai Xiaohu and dashing away, Ling Yun declared he would cripple this stubborn guy. The moment he heard he was going to be crippled, Tai Xiaohu freaked out, yelling that he submitted and begging Ling Yun to spare him. But once Ling Yun had decided to do something, no one could stop him. Tai Xiaohu was released and immediately ran for his life. Meanwhile, Ling Yun had no intention of chasing him. Instead, he shot a series of silver needles that pursued Tai Xiaohu's back. Ling Yun wasn't joking. He really did want to cripple all of Tai Xiaohu's martial arts. However, Ling Yun wasn't free to go torment his future underling. He just wanted to use spiritual energy to cleanse and refine Tai Xiaohu's body from scratch. Tai Xiaohu, however, didn't know Ling Yun's intentions, so he thought being crippled was the end for him and could only cry without tears. After finishing the acupuncture to unblock Tai Xiaohu's meridians, Ling Yun once again picked his opponent up like a chicken, then threw him headfirst into the basketball hoop high above. Ling Yun ignored Tai Xiaohu hanging from the basketball hoop, telling him to find his own way down once he was rested enough. When Ling Yun returned to the hallway in front of the classroom, the remaining thugs had just woken up. Good that they were awake. Ling Yun felt it was time to settle this matter here and now. The thugs didn't understand what else Ling Yun wanted, but luckily, there was a smart one among them. He understood that they had to hand over money to Ling Yun, otherwise none of them could hope to get out of this place. The thugs wanted to protest that they were the ones who got beaten up, so why did they have to give money to Ling Yun? Ling Yun was very serious about accepting feedback from these gangsters. If they wanted another beating, they just had to order it, and he would provide full service. The gangsters immediately became obedient again, asking Ling Yun to show his QR code so they could pay to save their own skins. After that, each of them voluntarily made a contribution to Ling Yun, and Ling Yun saw that this group knew their place, so he could let this matter slide. He demanded the gangsters go back and deliver 2 messages to their boss. First, he would personally pay a visit to that gangster boss to specifically discuss compensation money. Second, Tai Xiaohu was officially leaving the Azure Dragon Gang and would follow Ling Yun from now on. Anyone with an opinion could just find a suggestion box and drop it in. Tai Xiaohu was originally the next generation master of the Azure Dragon Gang, yet now he had been taken away by Ling Yun. Although the gangsters really wanted to voice their opinions, they didn't dare to say it on the spot. Since the gangsters couldn't do anything to Ling Yun, they decided to find a client who hired them to beat up Ling Yun to vent their anger. Just then, a series of police cars pulled up one after another outside the gate, startling the group of students. From the lead car, Lin Minghan stepped out in a police uniform. Lin Minghan led a group of police officers into the school, then proceeded to question several people. According to information from some young man with an influential father, Lin Minghan was an extremely capable female police officer who had been transferred here to crack a major case. Not to mention how capable she was. But first, it could be confirmed that her beauty was more than enough to capture everyone's attention. It goes without saying that Tang Meng was smitten, but even Li Qingchuan couldn't remain composed in the face of Lin Menghan's beauty. Just then, Ling Yun suddenly appeared from behind, patting Li Qingchuan on the shoulder and making him jump. Ling Yun started in his familiar tone, asking Li Qingchuan if he should treat him to a meal to repay the favor of saving his life. And Li Qingchuan felt this was only natural. There was nothing to argue about. At this moment, Ling Yu had just heard that her brother was involved in an incident with gangsters causing trouble and rushed over to see what the situation was. Ling Yun patted Ling Yu's head to calm her worried mood. On second thought, what in this world could possibly be difficult for Ling Yun? Since his little sister was here, Ling Yun immediately decided to take her out for a meal at a luxurious restaurant. And that wasn't all. Ling Yun also invited all his classmates to eat with him, telling them to head straight for the most VIP restaurant in the city. Li Qingchuan felt something was off here. Could it be that Ling Yun wanted him to treat everyone? After receiving a pretty solid confirmation from Tang Meng, Li Qingchuan's heart disease almost relapsed. Over on Tai Xiaohu's side, after doing a handstand on the basketball hoop to recover a bit, the young man immediately felt that his body now had several times more strength than before. Tang Ming went to find Tai Xiaohu and took the opportunity to make a snide remark, finding Tai Xiaohu's current situation quite amusing. Seeing that Tai Xiaohu's face was already murderous after just a little teasing, Tang Ming didn't bother to stick around and play anymore, hinting that Ling Yun wanted to invite Tai Xiaohu to eat, but it seemed a bit difficult. However, as soon as he heard that Tang Ming was sent by Ling Yun to call him, Tai Xiaohu's attitude changed immediately. He gripped the basketball hoop and easily pushed his whole body into a perfect handstand, making Tang Ming's eyes pop. Following that, Tai Xiaohu leaped down, grabbed Tang Ming's shirt, pulled him up, and urged him to hurry back to Ling Yun. Tang Ming suddenly felt suspicious. He could sense that Tai Xiaohu had become much stronger after receiving Ling Yun's special care of being fed a beating. While Ling Yun and all the students were preparing to leave the school to eat, Lin Minghan appeared and blocked their way. Lin Minghan said that Ling Yun was also involved in this incident, so she hoped Ling Yun could accompany her to the station for a brief investigation. But Ling Yun stubbornly refused to go. After all, he wasn't the one who started the trouble. In the first place, Lin Minghan grabbed Ling Yun's hand to hold him back, explaining that it wasn't an arrest at all, just that she would let Ling Yun leave right after taking a statement. Just as the students were worrying about Ling Yun, he made a move no one expected. If Lin Minghan wanted a statement, he would oblige, but taking the statement at a restaurant should be fine, right? This suggestion, combined with Ling Yun moving in close right in front of Lin Minghan, made it difficult for her to refuse. Ling Yun's classmates had their horizons broadened and their palates enlightened, eating for the first time at one of the most luxurious restaurants in the city, and on top of that, it was being paid for. During the meal, everyone couldn't stop gossiping in awe about the people surrounding Ling Yun at that moment. There was the female police officer as beautiful as an angel of justice, whom Ling Yun had his arm around, and sitting opposite were the notorious gangster Tai Xiaohu and the well-known troublemaking young Master Tang Ming. Besides them, there was also the heartthrob admired by all the girls, Li Qingchuan, the one hosting this meal. His little sister Ling Yu was one of the school's beauties. His girlfriend Xuening was as well, and next to them, the class president San San was also a beauty. San San was a bit curious about how Xuening got to know Ling Yun. Xuening thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. It was from the day Ling Yun was running laps around the school sports field with a sandbag. San San immediately thought this pace was a bit fast. It had only been a few days, and they were already in love. Immediately, Xuening sensed an enemy approaching. San San had feelings for Ling Yun too. Xuening couldn't let Ling Yun be stolen away. She had to stop San San. But San San had also thought it through by now. She couldn't let someone else have Ling Yun. The two girls engaged in a silent war, sparks flying as they competed, yet they didn't realize that the strongest enemy here was actually Ling Yu. Ling Yun couldn't care less about the girls fighting amongst themselves. He just focused on picking out delicious food for his little sister, even promising to give her a huge gift later. At this moment, Lin Minghan had escaped Ling Yun's embrace and was seriously questioning Tai Xiaohu, asking if he was hung upside down on the basketball court because of Ling Yun. Tai Xiaohu exchanged a brief glance with Ling Yun and Tang Ming, then affirmed that it was cool on the basketball pole, so he climbed up there himself to enjoy the breeze. Seeing that Tai Xiaohu had already admitted it, Lin Minghan saw no need to pursue the matter further. Tang Ming hadn't expected Tai Xiaohu, who had just been taught a lesson by Ling Yun, to proactively speak up for Ling Yun. However, Tai Xiaohu was already completely won over by Ling Yun and had confirmed he was leaving the Green Dragon Gang to follow him, so speaking up for his new boss was the right move. Tai Xiaohu felt that following Ling Yun offered a much more promising future. From the side, seeing Tai Xiaohu willingly follow Ling Yun, Li Qingchuan could tell that Ling Yun was anything but ordinary. He was determined to properly repay Ling Yun for saving his sister and to build a good relationship with him. Ling Yun, noticing Li Qingchuan staring at him, felt a pang of guilt, wondering if Li Qingchuan was planning to back out of paying for the meal. At the same time, the sky outside suddenly became dark and gloomy. There was also thunder and lightning, causing great confusion among the people on the street. At the restaurant, Ling Yun's group also gathered by the window to watch the thunder and lightning display across the gloomy sky. Tang Ming even yelled that the apocalypse was coming, which was why the weather had become so extreme. The restaurant had a glass roof, so everyone inside could also see the lightning striking outside. Ling Yun's classmates were pale with fear, having lost all appetite for food. They just wanted to go home to their mothers. Ling Yun immediately asked Shan Shan and her friend Zhang Ling to coordinate and help calm the classmates down. Ling Yun assured them that they should continue enjoying their meal as usual, and the weather outside would soon return to normal. Furthermore, Ling Yun asked Ling Yu and Tai Xiaohu to follow him, saying he would show them something that would broaden their horizons. Immediately, Tang Ming wailed and clung tightly to Ling Yun, demanding to go as well. He even used the excuse that as the first underling, he should get a priority ticket. Xuanning also demanded to come along. How could Ling Yun possibly leave his girlfriend behind when something interesting was happening? Ling Yun pondered for a moment, then asked Tang Ming which mountain around here was the highest. Tang Ming mentioned a mountain named Longpan Mountain, but that mountain was quite treacherous, so cars could only go as far as its base. Ling Yun then told Tang Ming to drive to Longpan Mountain himself, getting as high up as he could, while Ling Yun would personally take Ling Yu and Xuanning ahead. Just after leaving the restaurant, Ling Yun demanded that Tai Xiaohu must climb to the peak of Longpan Mountain at all costs, after which he would officially be Ling Yun's underling. After Tai Xiaohu confirmed, Ling Yun grabbed Ling Yu and Xuanning by the waist, told them to hold on tight, and then leaped straight into the sky like a rocket leaving its launch pad. Xuanning was unhappy because Ling Yun wanted to bring his sister along everywhere. Meanwhile, Ling Yu was uncomfortable not being alone with her brother. In short, the two girls did not like each other at all. Only Ling Yun paid no mind. What he cared about was that the strange weather phenomenon was a heaven-sent opportunity for cultivation. Very quickly, Ling Yun had carried the two beauties to Panlong Mountain, and the place where they stopped was right in front of a supermassive crater dugout by a tornado and lightning. Both Ling Yu and Xuanning stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. This was the first time they had ever seen a tornado, and at such a close distance. If God could swear, he would probably be cursing his head off. The tornado I created scares the piss out of everyone. Yet these kids dare to stand right next to it making comments and whatnot. To explain it scientifically, a tornado is a natural phenomenon composed mainly of water vapor. The vapor continuously rises due to the extremely low pressure generated inside the vortex. However, according to Ling Yun's more fantastical explanation, a tornado as abnormally large as the one before them must have a dragon demon causing mischief. Ling Yun's group was standing just outside the tornado's range. The wind was only slightly stronger than normal, and the youths were not being swept away or anything. As Ling Yun focused his observation, he could see the water vapor gathering into the shape of a small dragon, with constant lightning flashing and dancing around it. But that form did not last long and quickly dissipated, and the tornado vanished along with it. At this point, a strong gust of wind suddenly rose up, slamming into Ling Yun's group and causing everyone to stumble a bit. Ling Yun could confirm that this wind was not normal, and he quickly took out his magic brush treasure to prepare to deal with it. The gust of wind then stopped scattering and instead concentrated its full force, striking directly at Ling Yun. In reality, that strange gust of wind was dragon's spiritual chi, and Ling Yun wanted to take advantage of this dragon's spiritual chi entering his body to refine his physique once again. Fortunately, Ling Yun had recently obtained that magic brush treasure. Its ability to absorb spiritual chi was quite good, which was why he was able to withstand this influx of dragon spiritual chi into his body. If not, Ling Yun wouldn't just be coughing up a bit of blood as he was now. His entire body would have exploded like fireworks. On the other side, Ling Yu was also absorbing the dragon spiritual chi, but her body was a natural spirit body, so she was not being tormented like Ling Yun. In return, Ling Yu's cultivation speed would be very fast, making it easy for her to encounter dangers during cultivation. Ling Yun thought to himself that as long as he had enough strength to protect Ling Yu, he would pass on a cultivation method to her to help her stabilize her spirit body. By now, the dragon's spiritual chi had completely dissipated. Xuanning and Ling Yu rushed to see if Ling Yun was all right. Immediately, both girls were stunned because Ling Yun's appearance had truly been changed after that cleansing by the dragon's spiritual chi. Ling Yu exclaimed loudly that Ling Yun had suddenly become so much thinner. He didn't look like his former self at all anymore. Ling Yun quickly grasped the situation. If the dragon's spiritual chi could refine his body, then kicking away a few kilograms of fat was an exceedingly normal thing. However, Ling Yun couldn't directly tell Ling Yu and Xuan Ning the real reason. It was unlikely they would be able to understand. Therefore, it was best for Ling Yun to think of a reasonable excuse to gloss over this incident. Ling Yun was about to bluff that he himself didn't know what happened, and was about to make some wild guesses when Xuan Ning suddenly rushed forward and threw her arms around Ling Yun, startling him. Xuan Ning pushed Ling Yun down, not caring how he had managed to get such a perfect physique in an instant. All that mattered was that her boyfriend now looked even more like a male god. Suddenly, Xuan Ning demanded something from Ling Yun. Her suggestive words and equally suggestive expression made Ling Yun break out in a cold sweat. Ling Yu, standing to one side, certainly couldn't stand it and jumped in to stop Xuan Ning right then and there. However, Xuan Ning had no intention of stopping. What was wrong with wanting to kiss her own boyfriend? Ling Yu had no way to counter, so she resorted to the excuse that Ling Yun might not want it and that they should ask for his opinion first. As long as she could stop Xuan Ning's invasive actions, it was good enough. Xuan Ning pressed her advantage, using her finger to lift Ling Yun's chin, leaning in a little closer, and asked Ling Yun if he wanted a kiss. On one side, Ling Yu continuously applied pressure, not wanting Xuan Ning to succeed in kissing Ling Yun. The poor young man Ling Yun was stuck in the middle, not knowing how to answer to escape this predicament. Fortunately, right at this moment, Tai Xiaohu, having overcome countless difficulties and challenges, had finally climbed to the mountain peak. Seeing his savior appear, Ling Yun immediately flashed out of Xuan Ning's arms and went over to praise Tai Xiaohu for a few sentences, while conveniently landing a punch that made Tai Xiaohu cough up blood. Tai Xiaohu looked at the young man who had just approached him. He looked somewhat like Ling Yun, but how could Ling Yun have gotten this slim right after climbing a mountain? Ling Yun signaled not to focus on that matter. The tornado hadn't completely dissipated yet, and there were still many things that could be exploited from it. Tai Xiaohu had never known what a tornado was. Moreover, being a gangster with little education, he assumed it was the work of deities. While everyone was marveling and discussing the tornado, it seemed as if it didn't like being scrutinized, and in a flash, it completely vanished without any warning signal. At this moment, Ling Yu asked Ling Yun. Surely he had an explanation for everyone. In truth, Ling Yun didn't know how to explain it either. He could only say that there are many things in the world that science cannot fully explain. Things that seem supernatural do not mean they don't exist. Ling Yu immediately understood Ling Yun's meaning, that he had come into contact with those mysterious existences, which was why his body had undergone such a drastic transformation. Ling Yun thanked heaven and earth that his sister was smart and quick-witted, understanding his veiled words, which could thus explain his transformation. Ling Yun's purpose in bringing everyone to see the tornado this time was also to broaden their knowledge a bit, so that they would be less bewildered if they encountered other strange events in the future. At this point, Xuan Ning couldn't hold back any longer and once again lunged forward to hug Ling Yun, as if she wanted to cling to him 24/7. Ling Yun looked at Xuan Ning affectionately for exactly 3 seconds, then immediately pushed her towards Ling Yu, telling the two of them to return together first, as he had to go save someone right now. Ling Yun wanted to save someone, but it was also to repay a debt of gratitude. Mainly, if he hadn't had the pen given to him by Lu Li this time, Ling Yun might have already ascended to heaven. Tai Xiaohu, standing beside them, was still dazed and confused about how the tornado had suddenly disappeared when Ling Yun grabbed him by the collar. He challenged him to a solo race down the mountain. If he won, it was fine, but if he lost, Tai Xiaohu should just mentally prepare himself for a beating. After saying this, Ling Yun didn't bother to wait or give any signal. He just took off as if flying. Not only did Tai Xiaohu fail to react in time, but Xuan Ning and Ling Yu, standing to the side, were also dumbfounded. However, with Ling Yun gone, there was no one left who could restrain Xuan Ning and Ling Yu. The two girls glared at each other, sparks flying, both silently thinking that if the other hadn't been there to interfere, they would have had some private time with Ling Yun. As for Ling Yun, he had no idea about Ling Yu and Xuan Ning's rivalry. He was busy carrying out his race against Tai Xiaohu. Although Tai Xiaohu struggled to the point of crawling on the ground, he was actually able to keep up with Ling Yun. Although it was just Ling Yun going through the motions, it was already very good. Tai Xiaohu thought that Ling Yun had many other tests in store for him and told him to just start, not minding his minor injuries. However, Ling Yun asserted that Tai Xiaohu was making things up as he didn't have any injuries at all. Only then did Tai Xiaohu check himself and was choked up, not knowing what to say. He had clearly fallen several times while climbing the mountain, yet his body was perfectly fine, and moreover, it was brimming with strength. Tai Xiaohu immediately guessed that Ling Yun wanted him to climb the mountain to train him, so he swept Ling Yun up in a hug, endlessly grateful. Ling Yun let Tai Xiaohu be happy for a little while longer. Otherwise, with the upcoming hellish training courses, he was afraid Tai Xiaohu wouldn't be able to smile anymore. At the same time in the hospital, a man was in a coma, diagnosed with an incurable condition, and feared not to have much longer to live. And that person was Lu Li's husband. At this moment, she was by his bedside, crying her eyes out, not knowing what to do. In this moment of utter desperation, Ling Yun suddenly appeared at the door, giving Lu Li a glimmer of hope. Ling Yun seriously took the pulse of Lu Li's husband for a while, then confirmed that he could be saved and there was no need to worry. Hearing Ling Yun's confirmation, Lu Li felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. Just moments ago, she had to accept the news that her husband only had a few days left. Ling Yun asked everyone to step outside first, while he slowly took out his set of silver needles, preparing to practice his craft. Just then, the nurse who had been silent until now suddenly jumped up, demanding to know what Ling Yun intended to do to the patient. Wasn't it obvious enough from how Ling Yun was preparing his tools? Of course, he wanted to treat the patient and save a life. Lu Li also hurriedly spoke up for Ling Yun, affirming that he was a highly skilled traditional Chinese medicine doctor who could surely treat her husband. Tai Xiaohu also chimed in, asserting that not just anyone could be saved by Ling Yun. Now that the guy on the hospital bed had such an honor, how could someone stand in the way? However, the nurse had never seen Ling Yun treat anyone before and just thought he was playing tricks to deceive everyone in Lu Li, because miracles aren't real, so one shouldn't be so gullible. Being seen as a fraud like this, Ling Yun didn't get angry, but silently thought he would let this nurse have her eyes opened. However, Ling Yun didn't rush to apply the needles, but instead stared intently at the nurse's chest, startling her and making her hastily step back. To be more precise, Ling Yun was just looking at the nurse's name tag. It turned out her name was Yao Ro. Ling Yun suggested that if Yao Ro thought he was a fraud, she could stay and observe. As for Tai Xiaohu and Lu Li, they should wait outside, so the room wouldn't be so crowded and affect Ling Yun's concentration. After Tai Xiaohu led Lu Li out, Yao Ro again loudly threatened Ling Yun not to come near, saying that if he tried anything funny, she would scream. But Ling Yun didn't care at all. He moved close and covered Yao Ro's mouth, then gently explained to her that he would only perform a few basic needle techniques, swearing he wouldn't do anything inappropriate. Ling Yun pressed on Yao Ro's shoulders, forcing her to sit on a chair and observe. After all, the patient's wife had already agreed, so it wasn't a nurse like Yao Ro's place to object. Besides, if there were any problems, Ling Yun would let Yao Ro call the police. To handle it, to boost his credibility, Ling Yun added that he was also the one who had cured Lu Li's illness before, which greatly surprised Yao Ro. 20 minutes later, the guy on the hospital bed slowly opened his eyes, then realized that quite a few strangers were staring at him. To one side, Yao Ro was a loss for words. The doctor had clearly confirmed that the patient was incurable, yet Ling Yun was able to make him wake up and even sit up and talk to others. Lu Li and her husband were extremely grateful, not knowing how they could ever repay Ling Yun for saving his life. However, Ling Yun was here to repay a favor, so there was no reason to take payment from them. Ling Yun even proudly boasted that he had earned quite a bit these past few days, specifically tens of thousands. To one side, Yao Ro was extremely surprised. She couldn't imagine how Ling Yun could earn so much money in just a few short days. Although she heard Ling Yun show that he wasn't short on money, Lu Li still felt she owed Ling Yun a huge debt of gratitude and couldn't be at ease without repaying it. Just then, a notification sound rang from Lu Li's phone. She checked her phone and was startled to see a new message notifying her that 30,000 had just been added to her account. It turned out Ling Yun had just transferred money to Lu Li, suggesting she use this money to help her husband recuperate and get well soon. Yao Ro couldn't believe Ling Yun would give away money so easily, and Tai Xiao also didn't understand why his boss would give away the money he had worked so hard to earn. Ling Yun adopted an attitude of treating wealth as fleeting. He declared that money was just an external possession. Of course, no one here knew that the calligraphy brush Ling Yun had received from Lu Li was a one-of-a-kind treasure, compared to which the little money he just spent was. Nothing. Luli only knew that Ling Yun had already helped her family so much, and now he was even giving them money. How could she ever repay this kindness? She had to return the money to Ling Yun. However, Ling Yun quickly stopped her, suggesting Luli keep the money for her husband's nourishment, pointing out how pale and sallow the guy looked. Ling Yun insisted that Lu Li and her husband shouldn't feel awkward about it, that they would get used to it eventually, and then he left first. Only then did Lu Li hug her husband tightly, shedding tears of joy. Ling Yun had saved her entire family so many times. This time, they would definitely have to set up a longevity tablet to worship him. Not long after Ling Yun left the hospital room, Yao Ro caught up and told him to stop. Yao Ro pinned Ling Yun against the wall, like how a domineering CEO corners a beautiful girl. Except here the roles were reversed, which looked a bit comical. Yao Ro mustered all her courage and hinted that she was about to get off work, wanting to ask Ling Yun out. This left both Tai Xiaohu and the man in question, Ling Yun, stunned on the spot. This Yao Ro girl really knew how to be seductive, even leaning close to Ling Yun's ear and whispering that if he wanted her to wear a certain type of outfit for their date, she would comply. Yao Ro's change of attitude was so fast that Ling Yun hadn't even had time to adapt. As for Yao Ro, the more she looked, the more she found Ling Yun to be very handsome, and on top of that, very good at making money. Yao Ro felt he was a top choice in her selection for a boyfriend. Yao Ro launched a relentless assault. Seeing no reply from Ling Yun, she conveniently pulled him into a hug. Ling Yun was too flustered and had to make an excuse that he had something busy to do later and couldn't go on a date with her. Hearing this, Yao Ro felt a bit disappointed, but she immediately recovered her spirits and asked for Ling Yun's phone number to arrange another time. Ling Yun knew he couldn't get away without giving his number, so he had to comply with Yao Ro's request. Just as she was overjoyed, Tai Xiaohu also jumped in, wanting to give out his phone number as well. Yao Ro's attitude changed instantly. Who would want Tai Xiaohu's phone number? Heartbroken from being ignored by a girl like that, Tai Xiaohu hugged Ling Yun and sobbed. Ling Yun offered a piece of advice that was like a punch to the face, asserting that with him around, who would want to ask for Tai Xiaohu's number? Tai Xiao got back to the main point. They clearly didn't have anything busy to do, so why did Ling Yun lie to Yao Ro? Well, it was true that Ling Yun had nothing to do, but Tai Xiao did. The two went to a drink stand to buy some refreshments, after which Ling Yun reconfirmed that the name of the person who had asked Tai Xiaohu to cause trouble with him was indeed Go Junfa. That guy was quite generous, giving Tai Xiaohu a 10,000 deposit up front, with another 10,000 to be paid after he completed the mission. Seeing this, Ling Yun was very pleased and ordered Tai Xiaohu to go collect the remaining 10,000. Tai Xiaohu didn't understand. Since he didn't complete the mission, he should have had to return the 10,000 deposit, let alone demanding more. Ling Yun lamented that this Tai Xiaohu only had strong muscles, but his brain was far inferior to Tang Ming's. He then devised a plan for Tai Xiaohu, which was clearly a shady trick. But for Ling Yun, as long as there were practical benefits, fair play could be ignored. Ling Yun's rule was very simple. Do whatever benefits him, and don't let himself be at a disadvantage. Elsewhere, Go Junfa was being told by his underlings how Tai Xiaohu was completely dominated by Ling Yun, unable to fight back at all. Go Junfa was very bitter upon hearing this. Just then, Tai Xiaohu showed up, and he thought the guy was there to return the deposit. When Go Junfa saw Tai Xiaohu, he still acted very polite, telling him there was no need to return the deposit, and that he could just keep the money for now. However, he never expected that Tai Xiaohu had already mentally prepared to be a scammer. He quickly advanced to Go Junfa's bed. Afterward, he declared that he had already given Ling Yun a beating, so he was here to collect the rest of the payment. Go Junfa immediately flew into a rage. According to the news he received, everyone saw Tai Xiaohu being beaten down by Ling Yun. So what was this about demanding money now? Unexpectedly, Tai Xiaohu also put on a serious face, eloquently making the excuse that he let Ling Yun win the first round to identify his weaknesses. Tai Xiaohu then dramatically fabricated a story that he later ambushed Ling Yun outside the school and beat him until Ling Yun had to kneel and beg for mercy. Go Junfa could smell the strong stench of bullshit around. Someone like Ling Yun kneeling and begging for mercy? However, before Go Junfa had time to say anything more, Tai Xiaohu reached out and grabbed him by the collar, threatening that if he didn't believe it, he would drag him to find Ling Yun to see if his condition matched the story. How could Ka Tuan Fat dare to agree to this? If he went with Thiet Chu Ho to find Ling Yun, it would be like offering his face up for a beating. Ka Tuan Fat felt that losing another 10,000 was acceptable, so he might as well obediently hand it over to Thiet Chu Ho for his own good. But Thiet Chu Ho refused. He wanted double. Ka Tuan Fat argued back, saying he had already paid a deposit of 10,000, so he only needed to pay another 10,000, not 20,000. Thiet Chu Ho already had his reason prepared. He wanted extra money for medical expenses and compensation for the mental distress of being beaten by Ling Yun in front of so many people. Ka Tuan Fat was furious and decided to threaten to expose the whole affair to make Thiet Chu Ho lose face. But Thiet Chu Ho had his own threat, threatening to tell Ling Yun that Ka Tuan Fat was the one behind hiring him. At that point, it was uncertain if Ka Tuan Fat would end up registering for permanent residency at the hospital. Terrified by this, Ka Tuan Fat cowered and hastily did as Thiet requested. Chu Ho immediately. See, isn't it much quicker this way? Thiet Chu Ho even invited Ka Tuan Fat to call him again. Next time, he wanted to beat up Ling Yun. Ka Tuan Fat immediately refused, promising he would go apologize to Ling Yun and stop causing trouble. Thiet Chu Ho refused to let it go, warning him that from now on, if Ling Yun beat him up again, he would still come to Ka Tuan Fat for medical money. Ka Tuan Fat was furious, but couldn't do anything, as he had no one who could defeat Thiet Chu Ho. As for Thiet Chu Ho, the moment he left the hospital, he called Ling Yun to report his successful earnings. Having done it once, Thiet Chu Ho was already hooked. He wanted to pull a few more scams like this. Why not do it when it's little effort for a big payoff? The weather suddenly turned into a raging storm, so fierce it blew Ling Yun's umbrella away. He felt that dragging himself to school in this weather wasn't worth it, but he had promised Lin Vu, so he had to go. Just then, Ling Yun noticed the figure of a girl standing in the rain by the side of the road. A closer look revealed it was Trang Mai Fuang. Trang Mai Fuang herself didn't understand what she was thinking, running around looking for Ling Yun in this stormy weather. The heavens seemed to understand her feelings, as a strong gust of wind blew, causing Trang Mai Fuang to stumble and fall conveniently into Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun took the opportunity to hold the beauty in his arms and asked Trang Mai Fuang what she wanted with him. But Trang Mai Fuang didn't recognize him and immediately struggled, pushing Ling Yun, who fell flat on the ground. It had only been a few days since they last met, but Ling Yun's transformation was so drastic that Trang Mai Fuang couldn't recognize him. As she recalled, Ling Yun was chubby and fat, not with a fit body like this. Well, Trang Mai Fuang's compliment prevented Ling Yun from getting angry, and he told her she could just call his phone to confirm. But his words hit a sore spot for Trang Mai Fuang. Her family had confiscated all of her belongings, leaving her with nothing. Although Ling Yun was very curious about what had happened, the first thing to do was to get Trang Mai Fuang out of the rain. Ling Yun brought Trang Mai Fuang to his home and then took out his national ID card for her to confirm if the handsome guy before her was really Ling Yun. After his identity was verified, Ling Yun immediately told Trang Mai Fuang to take off her clothes, which made Trang Mai Fuang afraid he was going to force himself on her. But Ling Yun was quite innocent. He just meant that Trang Mai Fuang's clothes were soaked and she should take them off or she'd get sick from the rainwater. As for not having anything to change into, Trang Mai Fuang could just get under the blanket for the time being. After Ling Yun went outside to let Trang Mai Fuang change and hide under the blanket, he asked her what had happened. Trang Mai Fuang explained that she was engaged to a man named Tun Tin, but had broken off the engagement because of Ling Yun, so now the Tun family was looking for Ling Yun to settle the score. For it, Trang Mai Fuang warned that this time the Tun family would send their top experts, who would definitely give Ling Yun a sound beating. Whether he'd get a beating was uncertain, but Ling Yun's eyes were certainly feasting on Trang Mai Fuang's beauty, so much so that his nose was bleeding. Ling Yun couldn't care less about some so-called experts. He was currently looking for an opponent to practice with, so having people come to him was a perfect opportunity for Ling Yun to loosen up his muscles. Elsewhere, another group had assembled, their target indeed being Ling Yun. Trang Mai Fuang felt that Ling Yun still didn't grasp the severity of the problem, that it wasn't simple at all. The Tun family was known for being a clan that could ruin a person's future with a single word. Ling Yun was a little curious. The Tun family was so powerful, yet Trang Mai Fuang chose to break her engagement with Tun Tin. But that Tun Tin fellow had a terrible reputation, known for changing women like he changed clothes, which is why Trang Mai Fuang was so determined not to agree to marry him. The trouble was, Trang Mai Fuang kept forgetting she was only wearing her bra, and every time she got agitated, she'd throw the blanket open, giving Ling Yun quite an eyeful. Ling Yun changed the subject, asking Trang Mai Fuang if she had any plans for the near future. But her mind was completely blank at the moment. She had just run away from home without any plan. Trang Mai Fuang only knew that if her family caught her now, they would definitely tie her up like a sticky rice dumpling and deliver her to the Tun family. Ling Yun then suggested that Trang Mai Fuang could stay at his place for the time being. He was more than capable of protecting her. Trang Mai Fuang was delighted but shy. This was basically living with Ling Yun, wasn't it? However, Ling Yun had already shown his willingness to confront the Tun family just to protect her, which made Trang Mai Fuang's maiden heart flutter more than a little. Ling Yun settled the issue, and while at it, mentioned finishing up the work at the back, right? It's not clear what Trang Mai Fuang was thinking, but she felt Ling Yun was being a bit rushed. They would be together for a long time, so there would surely be opportunities to experience all sorts of things. But that wasn't what Ling Yun meant. He had agreed to let Trang Mai Fuang stay at his place. But he couldn't just worship her like a living saint. She needed to get to the housework. What else? Hearing this, Trang Mai Fuang was both incredulous and a bit let down. A beautiful woman in a state of undress was right in front of him, yet all Ling Yun thought about was making her do housework. Trang Mai Fuang even wondered if she wasn't attractive enough, but that couldn't be it, as Ling Yun's nose was bleeding streams. Ling Yun paid it no mind, and took the chance to ask what else Trang Mai Fuang could do besides laundry and cooking. She felt more than a little underestimated. She was a proper economics graduate with a certificate to prove it. Trang Mai Fuang was confident that with just a computer and some starting capital, she could quickly turn a profit. Without a second thought, Ling Yun immediately handed a check to Trang Mai Fuang to see if she could magically turn it into several hundred million or not. And don't think Ling Yun was broke. This check was from a debt he collected, worth a full 100 million. Although she didn't know how Ling Yun had so much money, Trang Mai Fuang affirmed she could multiply it many times over for him. Ling Yun's goal was very ambitious. He wanted to earn enough to build 2 whole villas. But buying a villa would require 20 times the amount on that check, so Ling Yun could take his time dreaming. But if this starting capital wasn't enough, Ling Yun could just go earn more. The moment Ling Yun stepped outside, the group of experts hired by the Tun family spotted him. The leader was a woman named Huyen That. She ordered a young man named Huyen Q to tail Ling Yun on foot to avoid exposing their presence. Unfortunately for them, they had no idea that Ling Yun had noticed them a long time ago. Ling Yun let Huyen Q's group follow him, luring them toward Panlong Mountain Park. Huyen That received the report and thought this was a great opportunity. They had to seize this chance to take Ling Yun out. Huyen That positioned 2 snipers in ambush on one side of Panlong Mountain and placed 2 others in ambush on the mountainside, setting an inescapable trap, determined not to let Ling Yun escape. One team member was curious why Huyen That was deploying such a tense formation just to face a high school student. But Huyen That felt Ling Yun was no pushover. What ordinary high school student could single-handedly give a beating to 30 members of the Green Dragon gang? The client had originally offered a price of $8 million, but recently it had been increased to $50 million. Such a price, just for the life of a high school student, was truly unheard of. Huyen That was confident her team's assassination this time would definitely succeed, after which they would take the money and party to their heart's content. Huyen That then also walked up Panlong Mountain to meet with Huyen Q, who was observing from behind a tree. Huyen Q reported that Ling Yun's pace was erratic, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, as if he was afraid Huyen Q's group couldn't keep up. Hearing this, Huyen That scoffed, thinking Ling Yun was arrogant even when he was about to die. She assumed Ling Yun was a disciple from some secluded sect, but was conceited and looked down on everyone. As for Ling Yun, he was now standing on Panlong Mountain, twirling a brush pen in his hand, assessing Huyen That's words. He had guessed this world had people with some real power And indeed, there were these so-called secluded sects. First, Ling Yun decided to have some fun with the group hunting him. Some of them were even carrying firearms, so Ling Yun had to be a bit careful. At that moment, Huin Nat and Huin Q flashed in front of Ling Yun, but he scoffed that their speed was still too raw and green. Huin Nat and Huin Q wasted no words. One kicked a rock the size of a large bowl at Ling Yun, while the other rushed forward with a knife. Ling Yun tilted his head slightly, letting the rock fly past him, then simply sidestepped to evade the attack. The sneak attack of Xianqi. While Ling Yun was teasing Xianqi, Xianjiu was already eyeing the knife in his hand, attacking him from behind. Faced with Xianjiu's sneak attack, Ling Yun didn't even bother to dodge, just letting his opponent try to stab him because the tip of the knife couldn't pierce his body. Seeing this, Xianjiu was stunned. He was sure he wasn't using a toy knife. Ling Yun turned around and grabbed the blade of Xianjiu's knife without hesitation, and even gave a contemptuous smile that the opponent dared to attack him. Xianqi was unaware of the situation. Seeing Ling Yun turn his back to her, she seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Seeing this, Xianjiu hurriedly shouted to stop Xianqi's action. But by this time, Ling Yun had already grabbed Xianjiu's collar tightly, then threw this muscular young man like a cloth bag towards Xianqi, sending them both crashing into the rock behind them. Ling Yun felt that he had let his opponents dance around enough. Next, it should be his turn to act and make these youngsters understand the situation. He threw the dagger in his hand towards Xianjiu and Xianqi. Luckily, the two managed to split to the sides to dodge, otherwise their heads would have exploded like the rock behind them. Xianqi couldn't guess Ling Yun's true strength. Moreover, he was nowhere to be seen at this moment. Someone called for Ling Yun. "Here I am." He moved at lightning speed around Xian Qi, using his hand to make several chops that tore her protective clothing. After being played like this by Ling Yun, Xianqi was furious, getting all worked up and wanting to fight recklessly. But Xianqi was no match for him. Ling Yun only needed to land one punch to her stomach to make her spit blood. Xianjiu, watching everything from the side, was scared shitless. He no longer had the confidence to stay and fight Ling Yun anymore. It was best to flee to save his own life. But Ling Yun only needed to sway slightly to block Xianjiu's path. He reached out, grabbed his opponent's neck, and lifted him up like a chicken, then without hesitation, delivered a knife headshot on Xianjiu. Xianqi, regaining some of her composure, looked at Xianjiu's corpse being held by Ling Yun and could confirm that Ling Yun's level was no joke. They had underestimated Ling Yun too much. Ling Yun showed no mercy, feeling that if you want to assassinate someone, you must be prepared to be sent to your grave. As he spoke, Ling Yun dragged Xianjiu's corpse to the cliff and threw it straight down, then turned back to ask Xianqi if she wanted to continue living or join her companion in death. Xianqi thought her fate was sealed and magnanimously challenged Ling Yun to do as he pleased. Seeing that his opponent wasn't afraid of death, Ling Yun decided to switch to a different psychological tactic. He played with the knife in his hand, curious to know what would happen if he gifted Xianqi a scar on her beautiful face. It seemed Xianqi wasn't qualified to be an assassin. She wasn't afraid of death, but surrendered just from the threat of having her face ruined. Ling Yun, seeing that the threat was enough, began to interrogate her for some information. He learned that Xianqi's real name was Xiao Mimi, and she was from the Tianxia organization. This Tianxia organization piqued Ling Yun's interest. It is an international assassin organization, divided into 4 ranks: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, and Xiao Mimi was a Xian rank assassin. As for Tianxia's headquarters, no one knows where it is, but its branches spring up like mushrooms everywhere. Each branch is commanded by 3 to 9 Tian rank assassins. Ling Yun was a little curious. How would he compare to a Tian rank assassin? Unexpectedly, he was met with a laugh from Xiao Mimi, which annoyed Ling Yun. He pinned her down to interrogate her thoroughly. But why do you have to pin Xiao Mimi down? The position was a bit suggestive. Xiao Mimi asserted that Ling Yun's strength was at most peak Xian rank. He stood no chance against a Tian rank assassin. As for the specific level, it's around the 4th layer of Ho Tian, corresponding to Ling Yun's current 3rd layer of body tempering. The information gathered was more or less complete, and finally, Ling Yun just wanted to know how much money Xiao Mimi had on her. Xiao Mimi was completely confused by Ling Yun's question. She thought he was asking who hired the assassins to come after him. As for the money, Xiao Mimi had about 17 million or so. Ling Yun gave Xiao Mimi a choice. Either he would ruin her face and throw her off the mountain, and she could live if she survived, or she could follow him and hand over all her assets. Ling Yun felt that just finishing her off was too simple. Only by keeping Xiao Mimi alive could he gather more secret information about this world. As for Xiao Mimi, with a chance to live, why would she choose to die? Ling Yun was very satisfied with Xiao Mimi's cooperation. Next, he could heal her injuries, and then she had to take Ling Yun to greet the remaining assassins. After that, Xiao Mimi was very cooperative, calling all the remaining assassins to gather on the mountaintop. By the time the group of minion assassins arrived, they only saw Xiao Mimi, still injured, lying in a corner. The assassins, not suspecting anything, hurriedly approached to check on Xiao Mimi's condition, while also asking where Xianjiao and Ling Yun were. Just as they finished speaking, Ling Yun flash-stepped and appeared right behind the group of assassins. The assassins jumped in fright, hurriedly shouting at each other to open fire on Ling Yun. But before any gunshots could be heard, there were only blood-curdling screams. In just a moment, Ling Yun had made those minion assassins bite the dust. Ling Yun felt that Xiao Mimi's plan was quite good, saving him the effort of hunting down each assassin one by one. The assassins, upon realizing that Xiao Mimi had dared to betray them, were furious, cursing that the organization would make mincemeat of her. Then this group also screamed something like, "If you have the guts, just finish us off," and so on. Xiao Mimi didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her betrayal. If the mission failed, she would only face death upon returning anyway. So when Ling Yun offered a way to live, of course Xiao Mimi had to grab it. At this moment, Ling Yun was fiddling with a pistol in his hand, curious about how to use it, which made the minion assassins break out in a cold sweat when they heard it. Xiao Mimi was extremely cooperative, attentively teaching Ling Yun from the side how to use the gun. Following the instructions, Ling Yun released the safety, then pointed the gun at one of the assassins, making the man's face turn pale with fear. This bunch shouldn't be assassins. It would make more sense for them to be comedians. Back at Ling Yun's house, Zhuang Meifeng was feeling very confused. Ling Yun had saved her and even let her stay at his house, which made Zhuang Meifeng unable to help but think that he liked her. But Zhuang Meifeng thought it was fine, as long as Ling Yun didn't mind that she was older. Just then, Ling Yun's voice was heard outside the door, and Zhuang Meifeng happily went to open it to welcome him. Unexpectedly, Ling Yun was carrying Xiao Mimi in his arms, causing Zhuang Meifeng to freeze on the spot. After entering the house, Xiao Mimi even said, "Thank you, master," making Zhuang Meifeng wonder what kind of game these two were playing. Zhuang Meifeng couldn't hold back. She immediately became jealous and demanded to know who the girl Ling Yun carried home was. In the evening, at Lidu Bar, under the dim lights, Lin Minghan was flanked by two men who were constantly plying her with alcohol. The hands of these two men were roaming all over Lin Minghan's body, while praising her for having the qualities of a big star and so on. And Lin Minghan played her part well, chugging down whole bottles of alcohol as if it was nothing. Lin Minghan secretly felt lucky that she had previously received professional training at barley smoothie shops, so her tolerance was at a fairy-like level, and she could still remain sober. Lin Minghan's mission this time was to investigate a film company, but hidden within it was the luring of innocent girls for despicable acts and so on. She was determined to see it through today, to get the evidence to convict these people. However, Lin Minghan was unaware that one of them had secretly taken out a small bag of white powder, dissolved it in a glass of wine, and handed it to the man sitting next to her. That man then gave the glass of wine to Lin Minghan, promising that if she just drank this one more glass, she could go for the audition. Lin Minghan pretended to be overjoyed, and the man also promised that she was the bright new face the film company was looking to recruit. Lin Minghan quickly drank the wine, while secretly rejoicing that the opponent had finally taken the bait. However, her skill level was still a bit green. She thought she was the chicken, but it turned out she was just the grain. After downing that glass of wine, Lin Minghan immediately felt that something was wrong, her mind becoming dazed. Feeling that the situation was not right, Lin Minghan wanted to get up and go to the restroom for a bit. But there was no way those two men would let her go, coaxing her that the audition room also had a restroom. The time was ripe, and it wouldn't be good to miss the audition time. This company probably does produce real films and recruit real actresses, but it seems they only recruit for two-person wrestling movies. When Lin Minghan was taken up to the room, she could no longer stand steadily and just collapsed onto the floor. The two men felt they were very wise to have prepared things in advance. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to take down Lin Minghan. Next, they just needed to call the male co-star, who was their client, and they would be done. Lin Minghan also overheard the room number from the men's conversation, and in her mind, she thought that only Ling Yun could save her now. After texting the address to Ling Yun, Lin Minghan barricaded herself in the bathroom, splashing water on herself to stay conscious. But at this moment, the male co-star had already crept into the room. Meanwhile, on Ling Yun's side, he had arrived at the hotel and was being blocked by the reception staff. Ling Yun had no time to talk with these guys. He grabbed a receptionist by the collar and forced him to take him up to the hotel room. As soon as he reached the door, Ling Yun casually dealt with the guard like a chick, then brazenly kicked the door open and stormed in. Inside the room, the wrestling match hadn't even begun. The man in the room was suddenly pissed off when someone kicked the door in, completely killing his mood. As for Lin Minghan, she was already unconscious on the bed. Ling Yun lunged forward, throwing a punch straight into the man's face, knocking him to the ground. After this, that man would probably have to spend a hefty sum on a plastic surgeon. Lin Minghan happened to wake up just then and hurriedly threw her arms around Ling Yun. Ling Yun advised her not to move too much, letting him first perform acupuncture to suppress the drug's effects in her body. The two men from the film company also enter the room at this moment, helping their client up. The blonde-haired one quickly reassured his client, then explained that an unexpected situation had arisen and his company would handle it immediately. By now, Ling Yun had temporarily dealt with Lin Minghan's situation, and the film company people had also conveniently shown up. If they couldn't control their lower heads, then he would teach them a lesson on their behalf. What followed was a violent scene unsuitable for children. Only the terrified screams of those men could be heard echoing throughout the hotel corridor. After giving those men a good beating, Ling Yun hoisted Lin Minghan onto his shoulder. He also conveniently grabbed the suitcase of money in the room, considering it an advance on the interest. When he had more free time, Ling Yun would come back to settle the score in detail. As for the three men, their lower heads had certainly been taught a lesson by Ling Yun, as each of them was clutching his crotch and writhing on the ground. At Ling Yun's house at this time, Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi were having a stare down on the sofa. Zhuang Meifeng wanted to know what Xiao Mimi's intentions were towards Ling Yun, but the other party insisted that her relationship with Ling Yun was merely that of a master and servant, nothing more. Zhuang Meifeng temporarily accepted Xiao Mimi's presence in the house. Just then, Ling Yun returned, once again carrying another girl on his shoulder, leaving Zhuang Meifeng speechless. Every time Ling Yun had returned from outside recently, he would bring back a beautiful girl and always in a distressed state. Xiao Mimi observed Lin Minghan's condition and quickly realized she had been drugged. If not treated quickly, her life would be in danger. Ling Yun paid no mind to the two women whispering behind him, reaching out as if to tear off Lin Minghan's clothes, reasoning that he needed to save her quickly and couldn't be bothered with formalities. Hearing that Ling Yun wanted to save Lin Minghan, Zhuang Meifeng thought he was volunteering to wrestle with Lin Minghan himself. On top of that, Ling Yun wore a matter-of-fact expression, as if to say besides him, who else in this house had the ability to resolve the current situation? Hearing this, Zhuang Meifeng was very bitter and aggressively wanted to leave with Xiao Mimi to let Ling Yun do whatever he wanted. But Ling Yun didn't agree. If both of them left, who would help him? Zhuang Meifeng, who knows what she was thinking, even shyly covered her face when Ling Yun asked for help. She cursed Ling Yun for being a pervert, wondering if he had a fetish for threesomes or something. But Zhuang Meifeng's mind was completely in the gutter. Ling Yun wanted to perform acupuncture to save a life, and he needed Zhuang Meifeng and Xiao Mimi's help to hold Lin Minghan down securely. Did she understand? Zhuang Meifeng was utterly bewildered. It turned out she had been making her own dark assumptions all along. By now, the drug in Lin Minghan's body was taking strong effect, causing her to writhe in unbearable agony. As Zhuang Meifeng pressed down on Lin Minghan to hold her still, she found that even she couldn't bear it. However, Ling Yun couldn't care less about that. He just found it rather troublesome that the aphrodisiac was a bit stronger than he had calculated. Ling Yun ordered Xiao Mi to hold Lin Meng Han from behind, while he began to take out needles one by one to perform acupuncture on Lin Meng Han's arm. At this point, Zhuang Meifeng could only act as a spectator. She wasn't strong enough to hold Lin Meng Han down, and this spectator was easily swayed. Just hearing Lin Meng Han's moans was enough to get her flustered. Lin Meng Han, not knowing if she was conscious or delirious, felt herself being held down and only wanted to struggle free. Ling Yun moved closer and advised Lin Meng Han not to struggle as he was trying to save her. Finally, after an hour of struggle, Ling Yun successfully completed the acupuncture. Lin Meng Han had fallen asleep. Ling Yun paid no more attention to Lin Meng Han, telling Xiao Mi to get some warm water to wipe her down. This made Zhuang Meifeng even more surprised at Ling Yun's incredible self-control. The more she observed, the more Zhuang Meifeng felt that Ling Yun was far superior to other men. He was truly the life partner she had been searching for all this time. As for Ling Yun, he was startled when he saw the fiery gaze Zhuang Meifeng was directing at him. Out in the living room, Ling Yun was very curious about what Zhuang Meifeng was planning to do, climbing onto his lap like that. Zhuang Meifeng mustered all her courage and confessed that she liked Ling Yun. Startling Ling Yun, Zhuang Meifeng pressed her offensive even harder, pouncing on Ling Yun, reaffirming her feelings once more and declaring that she wanted to marry him. Zhuang Meifeng's words stirred some strange emotions in Ling Yun. This was the first time he had heard such words since being reborn here. Seeing Zhuang Meifeng take the opportunity to hug him tightly, Ling Yun quickly questioned why. Just a few days ago, she had insisted on keeping a safe distance and all that. Zhuang Meifeng grabbed a pillow and smacked Ling Yun on the head, while shyly asserting that she understood him much better now. So it was natural for her attitude to change. Zhuang Meifeng didn't care what Ling Yun thought. She had made up her mind, and at this point, Ling Yun couldn't hope to chase her away. But Ling Yun had no intention of chasing Zhuang Meifeng away in the first place. Hearing this, Zhuang Meifeng was overjoyed, directly calling Ling Yun husband and also taking the initiative to ignore the fact that Ling Yun was still just a high school student. Ling Yun started to break out in a cold sweat. If things kept progressing like this, she might just try to eat him alive. Sure enough, his worries came true. Zhuang Meifeng grabbed Ling Yun's hand and pressed it to her chest, then suggested they should do what married couples do while the mood was hot. Just then, Xiao Mi came out into the living room, shattering the atmosphere in the room and saving Ling Yun's life. She came out to announce that Lin Meng Han was awake and wanted to speak with Ling Yun privately. How could Ling Yun pass up such a good opportunity to escape? He hurriedly executed a move to slip away. After Ling Yun entered the room, Lin Meng Han was shyly huddled at the head of the bed. After an awkward moment, she managed to speak up and ask Ling Yun what he thought of her. As for Ling Yun's current thoughts, he just wished Lin Meng Han would stop dressing so provocatively and go into such unsafe places. Hearing this, Lin Meng Han bristled, declaring that she was a police officer and had to risk her life in the enemy's den to gather incriminating evidence. But in Ling Yun's eyes, someone who couldn't even protect herself was not qualified to be a good police officer. Ling Yun stated that if he didn't have the secret technique of the 9 spiritual pivot needles, he could only have saved Lin Meng Han with his body, and thus all her efforts to save herself until now would have been for nothing. But Ling Yun couldn't have seen this coming. Lin Meng Han was already mentally prepared. If it was Ling Yun, she could accept it. In fact, when she knew she had been drugged with an aphrodisiac, Lin Meng Han had already accepted that she wouldn't escape a wrestling match in bed today. So when she called for Ling Yun's help, she had already decided that if she had to have a relationship with someone, she hoped it would be Ling Yun. At this moment, Lin Meng Han could no longer remain calm. She lunged up and hugged Ling Yun tightly, preparing to confess her true feelings and all that. These girls were too aggressive. Did no one care that in this world, Ling Yun wasn't even of age yet? In the heat of the moment, suddenly, Zhuang Meifeng burst through the door, shattering the atmosphere and wanting to speak privately with Lin Meng Han. Ling Yun disappeared immediately, not caring what Zhuang Meifeng intended to do. He just needed to escape this predicament. And Lin Meng Han was also a little curious about Zhuang Meifeng's relationship with Ling Yun. Just as Ling Yun escaped the room and closed the door tightly, Xiao Mimi, who was waiting outside, gave Ling Yun a little reminder. It was very likely that the two young ladies in the room would end up arguing over Ling Yun. Ling Yun knew that full well, but he had no solution for it. On top of that, the young man even took the opportunity to congratulate himself on his overwhelming charm, which was the reason for his luck with women. Back in the room, Zhuang Meifeng advised Lin Menghan to rest more, as she was still very weak. Zhuang Meifeng spoke with a hidden meaning, saying that her husband had spent a lot of effort to save Lin Menghan, and as his wife, it was only right for her to help her husband take care of the patient. Lin Menghan quickly caught the keyword. Zhuang Meifeng was clearly asserting that Ling Yun was her husband. Fortunately, Lin Menghan's mind wasn't completely muddled. She still remembered that Ling Yun wasn't even old enough to get married, which made Zhuang Meifeng break out in a cold sweat for having the truth exposed by her love rival. However, Zhuang Meifeng could still assert her relationship with Ling Yun. The proof was that she was currently living with him, after all. At this point, Lin Menghan could no longer argue back. She used the excuse of being tired and wanted to sleep early, not continuing the conversation with Zhuang Meifeng. And Zhuang Meifeng had also achieved her goal. She just needed to beat her love rival so that the other party would know to back off. A peaceful night passed. Ling Yun had also gone out to cultivate all night, only returning home in the morning. As soon as he entered the living room, Ling Yun saw the letter Lin Menghan had left. She had decided to leave the city for a while, to take time to think carefully before returning again, hoping that Ling Yun would not forget her. There was no need to worry about that. How could Ling Yun forget Lin Menghan? She was the first girl he met after being reborn into this world. Just then, Zhuang Meifeng also rushed out of the room, announcing that she couldn't find Lin Menghan anywhere. The doorbell rang, and Xiao Mimi went to check who it was. As soon as the door opened, Tang Meng leaped in from outside, excited that after so many others, Ling Yun had finally remembered to call him over. But not so fast, buddy, or you might hug Xiao Mimi by mistake. She put out a finger and pointed it at Tang Meng's forehead to stop him, and Tang Meng froze stiff on the spot. He was startled to see a strange girl suddenly appear in Ling Yun's house. Meanwhile, the perceptive Tai Xiao, who had already sensed that Xiao Mimi was no ordinary person. Perhaps it was because they were both martial artists that they had a sensitivity towards each other. One girl had already startled Tang Meng, and now Zhuang Meifeng also popped out to greet him. The name Zhuang Meifeng sounded a bit familiar to Tang Meng. He immediately remembered that she was none other than Zhuang, Mei Na's older sister. Moreover, Zhuang Meifeng was hailed as the #1 beauty of this city. Only then did Ling Yun appear, telling everyone to come inside and talk instead of standing at the door. With Ling Yun's permission, Tai Xiaohu quickly complied. Tang Meng was a little curious. Two beauties had suddenly appeared by Ling Yun's side, one of whom was extremely famous. Yet Tai Xiaohu didn't seem surprised at all. Indeed, Tai Xiaohu wasn't surprised in the slightest. He felt that for someone as domineering and talented as Ling Yun, being surrounded by many beauties was only natural. There was nothing to wonder about. This made Tang Meng feel that his own level of understanding was far too low. Ling Yun had called his two brothers over mainly because of the matter with the Tan Van Film Company, which had previously targeted Lin Menghan. Tai Xiao, who knew of this place. He had even wanted to go there to collect protection fees before, but was stopped by his seniors. Tang Meng also remembered his father once saying that the Tan Van Company was actually a scam operation, specializing in tricking young women into serving powerful figures in the capital. It was true that with backing from people in the capital, this film company was a big deal. Others might not dare to mess with them, but Ling Yun wasn't afraid. He came up with an idea to take Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to the Tan Van Company to demand protection fees. Of course, Tang Meng immediately agreed to such an exciting matter, and as for Tai Xiaohu, he would smash whatever Ling Yun pointed at, no questions asked. Right after that, Tang Meng drove the three of them to the Tan Van Company. The moment he stepped out of the car, Tai Xiaohu put on a murderous expression. Tai Xiaohu was very experienced in this business of collecting protection fees. To ensure things went smoothly, you had to act fierce and aggressive from the very beginning to establish dominance. Ling Yun acknowledged that Tai Xiaohu Xiao, who was very professional. Tang Meng had a lot to learn from him in this regard. Tang Meng was worried that they needed a somewhat reasonable excuse to get started. Otherwise, they would be accused of blatant robbery. Ling Yun and Tang Meng didn't need to worry about this. Tai Xiao would handle it. They just had to watch him perform. The group took the elevator straight to the general manager's office of the Tan Van Company. Then, Tai Xiao, who knocked on the door with his foot, kicking the wooden door open, and yelled, asking where the boss was and to get out and talk. Tai Xiao, who yelled at the top of his lungs that the Tan Van Company had scammed his girlfriend, ruined her life, and so on, and that today, the company had to pay the price. Hearing this reason from Tai Xiao, who both Ling Yun and Tang Meng were left speechless, not knowing what cool thing to say now. From the Tan Van Company's side, a young man stepped out, his face darkened, wondering what blind fool dared to cause trouble at his company. He announced that he was Huang Fei Yang, the company's general manager, and asserted that his company did legitimate business. So Tai Xiao, who shouldn't make baseless slander. Seeing someone from the other side step up, Tang Meng worried they were at a disadvantage, but Ling Yun felt there was no need to rush. They should just let Tai Xiao, who finish his performance first. Tai Xiao, who used his overwhelming aura, combined with his large, grisly bear-like physique, to pressure the Tan Van Company for daring to force his girlfriend to take sensitive photos and entertain rich old men with drinks, blah blah blah. With every sentence, Tai Xiao, who took a step forward, then directly grabbed Huang Fei Yang by the collar, glaring at him and making him break out in a cold sweat. Huang Fei Yang was trembling from Tai Xiao, whose intimidation. He didn't dare to be confrontational, afraid Tai Xiao would snap him in half. So he had to soften his approach and invite Tai Xiao, who into the room, to talk things over slowly. Huang Fei Yang ordered his secretary to make tea, but he actually wanted her to call for backup. The more, the better, as long as they could crush Tai Xiao, who knew that this secretary was a bit clueless. She asked back if he wanted to call the police or something, and said it loudly too. Hearing this, Ling Yun's group picked up tables and chairs, ready to beat up Huang Fei Yang right then and there. And Huang Fei Yang certainly didn't want the police to investigate. He would definitely be the one in trouble. Huang Fei Yang hurriedly bowed and apologized to Tai Xiao, who, promising to check again. If there really was a problem, it must have been his subordinates acting on their own, and as the leader, he would strictly discipline his staff and so on. But Tai Xiao, who wasn't about to let Huang Fei Yang get away with his act. He made a scene, saying the company had promised to sign a contract with his girlfriend, but even after she was taken advantage of, no contract ever appeared. Huang Fei Yang was startled, as that was a common tactic his company used. If Huang Fei Yang didn't handle this carefully, he would surely be made a scapegoat. So, the guy changed his tune once again, asking what Tai Xiao who really wanted. After beating around the bush, they finally got to the point. Tai Xiao, who demanded that the Tan Van Company pay all sorts of compensation, and then the matter would be considered over. Only now did Huang Fei Yang understand that they were here to extort money. Well, using money to solve the problem was fine. He even thought Tai Xiao, who was only asking for 30,000. But Tai Xiao, who was used to following Ling Yun, there was no way he'd settle for loose change. He wanted to demand 30 million. Just then, a group of people entered from outside, mocking Ling Yun's group for being too greedy. Hearing the strangers' voices, Ling Yun guessed that Huang Fei Yang had been stalling to wait for backup. As for Tang Meng, his eyes lit up like stars, ready for a fight. But Ling Yun quickly put the brakes on Tang Meng, saying they shouldn't fight, that fighting is bad, and that they should politely invite everyone to come inside. Tang Meng clearly understood Ling Yun's scheme, so the two young men put on very cunning expressions and opened the door, inviting their new friends to join the fun. The newcomers were taken aback when Ling Yun and Tang Meng invited them into the room, but their leader saw that they were just a few high school students and thought, what's there to be afraid of? This guy brazenly led his gang into the room, loudly threatening to see who dared to touch his brother. But he had no idea that behind him, Ling Yun and Tang Meng had just closed the door, looking at the newly arrived thugs as if they were chickens. All Huang Fei Yang knew was that his brothers had arrived to rescue him. He burst into tears, begging the gang leader for help. The gang leader politely invited Huang Fei Yang to sit aside and rest, and to watch them take care of Ling Yun's group. Right after that, the gang leader turned to Tai Xiao and started trash-talking, saying he dared to cause trouble at the Tan Van Company just because he was a bit bigger than others. Tai Xiao felt this group was too talkative. It was making him sleepy. They could skip the talk and just get to the fighting. Ling Yun felt these people really didn't know what was good for them. They didn't want the easy way and insisted on getting a beating. He advised Tang Meng not to make a move, that he would give him a chance to show off another time. Meanwhile, seeing that Ling Yun and Tang Meng weren't the least bit worried, Huang Feiyang felt that something wasn't right here. Over here, the gang leader had just shouted for his men to charge when, in the blink of an eye, one of them flew backwards, crashing into the wall next to Huang Feiyang. After that, it was one punch for each guy. After receiving a punch from Tai Xiao, they flew into a corner of the room, piling up unconscious. The gang leader fared a little better, managing to hit Tai Xiao with a wooden club, but he was grabbed by him right after. Another thug saw this and rushed forward with a club, wanting to save his boss. But this guy was unlucky. Tai Xiao, grabbed the gang leader, lifted him up like a chicken, and held him out for his underling to hit on the head with the club. Afterwards, Tai Xiao, like a brown bear, threw people around like sandbags. With one charge, a group of thugs was plastered against the wall. Ling Yun saw that Tai Xiao, whose performance was not bad at all. He had chosen his underling well. A thug who had slipped through the cracks was scared to death and tried to escape, but was blocked at the door by Tang Meng, who kicked him back into the room, serving himself up for Tai Xiao, to pummel. At this point, Huang Feiyang's face turned pale with fear. Who would have thought Tai Xiao would make mincemeat of the whole gang so easily? After a brawl, at Tai Xiao's feet now lay a pile of thugs, all completely passed out. Tai Xiao turned to Huang Feiyang. The man didn't listen to reason, so maybe a beating would make him understand the problem. Huang Feiyang still wanted to try to talk his way out of it. Tai Xiao immediately roared that he would go to the police and make a big deal out of this. That was like pronouncing a death sentence on Huang Feiyang. He hurriedly begged Tai Xiao to calm down, willing to resolve everything according to his wishes. Huang Feiyang asked his secretary how much capital the company currently had. The result was just over 10 million. So, the guy put on a pitiful look, hoping Tai Xiao would take this amount for now. While Tai Xiao, was wondering how to fleece him further, on the side, Ling Yun and Tang Meng coordinated and hinted that he should also confiscate his personal account. Getting the hint, Tai Xiao, grabbed Huang Feiyang by the collar and lifted him up, demanding his personal money as well. But the guy dared to say he was just an employee and had no personal money. But faced with Tai Xiao's fists, Huang Feiyang immediately remembered that he actually had 5 million, not that he was penniless. Tai Xiao threw Huang Feiyang to the ground, demanding that he quickly transfer all the money to him. For now, they had made a decent profit, but Ling Yun still demanded that Huang Feiyang write a proper promissory note, stating that if he couldn't pay the rest, Ling Yun would take over his company. At this point, Huang Feiyang agreed to everything. If he didn't, he'd get a beating from Tai Xiao and have to agree anyway. After getting all the paperwork, Ling Yun threatened that if he ever found out the company was involved in dirty business again, Huang Feiyang had better watch out. On the way back, Ling Yun's group was extremely delighted because their operation was a smooth success. And Ling Yun now had enough money for his plan, the plan to buy a villa to live in style. The group went to the Tan Ki villa area, but Tang Mai still wanted to advise Ling Yun to carefully consider buying this villa. Tai Xiao, however, saw no problem with it. Now that Ling Yun had so much money, buying a big house was the right move. But what Tang Mai was worried about was that Ling Yun didn't have enough money. The villa area he was heading to had exorbitant prices. Just then, a real estate agent appeared before Ling Yun's group, demanding that they prove they had sufficient assets before they could enter and tour the villa area. Ling Yun genuinely had no idea how one was supposed to prove their assets. The female agent, although she felt something was a bit off, still explained that Ling Yun just needed to prove he had around 50 million. Tang Mai thought that with only the money Ling Yun had just extorted from Qin Yun Company, it definitely wouldn't be enough. However, Ling Yun's expression didn't change, and he simply asked the agent to check his credit card. Tang Mai thought Ling Yun had misheard and shouted to remind him that they needed 50 million, but it wasn't like Ling Yun was deaf. About 10 minutes later, the female agent returned, leading a group of other staff members behind her. They respectfully bowed to Ling Yun and invited him to tour the villa area. Afterward, Tai Xiao had to admit that in all his life, this was the first time he had ever experienced such treatment. And it wasn't just Tai Xiao, it was Tang Mai's first time experiencing it too. Each of them had a young woman carefully holding an umbrella for them, and if they wanted, another young woman was ready with a tray of fruit for them to enjoy. The agent led Ling Yun's group to the top villa in the area, with an elegant design and charming scenery, priced at a mere 36 million. Ling Yun thought the place was fine and immediately sealed the deal without much haggling. But even though he sealed the deal, Ling Yun remembered that Li Qingshuan's family could probably buy a house at a discounted price. It was true that he had money now, but if he could save some, he should. The villa here was considered done. The next target for Ling Yun's group was Clearwater Bay. Not to collect debts, but since they were at it, they might as well buy another villa while they were hot. Tang Mai was startled to hear that. He couldn't understand just how much money Ling Yun had. But since he was kind enough to ask, Ling Yun was kind enough to answer. He didn't have much, only about 70 or 80 million. This answer left both Tang Mai and Tai Xiaohu stunned like statues. At Ling Yun's home, an auntie, probably a neighbor, was visiting his mother to talk about how the area had been approved for demolition. Qin Shuyue had also heard the news, but she wasn't worried at all. The neighbor lady took the opportunity to flex a little, saying that her son was also doing well, had bought an apartment in the inner city, and would soon bring her there to enjoy a comfortable life and all that. After showing off, the lady didn't forget to taunt Qin Shuyue a bit, saying that her children were still in school and couldn't support her yet, and now the clinic that she relied on for a living was about to be torn down. However, Qin Shuyue just smiled lightly and replied that she was still strong enough to work. As long as she was diligent and quick, she wouldn't have to worry about putting food on the table. These words made the neighbor lady feel annoyed because she couldn't make Qin Shuyue pessimistic. She felt that it couldn't be easy for Qin Shuyue to raise 2 children on her own. And on top of that, the clinic she used to earn a living was about to be shut down. Just then, a gleaming yellow supercar sped through the alley and screeched to a halt right near Qin Shuyue and the lady, attracting the attention of both women. From the car, Ling Yun, along with Tang Mai and Tai Xiaohu, stepped out. Suddenly seeing her precious son home, Qin Shuyue worried that he might have caused some trouble again. Young people these days are so reckless. Despite her thoughts, she gently asked why Ling Yun had come home without giving any notice. Ling Yun had come to give a surprise gift, so how could he give notice? He remembered his mother knew how to drive, so he brought this Maserati home for her to use. The lady standing beside them was startled. The price of a Maserati was not cheap at all, not something you touch unless you're a tycoon. Qin Shuyue felt quite pleased. Her son's surprise gift was pretty good. However, this wasn't Ling Yun's main gift. He announced that he had bought 2 villas in 2 different areas and didn't know which one his mother wanted to live in. This was the real gift. The neighbor lady was completely frozen, unable to accept this reality, but Ling Yun had brought the purchase contracts with him. If she wanted to check, he would oblige. Qin Shuyue only assessed them for a moment before choosing the quieter villa. It was Tai Xiaohu's first time meeting Ling Yun's mother, and he found her to be overly calm. A normal person, upon seeing their son who was still a student suddenly bring home a supercar and a villa as gifts, should have been stunned on the spot like the neighbor lady. But Tang Mai was already used to this, affirming that Ling Yun's mother's standards were very high. After receiving her son's gifts, Qin Shuyue called Ling Yun into the house to talk. Ling Yun initially thought his mother was starting to find things strange, but it turned out Qin Shuyue just wanted to tell her son that he could do whatever he wanted outside. She wouldn't interfere, but if he wanted to earn money seriously, he had to think of a stable source of income. Ling Yun had already thought about this. He planned to open a clinic in the inner city, which would be a source of income or perhaps a source for money laundering. As for who would run the clinic while Ling Yun was at school, he had already found a promising candidate, and that candidate was most likely Yao Ro. Who else could it be? Tang Mai was startled to hear that Ling Yun wanted to open a clinic. It wasn't that he thought Ling Yun couldn't do it. On the contrary, Tang Mai was certain that with Ling Yun's medical skills, it wouldn't take long for him to get rich. So Ling Yun was only now deciding to tap into this source of money. There was just one small problem. That was, Ling Yun didn't have a medical qualification certificate, so he wasn't allowed to operate a legitimate business. If he got caught for breaking the law, the police would arrest him. Ling Yun felt that these trivial matters were really troublesome. He wondered if he could get the necessary documents right away by asking Elder Shui. Tang Mai immediately confirmed that it would definitely work. Elder Shui was known as a divine doctor, and if he stepped in, a small certificate would be a piece of cake. Ling Yun confirmed the situation, then asked Tang Mai to to go pick up Yao Ro, while he himself would go back to school to find Xuanning. Come to think of it, these young people never seemed to go to school. They just loitered around outside all day. Tang Mai habitually accepted the task right away, but then he froze, not knowing who Yao Ro was. As for Tai Xiaohu, he just needed to go back and train hard, to grind and cultivate to make himself even stronger. Afterward, Tang Mai went to the front of the hospital to wait for Yao Ro, still wondering when on earth his big brother had gotten to know a nurse. In Tang Mai's imagination, the nurse who could help Ling Yun must be a middle-aged Annie or an experienced old woman. But when he saw Yao Ro, Tang Mai was speechless. The other person was not only young, but also incredibly beautiful. Tang Mai approached to greet Yao Ro, introducing himself as Ling Yun's blood brother. Yao Ro didn't care. She just wanted to find Ling Yun, but Ling Yun was busy with other things and couldn't come and pick her up. Seeing this, Yao Ro hurriedly suggested they leave immediately so she could see Ling Yun, leaving Tang Mai completely petrified. The young man was both in awe of his idol Ling Yun's good fortune with women and secretly heartbroken over his own lonely self. However, Tang Mai quickly regained his spirits, telling himself he was determined to be loyal and only had eyes for Ling Yu. After bringing Yao Ro to the school gate, Tang Mai explained that they needed to wait for Ling Yun for a bit. At the same time, Ling Yun came out with Xuanning, who was incessantly pestering Ling Yun to take her out to have fun first before she would help him with anything. The moment they met, Xuanning and Yao Ro shot lightning bolts from their eyes, cautiously sizing each other up to see if their love rival was on their level. Before Yao Ro could even say anything, Xuanning seized the advantage of being closer to Ling Yun, pinning him against a wall and demanding he go sing with her. Ling Yun wanted to refuse because he didn't know how to sing, but Xuanning's offensive did not let up in the slightest. She wrapped her arms around Ling Yun's neck and asked him if he still needed the medical certificate or not. With that said, he had no choice. Ling Yun had to let Xuanning drag him wherever she wanted. Ling Yun felt very awkward seeing Yao Ro standing to the side, unable to say anything, especially since he still needed her help but hadn't had a chance to explain things clearly. When they got to the karaoke bar, there was no sign of Ling Yun or Xuanning singing at all. It was clear that Xuanning was climbing onto Ling Yun and wrapping her arms around his neck. Xuanning revealed her intentions. She wanted Ling Yun to truly become her boyfriend, not just pretend like before. This gave Ling Yun a huge headache. First someone wanted him to be her husband, and now someone wanted him to be her boyfriend. With only 7 days in a week, could Ling Yun even manage to allocate his time? Ling Yun saw Xuanning attacking with her lips and hurriedly shook his head like a spinning top, dodging left and right to escape her kiss. Seeing Ling Yun constantly avoiding her, Xuanning thought he found her repulsive and, feeling hurt, burst into tears, making Ling Yun hurry over to coax and comfort her. Xuanning knew that she didn't measure up to the standard of a gentle and well-behaved girl that most boys had in mind. However, Xuanning promised that for Ling Yun's sake, she could gradually change her stubborn and unruly personality. But Ling Yun insisted that he didn't dislike Xuanning's current personality at all. He moved his face close to hers and affirmed that he liked her a lot too. As for the boyfriend-girlfriend matter, Ling Yun used the excuse that they were both still young. Studying was more important, and they could think about romance later. The problem was that Xuanning was afraid another girl would snatch Ling Yun away, as there were too many beauties around him. Ling Yun's arms snaked around Xuanning's waist a few times, vowing that in the future, only Xuanning would be his girlfriend. As for whether others would be wives, or just in ambiguous relationships, he didn't specify. It was just that Xuanning was successfully placated by Ling Yun's words and stopped causing a scene. But for now, until they officially started dating, Ling Yun still had to agree to take care of, love, pamper, hug, and kiss Xuanning. But how is that any different from being a boyfriend? However, for the sake of that medical certificate, Ling Yun could only sell himself out like this. It's unknown how the two of them struggled after that, but it took another 5 hours for Ling Yun to get away. On his way, Ling Yun felt the air turn cold and gloomy, fearing that rain was coming. But just then, Ling Yun saw Yao Ro standing and waiting right in front of him. Ling Yun walked over and asked why Yao Ro was still here. He remembered signaling for her to go home first earlier. It was unclear whether Yao Ro misunderstood or deliberately pretended not to understand, but she was determined to stay and wait for Ling Yun no matter what. Ling Yun felt very guilty. Yao Ro didn't need to wait for him for so long, as it had been several hours, which was not a short time. However, Yao Ro rushed forward and hugged Ling Yun tightly, insisting that no matter how long she had to wait, she was willing to wait. Although right after this bold declaration, Yao Ro also caught a cold. Ling Yun touched Yao Ro's hand and found it was already ice cold. Putting the matter aside for now, Ling Yun picked Yao Ro up to take her home first. The two of them returned to Yao Ro's home together, and Yao Ro was a bit embarrassed because her house was simple with nothing special about it. But Ling Yun didn't have any opinion on this, as his own home was also in a poor collective housing area. Since Yao Ro had been standing and waiting for so long, her feet must have been very sore. Ling Yun suggested that Yao Ro could take off her socks, and he would massage her feet for her. While massaging her feet, Ling Yun also explained his intention for asking Yao Ro out today. He was about to open a clinic and wanted to offer Yao Ro a position as a resident nurse to help him. The benefits were beyond question. The salary would definitely be higher than Yao Ro's current job, and if she ever needed money urgently, she could just get it from Tang Meng. Ling Yun gave his permission. With such a good offer, of course Yao Ro agreed immediately. His goal achieved, Ling Yun immediately stood up, advised Yao Ro to rest early, and said he was leaving. Seeing this, Yao Ro hurriedly made a high-risk, high-reward move. She wanted Ling Yun to stay with her for the night, her hands already proactively unbuttoning her nurse's dress. Ling Yun confirmed one more time. Seeing that Yao Ro was truly determined, he stepped closer and lifted her chin, hoping she wouldn't disappoint him. Yao Ro's clothes were soon scattered on the floor. Now, she was only in her underwear, shyly trying to cover herself in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun immediately praised Yao Ro's beautiful figure. He said there was no need to hide like that. He especially liked her long, slender legs. Following Ling Yun's gentle push, Yao Ro lay down on the bed, closing her eyes, not daring to look, preparing herself to receive Ling Yun. However, the thing that covered her body was not Ling Yun's body, but a warm blanket, leaving Yao Ro stunned and confused. What else could it be? Ling Yun saw that Yao Ro had been tired all day and was also sick, so it was best for her to go to sleep early. Yao Ro, just like the girls before her, saw Ling Yun being so principled, with the prize delivered right to his mouth, yet he refused to take it and assumed that Ling Yun despised her. Ling Yun was at a loss. Why did every girl around him think this way? Yao Ro felt insecure for a reason. Her family background was very poor, and she herself was inexperienced with the world, so she certainly couldn't compare to the other beauties surrounding Ling Yun. It was just that from the first time Yao Ro met Ling Yun, she had fallen head over heels for him and just wanted to be with him. Ling Yun gently kissed Yao Ro's forehead and told her that she had already succeeded in a way. He asserted that he wouldn't casually hug just any girl, and he certainly wouldn't casually massage someone's feet. Ling Yun advised Yao Ro to rest well, as they would have plenty of time together in the future. There was no need to rush. Hearing this, Yao Ro immediately agreed. She had chosen to completely follow Ling Yun's words. The next day, early in the morning, Tang Meng drove over to pick up his boss. Ling Yun had told him many times not to call him boss in public, as it would ruin his image as a well-behaved scholar. Moreover, Yao Ro was also in the car, and as soon as she saw Ling Yun, she clung to his arm, unwilling to let go at all. Sitting in the driver's seat, Tang Meng could only listen and silently admire how amazing Ling Yun was for making Yao Ro so completely attached to him. Tang Meng drove the group to a business district, stopping in front of a shop where he had already spoken with the owner. Tang Meng had already discussed the rental price for this commercial space, and they were now here for Ling Yun to assess if it was suitable and to try to bargain for a better price. Ling Yun was a bit curious. The shopkeeper claimed this street was a bustling commercial area, yet he was willing to sell. The shopkeeper had to explain that he was tired and just wanted to go back to his hometown to grow vegetables and raise fish. However, Ling Yun immediately asserted that this shopkeeper wasn't just ordinarily tired. He was quite certain the man had been cursed with a goo poisoned by someone. Ling Yun grabbed shopkeeper Wang's shoulder and asked insistently if he frequently suffered from unbearable stomach pain, vomiting everything he ate, not even daring to drink water, being tortured both physically and mentally. Hearing Ling Yun read his symptoms like an open book, shopkeeper Wang was extremely startled. After grasping the real problem, Ling Yun confidently declared that not only did he know shopkeeper Wang's condition well, he could also cure it completely. Hearing this, shopkeeper Wang was like a drowning man clutching at a straw, hurriedly begging Ling Yun to save him. If he succeeded, forget just giving Ling Yun the shop for free. Shopkeeper Wang was willing to give his entire fortune to Ling Yun. With such a sweet deal, Ling Yun definitely had to take it. He advised shopkeeper Wang not to worry and to just slowly tell him the whole story. Shopkeeper Wang started with his business story. He had been selling for over 10 years, and because his goods were high quality and reasonably priced, he had earned a lot of money. Until last year, someone opened a new shop across the street, also selling clothes, directly competing with shopkeeper Wang's store. However, their sales skills were amateurish and didn't win over customers, so they were losing money and on the verge of closing down. But right at this moment, shopkeeper Wang discovered a problem with his body. At first, it was just a mild stomachache, but quickly turned into a severe pain so intense that shopkeeper Wang couldn't sleep. After a long period of vomiting everything he ate, shopkeeper Wang also went to the hospital for a checkup, but the doctors couldn't find anything wrong with him. It wasn't until shopkeeper Wang met a traditional Chinese medicine doctor that he was told he had been afflicted by black magic. Shopkeeper Wang remembered that the owner of the opposite shop came from a region known for practicing gu arts, so Ling Yun's diagnosis must have been spot on. Hearing shopkeeper Wang's story, Tai Xiao flew into a rage. This young man felt that playing dirty just for business competition was completely unacceptable. Shopkeeper Wang had also gone to the other shop to beg for mercy, but they insisted they knew nothing at all. After that, shopkeeper Wang knew he didn't have long to live, so he decided to sell the shop and go back to his hometown to wait for his time to come. However, shopkeeper Wang was very lucky. Having met Ling Yun, he wouldn't be logging out anytime soon. Ling Yun asked shopkeeper Wang to sit down next to him, and he would help him remove the goo poison. Shopkeeper Wang was still half believing, half doubting. Was it really okay for Ling Yun to just start without any preparation? But at this point, shopkeeper Wang was desperate and did as Ling Yun said, closing his eyes. Ling Yun took out a needle. After he inserted it into an unknown acupoint on the man, shopkeeper Wang immediately felt a nauseating discomfort and then vomited out several purple poisonous worms. Ling Yun immediately used the silver needle to skewer those poisonous worms, then showed shopkeeper Wang the things that had been tormenting him for so long. At this moment, shopkeeper Wang also felt his body become much lighter. The uncomfortable feeling in his stomach was gone, and he was sure his illness had been treated. Over here, just as Ling Yun had dealt with the goo poison, the poisoner immediately showed up, quite perceptive indeed. A group of people dressed in ethnic clothing entered shopkeeper Wang's store. The old man in the lead looked straight at Ling Yun, knowing he was the one who had destroyed his goo poison. The old man didn't think a bunch of kids posed any threat and demanded Ling Yun's group get lost, or else don't blame him for what happens next. But threatening Ling Yun was a pointless endeavor. He was so scared. Seeing Ling Yun being defiant and uncooperative, the old man immediately waved his hand, sending several goo worms flying straight towards him. Ling Yun reacted without a second's delay, simultaneously throwing out several needles, accurately piercing the bodies of the goo worms. It seemed the old man had a life link with the goo worms. As soon as they were attacked, the old man also. He was vomiting uncontrollably. The old man played dirty tricks and was also arrogant. Yet when Ling Yun taught him a lesson, he claimed the boy wasn't following the rules of the martial world and all that. Ling Yun is clearly a person who follows the rules, but they only count if they're the rules he sets. Seeing Ling Yun acting so high and mighty towards him, the old man became even more furious, recklessly throwing out all his remaining goo worms. Ling Yun felt his opponent was too boring. How could using the same trick over and over possibly threaten him? However, this batch of goo worms was completely different. They could even swerve in mid-air, dodging the needles Ling Yun had thrown, which made the old man extremely smug, confident that he would surely win this time. Ling Yun watched the goo worms rapidly approaching him and just gave a faint smile. Next, he slammed his hand on the table, releasing a powerful stream of spiritual energy that smoked out those goo worms, causing the old goo master to spit out another mouthful of blood. Seeing that his goo worms couldn't get near, Ling Yun, the old man, directly rushed forward, wanting to attack himself. However, Ling Yun's current body could be said to be impervious to blades and spears. The old man's hand, striking him, was no different from hitting an iron plate. In return, Ling Yun threw a punch into his opponent's abdomen, sending the old man flying into a corner of the wall. He had conveniently destroyed the old man's dantian, so from now on, the old man could no longer play his dirty tricks. The old man couldn't believe it. Ling Yun was so young yet possessed such abnormally high martial arts skills. That was obvious. Even if that old man cultivated for a lifetime, he could never reach Ling Yun's level. Afterwards, the old man's group helped him leave the shop, not daring to utter another word. After only their own people were left, Yao Ro worriedly asked if Ling Yun was all right. But they were just a few small fries. How could they be strong enough to harm Ling Yun? Ling Yun also told shopkeeper Wang that from now on, those people would definitely not dare to cause trouble again, and shopkeeper Wang could resume his business as usual. However, shopkeeper Wang adamantly refused, insisting on transferring the ownership of this shop to Ling Yun as a token of gratitude for saving his life. Yao Ro, listening from the side, was completely shocked. Buying this shop outright would cost tens of millions. Yet shopkeeper Wang was willing to give it to Ling Yun for free. But Ling Yun firmly disagreed, saying righteously that he never takes advantage of others, which Tang Meng and Tai Xiao Hu, standing beside him, found hard to believe. Shopkeeper Wang cried like a child, saying that he knew he was done for earlier and just wanted to arrange things for his wife and children before finding a place to log himself out to free himself. But thanks to Ling Yun, shopkeeper Wang was given a chance to live on. This debt of gratitude was truly immense. Shopkeeper Wang said he bought this shop for only 2 million, so giving it to Ling Yun now could be considered at that price. Surely his life was worth at least that much money, right? Ling Yun no longer refused and accepted shopkeeper Wang's kind gesture. On top of that, the man even promised to cover all the costs of renovating the shop for Ling Yun. Yao Ro was stunned. In just a moment, this place had become Ling Yun's clinic. But Ling Yun immediately corrected her, saying it's our clinic, as everyone had contributed to it. Ling Yun asked Yao Ro to help oversee the renovation process, and while she was at it, to buy him a few things like a wolf hair brush, yellow paper, cinnabar, a rooster, a black dog, and so on. Ling Yun's current goal was to enter the 4th level of body tempering and prepare to draw talismans. For drawing talismans, demon beast blood is the best, but it wasn't certain if Earth even had demon beasts, so Ling Yun had to temporarily make do with the blood of a rooster and a black dog. Ling Yun wished he could catch a demon beast, as that would give him a supply for drawing talismans. That evening, Ling Yun went to the riverbank where the 7 luminaries' grass was and immediately sensed that its spiritual energy seemed to have been depleted. Ling Yun looked left and right, then was drawn by a sound in the bushes. From within, a small, beautiful spirit fox slowly stepped out. Ling Yun glanced at the newly appeared spirit fox and immediately realized it was injured. He sat down, grabbed the spirit fox by the scruff of its neck, lifted it up, and guessed that this little thing must have used the 7 luminaries' grass to heal its wounds. Seeing that it looked pitiful, Ling Yun didn't make things difficult for it and tossed it aside, letting the spirit fox continue to absorb the spiritual energy of the 7 luminaries' grass to recover. As for Ling Yun, he didn't leave either, but decided to stay and act as a guardian for the spirit fox. He felt that survival was not an easy matter at all. If there was no grudge, Ling Yun didn't want to make a meal out of this little spirit fox. With that said, Ling Yun put on a fierce expression, threatening the spirit fox that if it didn't hurry up and absorb the spiritual energy to heal, he would absorb it all himself, and at that point, the spirit fox would be left with nothing. After that, the spirit fox didn't go far, but curled up right next to Ling Yun. At first, Ling Yun thought it was healing itself, but he felt that something wasn't quite right. He took the spirit fox into his arms, and only then discovered that it had extremely severe internal injuries. It was lucky to have met him. Ling Yun decided to use acupuncture to help the spirit fox, and very quickly, the little thing woke up. Ling Yun noticed that the spirit fox was very intelligent, seemingly able to understand his words, which meant this little thing had awakened its intelligence and was about to cultivate into human form. Although the spirit fox only had 1 tail and was a bit weak, having a demon beast on Earth on the verge of transforming was already very good. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the spirit fox jumped out of Ling Yun's arms and then unfurled 2 more tails. It looked incredibly beautiful. Ling Yun's eyes lit up like stars. It turned out this little thing was a 3-tailed spirit fox, which was a rare sight even in the cultivation world. But what happened next completely shocked Ling Yun. The spirit fox continued to grow more tails, and in a flash, it had become a 9-tailed celestial fox. A nine-tailed celestial fox was no small matter. After reaching maturity, with its innate talent for illusions, it could be even stronger than the four great sacred beasts. The spirit fox hid its tails again, then bit Ling Yun's pant leg, wanting to lead him somewhere. Ling Yun quickly understood the situation and let the spirit fox lead him to a cave in a remote area. Ling Yun decided to call the spirit fox Xiao Bai and guessed that this cave was where Xiao Bai had always lived. After sensing it, Ling Yun could confirm that the air in this cave wasn't quite right. And indeed, wasn't right. The mountain cave suddenly began to shake violently. Then, rocks and earth began to fall. Ling Yun hurriedly hugged Xiao Bai and flew outside. Looking back, he saw that the entire cave area had collapsed for no apparent reason. Ling Yun turned on his feng shui master mode, deducing that this place was where yin and yang converged and all that, a natural dragon's burial acupoint. No joke. Yet he hadn't noticed it before. If Ling Yun's guess was correct, a massive tomb must exist. Down below. At that moment, Xiao Bai, who was being held in Ling Yun's arms, suddenly tensed up, then quickly ran off to one side. It turned out that Ling Yun's phone was ringing, which had scared the living daylights out of the little thing. Zhuang Meifeng called Ling Yun, urgently informing him that Xiao Mimi was being tormented by pain all over her body, and she even said it was because of the restriction Ling Yun had placed on her. Only then did Ling Yun remember that he had indeed placed a restriction on Xiao Mimi. For him to be just wandering around like this, one day Xiao Mimi might be beaten to a pulp by the restriction with no one to call for help. Ling Yun told Zhuang Meifeng to advise Xiao Mimi to wait a little longer, that he would be back right away. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Ling Yun shot up into the sky, planning to leapfrog his way back to be faster. Seeing Ling Yun leave in a hurry, Xiao Bai didn't think twice and immediately followed him. At Ling Yun's house at this time, Xiao Mimi's face was pale from the pain, and she was rolling around and scratching everywhere. Zhuang Meifeng felt sorry for her and advised Xiao Mimi to endure it a little longer as Ling Yun was about to return. But Xiao Mimi tried to poison Zhuang Meifeng's mind, saying that her current state was Ling Yun's doing. Shouldn't Zhuang Meifeng look at her and learn from her experience? Xiao Mimi said that the man Zhuang Meifeng called her husband was a devil. Just as Xiao Mimi was spouting this nonsense, Ling Yun returned and heard it. As for Zhuang Meifeng, seeing her self-proclaimed husband return, she cast aside all her worries and threw herself into Ling Yun's arms. Ling Yun asked Zhuang Meifeng to get a basin of warm water and to leave Xiao Mimi to him. Just as Ling Yun was about to use acupuncture to seal the restriction, Xiao Mimi grabbed his hand to stop him. She yelled, telling Ling Yun to just finish her off and not to let her suffer this torment ever again. Speaking of hatred, Xiao Mimi certainly hated Ling Yun. But thinking back, if Ling Yun had been the one to lose before, Xiao Mimi would have done the same to him. She would have surely finished Ling Yun off or controlled him just as Ling Yun was doing to her now. If so, she had no right to complain about her current situation. To put it bluntly, Ling Yun and Xiao Mimi were the same type of person. However, this current dangerous appearance of Ling Yun was seen by Zhuang Meifeng, who had just returned with the water. Seeing this different side of Ling Yun for the first time made Zhuang Meifeng feel afraid, causing her to drop the basin of water in her hands onto the floor. That's all for my video. The above was a summary of the story. If you have any opinions, please leave them in the comment section below. Don't forget to leave me a like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to receive more interesting videos. For now, goodbye and see you again. Bye-bye.